on. My solution? eBay Motors. They've got all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, from seat covers to whole new seats. When I get that new seat, I think I'll put the old one in the living room, right next to the minivan seats, or as we call it, the sectional. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. You can own a 2021 Morgan Silver Dollar with the same design as the coins used in commerce during the Wild West. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These 2021 Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint in 99.9% pure silver. Just call 1-800-973-3098 and you are guaranteed an uncirculated mint condition 2021 Morgan Silver Dollar. But with limited quantities, you must call now. To learn more, call 1-800-973-3098. If you order now, you'll receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-973-3098 now to secure your new 2021 Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-973-3098.
Brought to you by Capital One Auto Navigator, where you can find a car, get pre-qualified instantly, and see your real monthly payment without impacting your credit score. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms and conditions apply. Find out more at CapitalOne.com/Auto Navigator.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Now just one catch shy of Otis Taylor. Here is Kelsey. Still going. Still going. Kelsey. Good night. Touchdown. Chiefs win it.
Oh, baby. What a win for the Chiefs. What a game last night. Joe Buck on the call for Fox Sports, and good morning to everybody out there on the roadways, getting off your graveyard shifts. Good morning, everybody on Twitch, YouTube, the roasters out there. What's up? It's Football Friday here on the Morning Roast. Joe Shasky, the Butcher. Got Langford and Curly. Got my man Brian Baldinger in the studio. And it's going to be a live 3 hours. This 3 hours is going to fly by. We're going to ask Baldy anything. He's part of the show today. He's got the band. Look at my man over here, Shasky. He looks
ridiculous. He looks unbelievable. But I'm ready to work. I expected the bandana. Let me help him with his microphone.
Yeah, no, we got to hit that on button, Baldy. Hit that on button over there on the console, right there, far left. Boom. There we go.
We're in action.
We're live.
Listen
all right,
to
now
those
we're on.
golden pipes. So I'm watching that game last night, guys, and so many things are going through my head.
Yeah.
But the number one thing is football quarterback porn. I mean, that's what it was last night. Honest to God, you're talking about two generational players. Like, look, who knows what Herbert eventually gets molded into, but size, awareness, IQ, pocket presence, throwing laser beams everywhere, the ability to diagnose, that guy's covered, they're in zone, they're in man, etc. And then he's throwing rockets all over the field. I know they lost, and we can pick apart how they lost. That kid is generational.
No doubt. I mean, like, I used to say it all the time, and I still say it. Like, when you get quarterback play like that, just get out of the way. Like, don't screw it up. Like, if you're a play-by-play analyst, whatever, like, and you get those quarterbacks on the field, like, that's all fans want.
Yes.
Like I said, save that for the playoffs. Just bring it back. Just give me that same game. I just want to be on the couch. I want overtime. I just want to enjoy football, like, at the highest level. And what you see is, with both kids, is like their ability just to extend plays. Extend plays beyond the X's and O's and create something. And like it's like literally it's impossible to defend. You can't defend it.
No, you can't. Mahomes yesterday, I mean, the Chiefs looked down and out right at times. It wasn't their best game in the first half. Chargers, they run the ball on that second drive to go up 14-13. I know they're leaving points on the field. We'll get to that a little bit later. But Mahomes still telling everybody, I'm the same dude. I'm the same dude. That's going to be a problem when it's money time. And right now in December, it's money time. Kelsey and Tyreek Hill showing up.
22
and I think, Baldy,
for 340.
340. And the biggest thing to me, Baldy, about this Chiefs team, they're showing patience because everybody's taking away the deep shots. You're not hitting home runs. Everybody's saying, hey, Kansas City, you're not going 2 plays, 35 yards on us. So they're kind of dinking their way. And their dink and dunk is like 10 yards. We're getting chunk yards, right?
Yeah.
10, 15. But they're being patient, moving the football down the field without a running game.
I saw Tyreek Hill on the sidelines with cramps.
Yeah.
Next thing I know, he's streaking across the field, and nobody could if it was flag football, they couldn't rip the flag off him. Like it was unreal, man. And Mahomes. The one thing about Mahomes is, and unfortunately, 49er fans witnessed it. Super Bowl Sunday 2 years ago, is he never ever looks panicked.
Never.
Ever. Doesn't matter what the situation is. Like that guy's on the sideline. He's got his mouthpiece. He's chewing on it. Mm-hmm. Like he just can't wait to get back out on the field. Give me one more chance. Give me the ball.
And then I think the thing that's underrated with Patrick Mahomes, and same thing with Favre, when I used to watch Favre, he'd extend the play with his feet, and we underrate how great his feet are, just in general, and then his ability to contort his body and make what I call a shortstop throw. I'm going into the hole. You're collapsing down on me. Let me throw it across my body. And he's just Tyreek Hill's unguardable. That's the other thing. I'm watching. I'm like, how do you even slow this guy down? His routes aren't precision.
No.
He's just kind of moving around, and the next thing you know, 5 yards of separation, and he's gone.
Well, that's a skill, though, being able to play with a guy like Mahomes, where you can, get in his vision. Just find a way to get into his vision where he just sees you. And then he'll, from wherever he's at, whatever angle he has to throw it, he can get the ball to him.
Well, not only throw it, but he can run it. Yeah. And I thought Bosa there in overtime, you saw it. He runs his stunt, leaves in lane, and Mahomes said, I'm going to take 30 there. I'm going to take 30 with my legs and get down in the red zone and get effortlessly. So the comeback in that football game, their last three drives of that football game, Kansas City, they go 75 yards. Boom, boom, boom. We got to win a game here and take over the AFC West. And that's what they do. So it had me thinking about Trey Lance out here. We're so far away from Trey Lance, it feels like, with the 49ers. But I'm looking at Ayuk. I'm looking at Debo. I'm looking at George Kittle, who can make plays with the ball in his hands, as we saw the last 2 weeks. And I'm saying, I can't wait for the Niners to add that dynamic to their offense.
And the sneaky thing about the Chiefs, and this is something that, it feels very Warrior-esque to me, where you look at them and you go, okay, you could suppress them for 3.5 quarters, and all of a sudden they just explode on you. And they've been in so many big games. Think about that trio: Mahomes, Kelsey, Tyreek Hill, and then throw Andy Reid in, who's been coaching forever, right? That trio has been in so many big games in just a 4-year stretch. They never feel out of it. They're never, panicking on the sideline. And they feel like they're always a couple of plays away from just popping, and the next thing you know, boom.
That tying touchdown to make it 28-28 by Mahomes. And Joey Bosa just lights him up. Hits him late, low, flagged. Mahomes just sitting there going, that one, I like that one. Like nothing bothers that kid. Nothing. He's Steph Curry. He's just Steph Curry with the ball in his hands. I remember when he was at Texas Tech, I was doing Big 12 games. And I remember he took over his freshman year and talking to Cliff Kingsbury. And I said, what's the first time you saw Mahomes play? He said, I saw him in a state playoff basketball game, and he was lighting up threes. And he goes, there was something about the way he shot his three. I go, this guy's going to be a quarterback. He made the comparison between a three-point shooter, and just the composure, the fire, the whole thing on a basketball court. He's like, he goes, I had so much fun watching him play basketball. He goes, I just can imagine if I could get him to Lubbock here.
Nobody even talks about him playing basketball. They always talk about baseball because of his dad, and he was a pitcher or whatnot. But basketball, that's crazy. And he's just a total athlete. Yeah. But Kelsey's an athlete. I marvel at these tight ends, and we've been spoiled with George Kittle over the last 2 weeks. I'm thinking to myself, just get the ball to George Kittle. Well, last 2 weeks, the Niners get him the ball. 22 catches, 322 yards, and 3 touchdowns. And Kelsey shows up yesterday. The run after the catch by these big tight ends.
Ridiculous.
It is unguardable, Baldy.
Yeah. I've always said this, though. You can talk about a roster of, we're deep at running back, we're deep at receiver. We have all these players. You only need 3. Any more than that, it can be a luxury. But, you need 3 that just want the ball. They all want it. and they all know what to do with it. And I've always felt like even when Ayuk was just a non-factor in this team the first half of the season, I'm like, you got to get him involved.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care if he's in the doghouse, what got him in the doghouse. I don't care. You have to get him involved. Like, he's too good of a route runner. He's a game changer. And they got 3 right now. They've got 3, and that's all Jimmy really needs.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because to try and see the whole field every play is next to impossible. If you have Mahomes' legs, if you have Herbert's size, you might be able to find more. But if you got 3, that's enough.
Well, the thing about Kelsey that you brought up, I never even heard this, that 8 years in a row, over 850 yards. Do you know how incredibly consistent and durable you have to be to put that up as a tight end? So he's the first tight end in history.
Doesn't it feel like it's a down year this year with Kelsey?
He's had more drops this year than he's ever had.
And you see the numbers yesterday on Fox. It's like, Kelsey's on his way to another 1,000-yard season.
He broke it.
Tyreek Hill's already got 1,000 yards.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, I got him in fantasy football. I'm thinking to myself, man, I'm looking at these guys struggle. 5 catches, 30 yards.
Struggle.
No touchdown. Struggle. Quote-unquote struggle. But the Chiefs are right there at the top of the AFC. Kelsey's special. Kelsey's special, but it also lets me know, as Baldy was saying, that Kittle, Debo, and Ayuk. The Niners have 3 playmakers that in December they can be factors, man. This team is built for the cold weather.
They all average over 13 yards a catch. They all have chunk plays or create chunk plays. Obviously with Debo after the catch, anything he does once the ball's in his hands and how he explodes just through contact. And Kittle's the same way. So, I mean, they've got 3, and that you just got to ride those 3 right now. No, I never know who's healthy at running back on this team. Ever.
No.
Like, it's just, I can't, I stopped trying to figure out, like, who's going to carry the ball.
No. We have too. I mean, it's been Mostert.
Yeah.
It's been
Like, I saw them week 2 against
McKinnon.
Philadelphia. Like, they all got hurt in Philadelphia, and, like, they've been hurt, like, in and out of the lineup ever since.
That's the Shanahan way, I guess. Yeah. I want a bell cow. I want a Najee Harris. I want a Derrick Henry here in this offense because the running game in this offense is so dynamic. Just the threat of it on the perimeter, the stretch zone, the boot action. It feels like, man, if Elijah Mitchell could be that guy, where he has ran tough because you mentioned that Philly game. Shasky, you said it after week 2. That was a hard-hitting football game where he got his ribs busted, but yet the kid is still playing hard and looks like he's on his way to 1,000 yards.
And I think that's the one thing that when I look at the Chiefs, I'm like, in comparison to the 49ers, they're almost reluctantly run it. Like, they don't really want to run it. They're not really dedicated to it. Every week it feels like they try to. And Clyde Edwards-Helaire, I don't know what to make of him as a running back right now. He's not a pounder. He's not a bruiser between the tackles. But, like, it's just... I watch them. They're just so unique, the Kansas City Chiefs, to any other team. Their recipe is not what the Niners is, but the playmakers in Kittle and obviously Debo trying to mirror what Tyreek and Kelsey have, I do see those similarities, and I start to wonder, man, can Trey Lance unlock this offense even more? Because these guys are having great years in Debo and Kittle.
Well, unfortunately, like, Trey isn't even in the discussion. Like, they don't even talk about him anymore. No. Like, he's not even an afterthought. Like, he's just persona non grata. Period. I just see him cheerleading on the sideline. That's all I see. And I am actually, like, I've always said that, like, if you watch Justin Herbert throw a football, oh my God. Like, I was there last weekend doing the Giants game, and you just sit there on the sideline, you just watch these throws. Like, he's a big warm-up guy before a game. Like, he's out there for an hour making just every throw in the book, right? And you just go, can anybody spin a ball tighter than that? Like, every throw is just tight, spiral. It just comes out hot. So I've never seen Trey throw the ball live. Like, I'm anxious on Sunday just to watch him throw a ball to see how it jumps out of his arm. Just see how it jumps. Because that, accuracy is obviously the key. But if you have that and the ball just it comes out like a cannon. Like, I just want to see how that looks with Trey.
Well, Shasky, let him know what we saw in training camp. Let Baldy know what we saw in training camp, because that's what had me thinking about Trey last night was the way the ball was coming out of Herbert's hand, the way the ball was coming out of Mahomes' hand. We saw that in training camp with Trey Lance. Now, is it the most accurate ball? Well, of course not. This guy's played in his first training camp. He hasn't played in over a year since North Dakota State due to the pandemic. But I'm telling you, Baldy, that baby hums out of his hand.
It does.
I always said, though, if you're going to take Trey, like, this offense should just open up.
I totally agree.
Like, the run game and all the options that you have with him in the run game, like, it just becomes that much more dynamic.
You're bringing up just the arm delivery. I'm listening to Rodgers and Brady last year during this golf match, and they're talking about how their mechanics have changed. And they're very different in terms of how they throw a football.
Yeah.
But Brady is very repetition. I want it to look exactly the same every time.
It does.
I see Herbert, and boy, I mean, it looks like he has a flawless fundamental delivery where every single time it's repeatable. You contrast that with Mahomes, and it's more art. Sometimes he's slinging it, sometimes he's over the top. It depends on where he's throwing it. And Trey has like a tight Donovan McNabb kind of upper, quick little like Hummer. You have to see it in person, but the ball jumps out of his hand. I mean, Baldy, you could tell the kid has arm strength. I bet he was a great baseball player because the ball just flies.
Right.
Yeah. No, I want to see it because, you're 230 pounds, you're so built solid like that, and you have an arm and you have this ability to run. Like this offense, like you have to defend all 11. Like you don't have to, obviously, I'm not down on Jimmy or anything like that. But I mean, he's never going to give you any of that, ever.
No.
That's what like ticked me off, like in that first Arizona game when they're running, like all these, all these quarterback, like he was the whole offense. Like you're making Trey like do all this stuff. Like, it's just like quarterback power and quarterback sneaks. And
that was crazy because he was under center for all the preseason.
More under center snaps than the other 5 quarterbacks drafted in the first round.
Right. You didn't see any of that in the preseason. The guy was under center, play action pass. He had one against the Kansas City Chiefs in the preseason. They have a punt. They down it at the 1 yard line. So I'm thinking to myself, and he's at the game, Shasky's at the game. I'm thinking, all right, just throw the ball up for a second. Let's see it. He's backed up in his own end zone. Play action pass. Dime to Charlie Warner 20 yards down the field. I'm like, okay, this guy can do it under the pocket. He can make the nice touch throw. Did you see the 2-minute drills in the preseason? And then you see the Arizona game, you're like, wait a minute. Why are you using this guy like he's a quarterback at Air Force?
Yeah.
I mean, they ran him more than Emmitt Smith would be ran. I mean, I think you were the one who even said that. It's absolutely absurd. 18 carries and power quarterback runs that were like Cam Newton style runs.
I mean, like, he got crunched at the goal line, I remember. Like,
Jonathan Simmons play?
Yeah. I mean, that, like, and then, and then he's out. He's out. Like, I'm like, you could have predicted that. Like, you just watch it, and it's going to happen. It's like I was watching the Giants, doing the Giants-Eagles a couple weeks ago, and Daniel Jones on the second play runs, like, quarterback option, and, like, his neck hasn't been the same since.
No.
Like, like, they just, like, almost took his head off. Like, I'm like, what are you, like, this guy just came out of concussion protocol.
I got to mention this because our roasters are part of the show.
Yeah.
They look at everything. They comment on fashion. They comment on everything we're wearing. They're all into it. They're on Twitch. They're on YouTube right now. They're loving Baldy right now. But you got to explain the yellow headband. People are saying, is that a yellow do-rag? You look like you just left a cheap concert. That's what the roasters on YouTube are saying right now, Baldy.
Yeah, well, I mean, when I want to talk football, I got to put the do-rag on.
I love it.
Like, I just do.
Is it a mindset?
It's all attitude. It's all attitude. I knew I was coming in here to talk football with you guys this morning. Like, I mean, I rolled out of bed at 4:45. I went to bed at 1. I knew it was going to be a short turnaround. But, when you sleep in the presidential suite, with the Intercontinental, like, you feel good about yourself.
You feel good with the hula bowl shirt, too, man.
I want to ask you a very specific question, though, because I love how we're just kicking around. We're going to do Pandora's Box today, where we do some music, rap songs for Baldy, and I got one old school white band for Bonte. Who's the better Bosa brother? Is it Joey or Nick? Because they're very different players.
They're different.
Yeah.
They're very different. One's more upright. The other one's more like stockier.
One has just unbelievable power.
Okay, which one?
Nick.
Okay.
Nick has just more power. Joey is real slippery.
Yeah.
And so I think the one thing that they could do with Nick that they don't do, that they do with Joey, is put him inside over the guard. Let him work, because the guards are never the same athletes as the tackles.
Yeah.
So let him go work the guards a little bit more. And he'd be chipped a lot less, like they were chipping him early in the season. I mean, he's out there in the slot receiver. He's so far wide, like, what do you think? Like, if you don't want to get chipped, don't go so wide. Get tighter. But I think Nick just has more power, and I think he makes more plays on the other side of the field than Joey does.
Okay.
Not to slight either one of them.
Right players.
Like, look, I mean, it's a family business. Hunting quarterbacks, it's a family business.
Nick Bosa, 14 sacks. I like Nick, man, because the Niners, have you noticed on film, it feels like they have moved him around a little bit from the left to the right, back to the left. At times, he's in the middle at one point, but 14 sacks on the season, 5.5 away for breaking all the Smith's.
I love the rotation right now, though.
Yeah.
I love what Arden Key has brought.
Right.
Obviously, I've always loved Givens. Like, Contavious Street. DJ Jones has been unbelievable.
DJ Jones is a good player.
He's been an unbelievable player this year. So, I mean, I think they've got an 8-man rotation right now. You see them like it's a hockey change.
Yeah.
Like, they're on the sideline. They're just rotating. You saw it last week against Cincinnati. And, I mean, I don't know that there's a pass rusher of Nick's ilk that plays as many snaps as he does. Like, he's playing over 80% of the snaps.
You practice against Randy White with the Dallas Cowboys. Reggie White with the Eagles.
Was so underrated.
I mean, What separates Bosa? What puts Bosa in that category with those great pass rushers that you played against and practiced against?
You saw it last week. When the game is on the line, like Nick Bosa changes the game. Like, that's what you got to do. You can put up numbers. Numbers are good, but like, even as opposed to Myles Garrett, I want to see Myles Garrett do it in a big game that changes the game. Like, I've seen him have opportunities against the Chargers this year, and he couldn't do it. And he didn't do it. Like, last week in overtime, Nick had 2 sacks. And the closing one was the play that basically won the game.
Yeah.
It's 3rd and 3. Here comes Bose off the edge. He beats this kid, Isaiah Prince, who he played against in practice every day at Ohio State. And he gets Joey Burrow down, and they got to kick the field goal. Like, if they convert that 3rd down right there and Burrow's moving to make this throw and Nick takes him down, like that changed the game.
Bonte, this is like football porn this morning, even though last night was quarterback porn. People are loving this on YouTube right now.
They're loving Baldy. They're loving Baldy right now. They're calling you Uncle Baldy now.
Yes.
Are they?
Hey, look, we got cousin Nick Friedel from ESPN. We got Grant Liftman, cousin G. You're the uncle on the morning roast. You're the cool uncle.
Right.
You're not even. You're better than Rico.
In my family, I'm the cool uncle.
Are you?
Yeah, for real. Like, my brother's got 4 kids. Like, my brother's like very stiff and like very serious. And I show up to the house and it's like, oh, let's have a party now.
Let's have fun.
Do you
Yeah,
bring a
let's have fun.
girlfriend to the different parties? That's what I want to know.
What's that?
You bring a different girlfriend every time to the parties?
It's been known to happen.
From time to time. Baldy's in studio all show long. I hope you pack the white jeans. I hope you pack the white jeans for the night, man. Because you're in the Bay Area all weekend, baby. You're calling Falcons, Niners.
Yeah.
Baldy's in the building there with the do-rag. We need a do-rag, Shasky. I feel like we're naked right now. We need a do-rag or something.
Well, I mean, I used to have one back in my Deion Sanders days, Everyone rocked one back then.
Aren't we talking about rappers here in a little bit?
Yeah,
We're
we're
going to talk about
segments?
rappers in a little
20
bit.
minutes.
And you heard our intro song, that Snoop Dogg. You heard that Snoop Dogg, Baldy. Baldy in the studio, Brian Baldinger at Baldy NFL on Twitter. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Extragen Thermometers. Accuracy matters. 888-957-9570. Read your text all day. If you want to ask Baldy anything, go ahead and give us a call here on the roast. 888-957-9570. Fever's the leading sign of COVID, so make sure you have an accurate thermometer. The Extragen Temporal Scanner Thermometer, backed by science. It's the accurate thermometer you need it. Can trust. Be vigilant and learn more at Extragen.com.
I'm just a crick with BetQL. You want to beat the books? Here's a little.
He's big stepping on NFL Network. But Shasky, what is this segment brought to you by?
This segment is brought to you and presented by Golden State Lumber and Building Materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Guys, I don't know if you know this, and Baldy, I want to ask you about one of my favorite cathedrals in sports. 8 years ago this week, 49ers Falcons closed out Candlestick. I'm wearing the shirt. Yeah, I'm wearing the shirt. I went to a lot of Candlestick games. I grew up in that side of the city, right near the stadium. Baldy, Candlestick, any memories?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember my rookie season with the Dallas Cowboys. We played out here, and I was a backup guard, like guard center. So I was a swing guy. Anything happened.
So you're like Adam Snyder?
So, yeah, something like, early on, you just try to get on the field any way you can. So we're playing the 49ers, I think on a Monday night. And, I remember coming into the stadium. They didn't have an underground, so everybody, all the players just got dropped off right outside the stadium. So, the fans, Cowboys coming in, like they have a certain language that they were using. So I remember.
Love you, Dallas.
Yeah. So I remember the veteran guys on the team liked me. They kind of took me in. And so, we pull up and I'm like, we had to wear a coat and tie when we were in Dallas. So I'm getting off the bus and a couple veterans just grabbed me and sat me down. And I'm like, what's up? And they're like, let them throw all the bottles first, all right? Then let them get So anyways, I'm out there. I go in the game the second quarter. So Fred Dean is their star. He's their Nick Bosa, right?
Yeah.
Who you lost the arm wrestling competition to.
Yeah. So Fred was, he's out there, and I'm it's Candlestick. It's December. It's everybody's muddy and dirty or whatever. They got that grass that's painted, that dirt that's painted green, right? So I go out there. I'm at left guard, and Fred Dean been playing defensive end all day.
Yeah.
I'm the new guy coming in. He lines right up over me. Oh. First play. He sees the new guy come in. He's like, he wants me to feel his punch or something.
Fresh
I was like, man. Yeah. No, that was Candlestick was wild, man. That's a wild place.
How many times you had to change your screw-ins? Because Madden, they're going to have this Madden special on Christmas.
Wait.
And all I remember is John Madden. Look at the screw-ins. You got to change the screw-ins. You need quarter inches. You need 3/4 inches. And all these visiting teams, it took them a half to adjust their cleats. Yeah. And by halftime, they're down 31-7. It was unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, I was a rookie the year after Dwight Clark's catch.
Oh, wow.
So that was 81 championship game. So I was a rookie in 82. So that was that play was stuck in Landry's craw the whole offseason. He's like, we got to get tougher. He was that was. So I came in that rookie season, 1982, and Landry's whole approach was, we got to get tougher. Yeah. We can't let somebody drive the field on us. Yeah. And so training camp was the hardest. All the veterans said, this is the hardest training camp ever, man. It was relentless.
I'm glad you bring up Tom Landry, because I'm super geeked out about the 81 game because of all the different convergence of history. Ed Too Tall Jones coming out of boxing, coming back into the NFL. Obviously, Randy White, Danny White. You have all those guys that are very underrated legends of their era. And Tom Landry and his connection to Lombardi and what he did on the defensive side to kind of change and revolutionize football is forgotten. And we still remember what Bill Walsh has done on the offensive side. I can't imagine how angry Landry was over that final, because that really kind of signaled the end, even though they were still very, very successful. Would you go to the NFC Championship game in 82?
Yeah. Yeah, we went to the NFC Championship game 3 years in a row.
Wow.
So we lost to the Eagles in 80, 49ers in 81, which really jump-started the whole Walsh era, obviously. And then we lost in 82 to Washington.
Wow. So all three rivals you lose to.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that had to hurt.
Yeah.
That had to hurt. Brian Baldinger, you're live in studio, playing for the legend Tom Landry, of course, in those Dallas days and playing at Texas Stadium. You got to let us know what it's like to play at Texas Stadium, because we want to get down there to Dallas and, the whole hole in the
Jerry's
roof or
World.
whatnot, Jerry's World. What was it like playing for that star, having that? Because we couldn't stand a star. I still get nightmares about Alvin Harper, Michael Irvin, Emmitt Smith. That's when we were growing up. They put me to tears, Baldy. They ruined weeks.
Drew Pearson and Tony Dorsett. Come on.
All those guys.
Yeah. No, it was... No, they were America's team. I mean, love them or hate them, and it's still to this day, they draw the biggest ratings, around the world.
Yes.
They still do. That Thanksgiving Day game with Dallas this year was the highest rated game since 1991.
That's
insane.
Incredible.
It's unbelievable.
It really
in
is.
30 years, the highest rated regular season game in 30 years. that overtime game on Thanksgiving. So they still were an unbelievable draw. But Texas Stadium, like Landry he had these things like they were like ticky tack, but it was like what made it was like so just coming onto the field. We practiced coming onto the field, how we came onto the field, how we lined up for stretch. Yeah. Like, it was all practice. So we'd come out onto the field, and, they played over the loudspeakers like, baby, don't let your mamas grow up to be cowboys. Like, that's the first thing that hits you. Like, I don't know if that's in Pandora's box this morning. If Bonte knows what that sounds like.
I was swinging a miss on that one.
Not in there.
I'll whip.
You ain't got your Willie Nelson on?
Was it Tom Landry that said that there's a hole in the roof because God wants to look in and watch his team?
I remember one day, like it was, I think my rookie year. So we're playing the Giants, and my brother played for the Giants, right?
Okay.
So, like the game started at noon.
Okay.
So there was a big shadow that came through the hole in the roof, right? So we had it so that the visiting team was in the sun.
Gotcha.
All right, and we were in the shade.
Right.
So I see my brother out there, and I told him before the game, I go, dude, listen, like do as little as possible in pregame warm-up, otherwise you're going to die. This is Texas heat. It's different than New York. Like, you go out there. So my brother's like the right tackle or something, and he's out there, and I could just see him wilting in the sun, like in the heat, and I'm just laughing. Like, I just know the sweat beads coming out of him. I'm like, dude's losing 10 pounds of pregame warm-up, man. You're doing too much.
You had that big crown in the middle of the field where your quarterback got to throw. We had a crown at Washington High School, kind of reminiscent of Texas Stadium.
I remember Barry Switzer had a crown at Oklahoma. When they were running the wishbone.
Mm-hmm.
And so, the way the crown worked, it was so elevated that if you were on one sideline looking across the other sideline, you'd only see players from like the waist up.
Mm-hmm.
But he loved that crown for the wishbone. Like, those guys were running literally downhill.
Yeah.
Like, we call it downhill now.
Right.
Yeah.
But if, like, J.C. Watson, Billy Sims, they were running literally downhill when they had the ball.
It's funny you referenced the crown because Reardon had it before they went to a turf field.
Yep.
And so it was also a baseball field.
Yeah.
And the center fielder, you'd look back, I'd be in the infield, and I'd look back, and I wouldn't see anything but the waist up because he's so far deep.
Yeah,
and that crown was, I guess, to get the water to kind of go off the middle of the field and whatnot. It's just, that era of football is so underrated.
Oh, well, I mean, it was just a different era. Like people keep... Obviously, Micah Parsons, like, I'm a big fan.
That kid is unreal.
He's a baller.
I didn't know he
He's a
could rush the
baller.
passer like this.
Nobody
the
did.
bend around the edge is unreal.
But, I mean, just his the array of moves and his closing speed. So, I mean, people just, like, is this LT? Is this LT? I'm like, no. Like, just don't do that. Like, he's special in his own way.
Yes.
Right.
But LT just had a violence to his game.
LT was unreal.
Like, he couldn't play in today's game. Like, he'd be like, ejected from every game.
Wow.
The stuff that he was doing.
How did you even block LT?
Yeah, well, I mean, I held. I held him a lot.
I mean, it wasn't just LT on that defensive line.
Yeah.
It was Leonard Marshall.
Yeah.
Pepper Johnson.
Yes.
Yeah, Carl Banks
Carl
blitzing.
Banks.
Eric
So
Carson
underrated.
blitzing. I mean, that whole front. And then you play the Eagles, and there's the late, great Jerome Brown.
Yeah.
Reggie White, Seth Joyner, Clyde
Eric
Simmons.
Allen.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys, how did you try to do it? Every single week it felt like there was just dudes. And if you happen to play the Buffalo Bills, there's number 78, Bruce Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was like I remember Chris Hinton was our left tackle when I was in Indianapolis. So back then we were in the same division as Buffalo. And Chris Hinton he was as good a left tackle as I've ever seen. But anyways, he just come in for the Buffalo games and goes, well, I guess I'm just going to give up my 2 sacks to Bruce today and get the hell on out of here.
Brian Baldinger live in studio with the Do-Rag on. We're going to have Pandora's Box on the other side.
A lot of fun.
Pandora's Box coming up with Baldy right here on 95.7 The Game, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
The Splash lives here.
Okay, up top to Curry. Quick release and splash! There it is!
The unbelievable lives here.
It's a Football Friday. We got Bonte Hill. My dad, by the way, Baldy, is watching on YouTube right now, and he says Baldy's the coolest. Straight up. He just straight up said the guy's the greatest of all time. Well, let's get into a little Pandora's box. Before we do that, if you have any questions for Baldy, I mean, it's literally Football Friday. You want to go football, you got Niner questions, you got Falcons questions, maybe you just got some old school football questions. 888-957-9570. We're having a lot of fun here. Are you guys ready to do a little Pandora's box?
Yeah.
We'll start with Bonte, and then we'll work our way to
I don't
Baldy.
think you want me setting the tone here.
That's the whole point.
I'm a little nervous about setting the tone here.
Give it to me.
All right.
Bonte Hill has a vast knowledge of sports.
If you do watch the film, don't knock us for watching film, Shasky.
But if there is one kind of hole in his game, it's music.
All right, do you know the...
Sweet Home Alabama.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's go.
They later changed to the Noble Five before...
Oh, it's Maroon 5. This is Maroon 5.
Maroon 5.
It's time for Pandora's Box.
All right.
This is embarrassing, man.
Here's Pandora's Box. I play a song from yesteryear. I give Bonte a couple of clues. He doesn't have to name the name of the song because that's too easy. He has to name the band, okay? Now, Baldy, don't jump in and give him the name of the band.
Yeah, I understand.
All right? Now, this is
I'll
a
bite my tongue.
classic. We're going to go all the way back to 1969.
Oh, boy.
Sometimes I grow so tired.
I'm reading the book right now.
That's so good.
I'm reading the book right now.
Oh, my God.
All right, here's your first clue.
Oh, my gosh.
Co-written by Jimmy Page and Robert Plant. Recorded in 1969 at Juggy Sound Studio in New York City.
Juggy Sound Studio.
This is one of their most popular songs on iTunes. Most downloaded songs of
That's
1969.
Bonzo. Bonzo's on the drums.
Dude,
Does that
Bonzo's
help?
on the... John Curley knows the song. John Curley, you know this one?
Everyone knows
Curley,
this.
you don't
Everybody
even
knows
listen to
this.
music. What are you talking
Bonte.
about?
Do you know who Jimmy Page is?
No, I don't know who Jimmy Page is. Jungle Studio. All right, I'm going to take a 1969 New York City. That's Beatles territory right there.
my
That's
God.
Beatles territory.
They were done by then.
They were done by then?
Yeah, they were done.
done by
Beatlemania
69?
had already come and
that's
gone.
number
Gosh.
one X.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay.
Oh, man.
The original name of the group was the Yardbirds.
Yes.
The Yardbirds. Now, they are from overseas, Bonte. I just want to let you know.
They're from the Midlands.
Yes, and
The
they are
Midlands.
also one of the originators of stadium rock bands. They would pack up big, right, Baldy?
No, nobody took over America.
You two.
Nobody took over
You
America.
two, no, not you two.
Wait, time out. You got one
gosh,
more. Just
dang
wait a
it.
minute. You
All
got
right.
one more guess here. All right,
See,
just to let
see,
you
my
know.
little Baldy, we call
Let me
this
say,
snitching
I'll
music.
just give you a hint.
Yeah,
I'll just
give
give
it
you a
to
hint. Like, remember when you'd go to a gas station
Yep.
and you'd get leaded gas or non-leaded gas?
I'm going there. The name of the band essentially was created because they said that Jimmy Page and the other guy in the band, who you wouldn't know, they were going to fall like a lead balloon. A lead
Oh, gosh.
balloon.
Guns N' Roses?
Okay, the first name is Lead.
Led Zeppelin.
There
Led
we
Zeppelin.
go.
Led Zeppelin. Hey,
Oh,
look,
man.
Baldy, look, man.
Have you
Look,
ever
I'm going
heard
to
of Led
smack you
Zeppelin?
upside the head with this.
Hey, man, Led Zeppelin. I mean, my girl walks around with Led Zeppelin shirts all day, and she's never listened to a song. I actually asked her this
Wait.
a couple weeks ago.
What?
She has a Led Zeppelin shirt. I'm like, babe, when'd you get into Led Zeppelin? It's because, I just like the T-shirt. I was like, all right. Never involved me, man.
To me, if somebody doesn't know Ramble On,
That's what I'm saying.
if somebody doesn't know,
Thank you.
I'm thinking, like, I throw out every cliche, like, what rock have you been under for the last 40 years? Like, how's that possible?
Baldy,
I love
man.
you, Baldy.
In my hood, we
No.
call it-
It's not a cultural thing.
Thank
Like,
you,
everybody
Baldy.
knows Led Zeppelin.
No, man. I'm telling you, man. We call it snitching music, man. Somebody comes to the hood bumping Led Zeppelin, man. You're
Yeah.
gonna look that crazy.
Come
You're
on,
gonna
man.
get
Just put the
robbed.
boombox up.
All right, let's start in order here. Now, Bonte, you're allowed to give Baldy clues.
Gotcha.
I will let you
Gotcha.
now be the MC, the
Gotcha.
master of ceremonies. I also have some ammunition.
No, you lead it, and I'll give them a clue.
Perfect. Okay, let's start
No,
with
but
our.
like, what genre of music is this?
Oh, we're going hip hop for you.
Hip hop.
Baldy
Yes.
knows hip hop.
Rap. We're going rap.
Baldy knows
Rap?
everything.
Yep.
I mean, there's only one
These
rap.
are the classics, okay? There's only so many. My dad can name these, all right?
Okay.
So here we go. Give me the first song, Steven. We're going back to 1995. After being released from prison, this particular rapper paired up with Roger Troutman and Dr. Dre to create this song.
Oh, yeah, I know this song.
I know. It's a
Yeah,
great
this
one.
is,
He also wore bandettas.
yeah. No, I know the song.
He's got a number in his name.
From the Bay Area. He's from the Bay Area.
6969.
I love you, Baldy. I love you. He feuded with East Coast rappers and started the West Coast rap genre, essentially, when it comes to being on MTV.
I know who this is. Ice Cube.
No, close though.
Close. He was an actor. He played in Above the Rim. Above the Rim
Snipes.
Poetic Justice. Tupac Shakur.
Oh, it's Tupac.
That'll feel
that was going to be my next guess.
After blowing Led Zeppelin, I was like, damn, I can't roll with Baldy no more, man. I feel like he's just going to delete me from the phone.
Hey,
he's not coming back on the road.
No, but I should have gotten Tupac.
It's okay, but Ramble On, I'm being real when I say it. It should be in your playlist.
All right,
Ramble
I'll get it on the
playlist. Classic.
I'll get it on the playlist.
When I hear the song, I get goosebumps. All right, let's go to our second song. This is this guy's nemesis, essentially, at times, and they were also buddies at times. Play me the song, please.
Jump in the Rover and come over. Tell your friends jump in the GS3. I got the by the tree.
This is Biggie.
Wow!
Thank you.
Biggie Smalls, baby.
Let's go.
Straight guess.
Let's go.
Biggie Smalls, Big
Let's
Papa.
go.
Big Papa. Baldy knows
Notorious
that one.
B.I.G. Look at him.
Yeah.
I love
Notorious
I'm proud of you.
B.I.G.,
I'm proud of you. You're on a better roll than this guy over here. All right, let's go to the last one. Little more current, okay? And this guy, I'll allow Bonte to give the clues. Give me the song.
If you having girl problems, I feel bad for you, son. I got 99 problems, but a ain't one.
Oh, yeah. I know this song.
Guys from Marcy Projects in New York City dates one of the hottest female artists in the game today.
Ludacris.
That's good.
That's good.
That's good.
Once was a minority owner for an NBA basketball team.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, this is Puffy.
Close.
Very
close.
He's from New York City.
Yeah. Married to Beyonce.
Yeah, married to Beyonce.
Oh, yeah. What's his name? I know. Jay-Z.
There we go, Baldy. There we go.
Sorry.
There we go. 2 out of 3. Not bad, Baldy. Not bad,
Do you
baby.
like that? That's a fun little.
That's good game. Good game.
You like that, huh?
Hey, C's get degrees where I'm from, Baldy, so you pass there. You get your diploma.
I'm surprised you guys didn't throw any Eminem out there.
Oh, yeah. So explain to the people now, because you said to me, Joe, I'm in an Eminem song.
Yeah.
Explain what happened.
No, I mean, look, Eminem has a song called Legacy.
Okay.
And it was back in like 2013. And he was like he's ripping on me, going, "You're just a bunch of Brian Baldingers," you know. And he drops my name into the song, and it's like these analysts out there. They think they know it. They say he's all this stuff.
That's an honor, though.
Huh?
That's an honor, though, to be in a rap song.
Like, do you understand like the street cred that I had
sure.
amongst like 15-year-old white boys? Like I was like hip hop heaven right there when you get that done.
But was that the first song your name had ever been dropped in?
It is, yeah.
Wow, the first and only? First and last?
Yeah.
I mean, to get named in a song, a bunch of baldingers out there, not only do you got street cred with the 15-year-old white boys.
Punched up back there.
Get that punched up. Get that legacy song up there, Langford. But also, Baldy, you got street cred for the big stepping.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Stunner Man came to the studio, talked to you. It was epic.
So cool.
You start big stepping on NFL Network. MJ Acosta's like, wow, I didn't know Baldy could big step. You have no idea. You can walk into any parts of San Francisco, and they're going to dap you up, Baldy. You say, oh, that's Baldy. That's big stepping Baldy. He's all good.
Well, what does that dab you up mean? Like, does that mean like...
So they would either shake your hand, give you a little fist pound, give you a little fist pound or something like that.
You know, the West Coast lingo is always a little different.
It is
very
different.
much so.
Yeah, we got a different language out here.
Yeah, we're on our own vibe. Yeah. 888-957-9570. Niners, Falcons. Baldy's on the call.
Yep.
We're going to be down at Levi Stadium. I'll be out there 8 years ago this week. Final game at Candlestick.
Yeah.
Any memories from Candlestick? I want to get into this because the Falcons and Niners were an old NFC West rival for many years. I can't believe they were in the West, if you can believe it. So I'm excited for this one. I don't know what to expect from the Atlanta Falcons.
Hold on 1 second. Get that queued up, Langford.
Now I got it queued up, and this is the clean version because there's a lot of swear words in this song, Baldy. So we'll get to it right here.
Me against the world, so what? I'm Brian Dawkins versus the whole 0-16 Lions offense. So bring on the Giants, Falcons, and Miami Dolphins. It's the body bag game. I'm supplying coffins. Cause you bunch of Brian Baldingers. You gonna tie a...
Wow.
Yeah,
so you get Dawkins, Lions, Eagles, Falcons, and you get Baldingers in there. Wow.
I like that.
That's pretty. That's legendary,
a lot of street cred right there.
That should be in your Wikipedia. That should be at the bottom of your Wikipedia. Once featured in the song written by Eminem.
Bunch of Brian Baldingers.
There you go. I love the way he said it. I think it's just, like one of those things where the words just sort of help to rhyme the thing. But, still, he pulled it out.
I like
he pulled
that.
it out. That
He
should
could
be
have said a bunch of, Joey Boses, but he didn't.
He did. It should be on the footnote of the Twitter page. That would be my avatar.
So now I want to go back to Bonte thinking that the Beatles did that song. That's like saying Johnny Unitas won the Super Bowl last year, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, is it that bad? Jesus.
Yeah, it is.
It was pretty bad.
No, I didn't think it was that bad. You say overseas, always think Beatles. I'm thinking 69. Okay, 69. Beatles are kind of humming in the 60s. I don't know if it was early
the
or
thing
late
is,
60s.
they had this thing. They had this thing called the British Invasion.
Yes.
Like this music
Yes.
was coming
Yes.
out of Great Britain.
Yes.
So I'm reading this book about Jimmy Page right now. So it's so fresh in my mind. But there was like this area in between, like Manchester, and London.
Okay.
All right, so the Beatles are from Liverpool.
Right.
There's all these,
Abbey
Rolling
Road.
Stones, all this stuff. So in between Manchester and London is called the Midlands. And so like Eric Clapton, they're from Epsom,
Okay.
like Epsom salts.
Yeah,
That's
I
where
know
they made
exactly.
the salts.
You used to stick your foot in an Epsom salt bath.
Epsom salt baths, yeah.
Jimmy Page is from Epsom, England.
Oh.
And like literally 5 minutes away, Eric Clapton was from there. Like there was
way.
all this talent that came out of this one area.
It's like
It was
Western
crazy.
Pennsylvania for quarterbacking.
Very good. That's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah,
Good
who's that?
comparison.
Jim Kelly, Marino, Montana.
Yeah.
That's good knowledge, Shasky. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. Let me admit, we do these Pandora boxes, and I'm cringing. I'm trying to listen to all this music, and I'm saying, damn, I can't believe I got this big of a hole when it comes to rock. All these popular songs, man. I'm 39 years old.
It's more than a hole, Bonte.
It's
more than a hole.
yeah, it's like
if Led Zeppelin's falling through, and you don't know that riff. It's more. It's like
It's a
gouge.
crater.
Yeah, it's like
He's
a
a
canyon.
one-read quarterback. I mean, that's what he is.
not going to survive long in the league. Not going to survive long. Brian Baldinger live in studio. Phil Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill here on the roast. Yeah, Bonte Hill on the roast. 888-957-9570. Ask Baldy anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Literally anything. The guy goes fishing with his bare hands, catching fish with his teeth. I mean, the guy's unbelievable.
So me and Bonte, we kind of go back and forth on this, right? Like, I'm very, very hard on Jimmy Garoppolo. Not that I don't think that he's been good for the Niners. He has been good. He's been a good acquisition for them, but he leaves me so frustrated. I sit in the end zone every single week, and I watch the guy, and just, for me, I tell him all the time, the decision making, just, what are you looking at? What are you seeing? That doesn't mean that he doesn't have great moments. He does. He has great moments, like the two drives that he had at the end of the Cincinnati game. But he gets me so frustrated. And I'm not trying to take anything away from him at any point, but I do believe at times he's left a lot out on that field. When you watch Jimmy Garoppolo play week to week, no one's saying he's not a solid player, but do you get as frustrated as I get watching it?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes I do. I feel like everything has to be just right for Jimmy to really be, to excel at the level that we watched last night. Like, he just doesn't have. So I remember one time when Brett Favre went to Minnesota.
Okay.
They played the Packers on a Monday night. So it was Aaron Rodgers, Brett Favre. It was an unbelievable. It was like last night. So I was doing this thing for the NFL Network, and I was literally in the end zone of the game. And I had never really watched an NFL game from the end zone, like during a game.
Right.
And what you realize is, and this is not, I'm not defending Jimmy because of this or anybody else, but you realize how little a quarterback actually sees. Like you sometimes you only see like a shoulder pad or you just see a hand. Like rarely do you see the whole picture that we see on TV.
Right.
Rarely. Or even if you're at the game and you're sitting in the end zone.
Because we have an up view,
Right.
You can see the play develop.
Like sometimes, like the reason why Drew Brees was so special was, he was a great tennis player in Austin, Texas. He had elite footwork.
Yeah.
So his feet always moved. If you just watch him, just watch his footwork. And he always reset himself, and he could throw between the trees as well as anybody. And, he's super accurate, all that stuff. And I just feel like Jimmy, because of his size and he's not mobile, but like he just doesn't have the footwork, I think, that you need to be at the very highest level. And because, like, I think sometimes he has obstructed views about what he's looking at. And it's not his fault. It's just who it is. Like, either you're Justin Herbert, you're 6'6", and you can just throw over everything, and you can see the whole field. Or you got Mahomes, and you just have, like, this crazy pocket awareness that just is unique to him. And he just doesn't have that. But it's not to say he can't be the guy. He is the guy. But you just can't put him in the top tier.
Yeah.
Because of that.
Has he regressed under Shanahan, in your opinion?
Well, I mean, like he had played so little at New England, so I can't say he's regressed. I think he probably learned a lot from being around Brady about just preparation and all that kind of stuff, getting ready to know really to take that test on Sunday, every Sunday, what he needs to do.
I asked that because his first 5 games with the Niners, he comes in 2017, Niners make the trade.
That's true.
On Halloween, second round pick. He comes in, they win 5 straight games. It's like, wow, this franchise got life again. Wow, we're excited to go down to Levi Stadium. He gets hurt the next season in week 3. And from that moment, it just felt like that swagger wasn't there. Now, the swagger appears at different times, right? Sometimes he looks confident, and sometimes it's just like, man, this is Jimmy GQ. He's back. And then sometimes he just looks like, man, I'm going to throw high. I'm not sure of myself. And I just wonder if Shanahan can do anything about that mentally. Is it Shanahan? And how do you make – you look at Mahomes and Reed, and you look at Herbert, whoever Joe Brady down in L.A. with the Chargers.
Drew Brees and Sean Payton.
It feels
they're
like
in
that.
Lockstep.
It feels like that relationship has never been in lockstep. Shanahan has never quite trusted him, which has always been weird to me because it's like if you don't trust a guy, move on and go get your guy.
Well, that's what they did.
Finally.
Well, they did. I mean, they made a monster move this year to go get this guy in Trey Lance. And then, he was part of it. And then all of a sudden, he just disappeared. He's not even in the conversation.
No.
And I thought, he was going to be a really good fit here because of his ability to run. And I thought, you put that ability with Shanahan and the run game as it is, they're going to lead the league in rushing. I'm not saying he's going to be Lamar Jackson in what he did with Baltimore for 2 or 3 years. But I thought you're going to have that opportunity to really expand the playbook. And we never saw that.
Baldy, you brought up something that I found really interesting, which is the height of Jimmy Garoppolo. So when the draft was coming around, I did this deep dive on who are the greatest of all time in the NFL. And I went through the Hall of Fame. And outside of Fran Tarkenton, now eventually Drew Brees will get in. Russ, I believe, will get in because they're shorter guys. Outside of Fran Tarkenton and Sonny Jurgensen, there are no players under 6'2.5" in the Hall of Fame at quarterback. 2 of those guys. So there's a prerequisite height, size.
Yeah, but Montana wasn't,
No, but there's just something about being a little bit taller, being able to throw and whatnot. And I think the underrated thing about Tom Brady, everyone says precision, pocket passing. His height does give him an advantage to see things that maybe some of the shorter guys can't.
Well, nothing was more evident in that study than comparing Tua and Herbert.
Yes.
I mean, just think about that. I mean, Tua's under 6 foot.
Yeah.
All right. Injury history. Justin Herbert never been hurt.
6'6".
6'6". He's just like when I watch him throw the football, I'm like, if you had to go invent, and just go on the internet and create the perfect quarterback, that's him. He's not too big. He's not 6'8". No, but he's 6'6", and he's got this whip of an arm, and this mobility, and this he's got every intangible, and he looks like he's having a ball out there.
Yeah.
The only thing about which to me it's a little bit odd.
Yeah.
He wants no part of being a star. He don't want to do if he didn't have to ever do an interview, he'd be great. He'd love that. To me, I think quarterbacks have to sort of welcome all that part.
A little brash.
You have to be like that.
Yeah.
That's leadership right there, right? You got to get up to that podium, own it.
You got to own the whole thing. Aaron Rodgers could just sit up there and put his foot on there.
Yeah.
And this is my pinky toe.
Yeah.
He doesn't care.
Right.
You see, write whatever you want.
Well, and I think the other thing with quarterbacking with Jimmy, and he does a good job of this, you got to hang in there and deliver the ball from a muddied pocket and take shots.
Yeah.
One thing that was great about Kurt Warner that no one ever brought up, I used to watch him come into Candlestick. He would hold onto the ball for the last second and take a shot and deliver it over the middle time and time again. And there's so many intangibles when it comes to quarterbacking. I don't know. It's hard to quantify.
But one thing about Jimmy, though, and I think we saw this early on with Jimmy, early in his tenure with the Niners, he does take shots.
He does. He's
I
tough.
see him take a lot of shots. I mean, I remember a throw to Carlos Hyde, his first in 2017. He throws a dime to Carlos Hyde, goes right through his head. Javion Clowney's bearing down on him and just smokes him.
Yeah.
And we're all wondering here as seeing Jimmy Garoppolo for the first time, is this guy tough enough? Can he take a hit? I saw him take that hit.
He's very tough.
I would never question Jimmy's toughness.
I'm not.
Ever. That guy is he's been smoked back there before, and whether he got hurt or didn't get hurt from it, I don't know. But I would never do that. He's not a guy that's flinching. You saw Blaine Gabbert, some of these guys. Oh, yeah. Like, they just shrunk in the pocket. Like, that's not Jimmy.
Yeah, so this quarterback evolution. Everybody wants their 6'5", 6'6", rocket arm, mobility.
They want Herbert.
It feels like we've had these guys in the league before. Heck, you played with one. Randall Cunningham. What do you think? Because you played the game, you were in the locker room. What was said about those type of quarterbacks then? I was a little younger, obviously no social media, because it feels like everybody's got to have one now. Where I remember loving Randall Cunningham saying, man, I wish I had a quarterback like that. But what was the talk of the league when it came to the Randall Cunninghams? Even Steve Young, who ran around and made plays with his legs.
No, I mean, look, Randall, like, he was on the cover of Sports Illustrated back when Sports Illustrated was
the biggest publication.
Like, you waited every Friday to get your Sports Illustrated. He was the ultimate weapon. Like, that's what they called him. He was on the cover of Sports Illustrated. Like, he was an unbelievable punter. Like, he could throw the ball. Like, he could throw the ball 85 yards. Like, he just had. And then, I just remember, though. But I remember one time we were playing a playoff game, and I'm in Philly, and I'm the left guard, and we're playing the Cowboys. And that was the year they won their first Super Bowl with Jimmy. And, Russell Maryland or, somebody, Leon Lett, somebody was chasing him, and Ken Norton hit him. And planted Randall like 8 yards down the field. And I remember just running down there and picking up Randall off the ground. He looks at me and he goes, I ain't running no more today, dude. Like, that was it. He didn't run no more.
Wow.
Ken Norton planted him right into the turf at Texas Stadium, and that was it. He was done. Like, not that he wasn't a tough guy. I think Randall grew up mentally. Like, he became a much more complete player once he left Philly. When he went to Minnesota with like Billick and those guys, he had Randy Moss.
Childress.
He went to Baltimore. Like, you look at Randall at the end, like, his numbers were crazy good. But he really started learning the game. Like, I don't think he ever learned the game. Like, I remember one time we were having a 2-minute drill in Washington, and like, Randall used to run to the sidelines and get the play, then run back on the field. But we're in a 2-minute drill.
Right.
Like, you don't have time to go run to the sidelines. He liked to run to the sidelines because he knew the cameras were on him.
Oh, my.
Like, he just wanted the attention. So he gets in the huddle, and he's like, all right, like Freddie Barnett and Calvin Williams are our wide receivers. He's like, Freddie, Cal, just do this. And I'm the right tackle going, what the hell is that? Like, what's this? And he goes, like, in my center, Dave Alexander just says, just block right, Baldy. Just block right. I'm like, all right.
What's coming up on the game brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Hey, Roasters, get in here. 888-957-9570. Ask Baldy anything. Niners, Falcons, Sunday. Big game at Levi Stadium at 105. Ask him anything about football. Ask him anything about life. He's got life lessons for you as well. Brian Baldinger live in studio here in the Morning Roast with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. And it's coming up. It is all brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
The Splash lives here.
Hey, up top to Curry. Quick release and splash! There it is.
which Christmas playlist did you find this at?
We've been doing this from the Odyssey exclusive stations for long enough, guys, where you go to the holiday playlist and they got a bunch to choose from. Which do you think this is from? This is Silver Bells by Bing Crosby. Which playlist is this from?
Bing Crosby, wow.
It's not from Hail Santa. It's not from the Hail Santa. It's not from the Hail Santa playlist.
Is this from the Elf playlist?
No, this is from Classic Christmas. Classic Christmas on the Odyssey app.
I was going to say Classic Reindeer Christmas
Baldy,
playlist.
I know he's been canceled this year, but did you know that our friend Stephen Langford does a great John Gruden impression? You got to look at the face.
Huh?
Watch the John Gruden impression.
Okay.
I thought I retired this thing, man, but I guess I got to bring it back because we got Brian Baldinger in the studio. I remember Baldy back in the day when he was playing for them Indianapolis Colts, man. Were they the Baltimore Colts at the time there, Baldy? Were they Baltimore?
They were the Indy Colts,
They were
John.
the Okay, they were the Indy Colts. All right, man.
Played with Eric Dickerson. Eric Dickerson, ED.
Yeah.
Got nothing, Gruden? Nothing on that one?
I got no more, man. I was hoping to retire this whole impression after that little incident from a few
You got
weeks
the
ago.
eyebrows going?
Yeah, the eyebrows are money, right?
Definitely.
Don't forget about the new Odyssey exclusive station on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. 888-957-9570. Roasters are lining up to ask
Let's
Baldy
do this.
some questions here. Let's start with our man, Tsunami. In San Jose. Good morning, Tsunami. Happy Friday, man. You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, Bonte? What's up, Shafty?
What up?
Aldi, my man.
What's up, Tsunami?
They brought you in to save Christmas, brother.
What you got, man?
Here's the deal. I need your help, Baldy. I know you got a good palate. I need your help. What do we serve on Christmas, and what do we serve on New Year's? And do we do the same? Prime rib? Do you go bone in? Do you tie that bad boy back? Do you go non-bone? What? Give me some tips, brother.
You got to go bone in. I'm bone in for more flavor. More marbleized flavor. Like, look, the bone-in ribeye is the greatest invention of food ever. I could eat that literally breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and I want to gnaw on the bone at the end. I want to chew every piece of meat off the bone.
I'm imagining a Fred Flintstone situation where you just lollipop the bone out of your mouth.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just the best cut of meat, and to me, you should never ever stop eating meat. There should be no rule about meat eating. We've got incisors for a reason.
Yes.
Chew the meat.
Yeah.
So that's what you serve at Christmas dinner? Just go bone in Christmas and New Year's. Tsunami, that's what you should do?
Yeah. You just get your best bottle of red, get your bone in, just salt it up, get the hot flame, grill it up, just red in the center. You're going to have the best flavor, and you're going to have this your endorphins just pour out of your body because it's enjoying it so much.
Well, now I have a question. So Christmas put to the side, New Year's. Are you a sit down and eat an elegant meal, or we're just partying?
No, it's a party.
Yeah.
Who wants to do both? You don't have enough energy for both.
Exactly.
No, you just eat whatever. Get your shrimp cocktail and just start with the champagne and just keep it going.
Yeah,
I'm not bad at that at all. I'm not bad at that. Let's go to Austin in the Bay. Austin, he's got a question for Baldy here on the roast. What's up, Austin?
What's up, Austin?
What's up? How y'all, man? How y'all doing? You too, Baldy.
Morning, Austin.
Man, I got a quick question for you, man. How you gonna get Biggie right and not Tupac, man?
I know. That was bad, Austin. That was bad. I knew Tupac too, man. I just couldn't get it out of my mouth.
Got Jay-Z. Yeah, you barely got Jay-Z. But my football question is: do you think Shanahan is going to finally open up the playbook for these last 4 games that he's been holding back? That's my question for you.
Well, every week is a little bit different. I think this week against Atlanta, their defense is it's very questionable. I think that all 3 guys right now, the big 3, between Debo and Ayuk and Kittle, are all on their game right now. And I feel like they're all healthy. And so I think you'll see Debo in the backfield again. He'll get some carries. But I feel like this is it's time. It's December. It's the playoff push. Whatever is in the playbook can come out of the playbook.
Yeah. I want to go around the room because Bonte and I argue about Shanahan, so shockingly, all
we
the
argue
time.
about everything.
And look, Shanahan, I do not think has learned how to balance it out fully the way some of the other great coaches around the leagues have on how to be a general and how to balance football, complementary football at times. I think he just frustrates me with some of the play calls where he's trying to set things up and it just leads to dead drives or drive killers. Who is Kyle Shanahan at his core as a head coach?
Like, as a comparison?
Just in general, like, who is he? What? Like, I don't even know what he is week to week. Like, I know who Andy Reid is. Andy Reid is a guy who's going to out-scheme you at times and could dial up a play at any given time that'll be a 70-yard touchdown.
Yeah, but, like, look, they went to 5 NFC championship games in Philadelphia. Yeah. They got to 1 Super Bowl. I mean, nothing against Donovan McNabb, but he's not Patrick Mahomes.
No.
Like, if you have Mahomes, you could do anything.
Yeah.
You know, like, so you have to, like, understand who you have, you know, and can you just, like, their ability to play beyond the X's and O's is almost unmatched in the NFL. Like, nobody can, and it's one thing to have a quarterback like that. It's another to have Kelsey and Tyreek Hill that know how to play with that.
Cheat codes.
Like, you know, when T.O. was on, like I always used to say, when he came to Philly, like, he made everybody better. It was bombs away. Like, because T.O., when the X's and O's didn't work and you took it away, you zoned it up, whatever. Like, that's when T.O. like turned it on.
Yeah.
Like, he wanted the ball. He was going to, like, that's how Antonio Brown is wired. Like, he's just going to find the quarterback. Tyreek can do that. Like, you know, that's a different skill. Learn how to play like that in a game, to find where the opening is, come back in the quarterback's vision, and come get the ball. I feel like Debo can do that to a degree, and I think Kittle can do that to a degree. Like, but they don't do that much because Jimmy's ability just to extend that long is just difficult.
Well, I'm glad you brought up Jimmy because the playmaker joined Damon Ratto earlier this week, and he talked about Jimmy G's inconsistency. Check out Michael Irvin here on Jimmy Garoppolo. Yep, and the mouse is not working.
We'll focus on the 50 minutes of average instead of the last 10 of spectacular, when most of NFL games are really won in the last 10. In those last minutes. Did you know we had 28 games? 28 games this season decided on the last play. That's so good, y'all. That's so good. That's like a great meal prepared when you hear you had that many games decided on the last play. The most important part is the last part. Now, I don't know how to fix that, what you're talking about. Well, for 50 minutes, it's so-so. In the last 10, there's a chip on the shoulder and water and ice in his veins. I don't know how you get the last 10 to go over the first 50, to be honest with you. But if you got that last 10, I'm just saying, make sure you understand, that's a pretty darn good thing to have.
Well, last 5 games for Jimmy G, thrown for over 1,100 yards, 9 touchdown passes, 3 interceptions. Is this the type of quarterback who could help this team this year? Because what Michael Irvin's talking about, in crunch time, the guy shows up. Well, they're going to need him to show up in December and possibly January. There's some beat-up teams here in the NFC. Can this guy lead this team to a couple playoff wins this season?
I think it's possible. I mean, that was a playoff game last week. Cincinnati's a playoff team.
Absolutely.
You know, and so to win that game on the road like that, in that fashion, go 7 plays, 80 yards the way they did, I mean, those are the type of things where you put that in your resume and you go, all right, we did it. You know, like, and that gives you confidence the next time you're in that situation. Yep. You know, you just think about like what Aaron Rodgers did with 30 seconds to go in the game this year to you guys. You know, like that was like nobody.
One of the best throws I've ever seen live in my life.
It's like he has that in him. Like, and so he can come on the field, you know, in a playoff game and go, we did it in San Francisco, let's do it again.
Yeah.
That throw, I was sitting in the end zone, I'm up top, right? That throw to Devontae on that play, just over Fred Warner's hands, just to see it from my angle where I was in the end zone, it was one of the greatest throws alive I've ever seen in my life.
Best part about that throw was
so
he didn't even look at Devontae before the play. They broke the huddle, kind of takes a quick glance to the left. Okay, Devontae's lining up. I know I got one-on-one over there where they're running the soft zone. He didn't look there he looked at the line, looked at the right side, called barks and orders. As soon as he dropped back straight to Devontae, I was like, damn, that's next level. But that's chemistry. That's chemistry right there. And I think one thing I want to say about Jimmy is that he's had so many guys in and out the lineup. How can a quarterback prosper when Debo's been hurt, when Kittle's been hurt, Ayuk's been in doghouse? You see what we're saying here? Yeah. Like Brady has worked with Mike Evans. Mm-hmm. They're on the field. They're building that rapport. Godwin's a baller. That rapport just hasn't been there with this team because they're always beat up.
Well, you know, it's interesting, like Devontae. You know, he came out of the 2014 draft. Mm-hmm. He was a 9th wide receiver taken.
Yeah.
Wow. That was OBJ. Yeah. That was Mike Evans. Well. He was a 9th receiver taken, 56th player taken in the draft, right? He came out of Fresno.
Local boy. Palo Alto.
Palo Alto kid, right? So he went to Fresno, And, he led college football in receiving his last year at Fresno, right? So when he came to Green Bay, even now, when you go to Green Bay, there's a pecking order. Like, you don't get on the field. You have all these other guys that were there at the time. And so you kind of, like, wait your turn. Like, you work on your game. You're working on your routes. You're working on your releases. You're working on all these different things just to get on the field. And so it took him 3 years to really become one of the guys. And then it took another 2 years to become the guy. And so, like, it was a transformation that you have to go through. And, like, but you build that rapport to the point where, like you're saying, Bonte, like, you're not even looking at him.
No. Right.
Like, it could be 4th and 8. He's going to Devontae.
Right.
Like, you don't know how he's getting it to him, but he's getting to him. And like, that trust, like, it takes years of practice and, like, being in those situations before you can become that guy.
Well, and I think that's the thing that, like, and Jimmy's nowhere near where this guy is, but when he's throwing to Kittle late in that game over and over and over, and that throw he made where the safety's coming down and he just lobbed it in where only Kittle could catch it, in a way, it reminded me of Brady and Gronk in Arrowhead when it was like the whole stadium knew Gronk's getting it. Yeah. It's going to Gronk, and somehow, some way, Brady's going to throw it to him, and boom, he finds him, and only a spot where he can make a play.
Yeah, no, that chemistry is it just doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen overnight, and it doesn't happen in a year. It takes years and off seasons and all that kind of stuff. I mean, you just had the playmaker on. I'll never forget going, like, I left Dallas and I went to Indianapolis, and like going out to Valley Ranch when Troy and Michael and Dion, those guys were going at it. Like, you watch their practices in May, you might as well be, Championship Sunday. Like, it was a war in practice. Like, just like every day, it was a war and a battle.
Did you ever party with the playmaker?
No, he went at a different level, man.
There's levels to this. Playmaker. Miami, Florida, baby.
Yeah, it's different.
That pause was everything.
Ask Baldy anything, 888-957-9570. That's good stuff.
Hey,
Booby Roots 23 wants to know, what's the worst thing that's happened to you, Baldy, at the bottom of a pile after a fumble?
Ooh, that's a good one.
The worst thing to happen to me, I remember one time I was playing for the Colts, and we're playing against the Eagles, and we're 0-3. And Reggie White was the Minister of Defense for the Eagles. So we can't get to 0-4. Our season's going to be over.
Yep.
So I remember we're in a pile, and our right tackle was Kevin Call, right? And Kevin Call, he was a steroid guy. He was, he had like issues, drinking issues. He had issues, like a lot of guys, And so you can't put it against him. It's just where he was. And we're getting up from this pile, and Reggie just grabs the creature. Kevin Call, we call him the creature. He just grabs the creature, and he goes, "Meet me after the game." And Kevin Call comes back to the huddle and goes, "What does that mean?" I'm like, "I don't know, Kev. Like, it's you and Reg, man. It's on." And so, like, the whole game, he's like nervous, man. He's like, "Dude, what does he want?" I'm like, so I knew, like, Reggie liked to pray after these
the
games.
Right. Yeah.
So he would just, like, know that certain guys had issues.
Right.
Like, if you prayed, like, we can solve this together. Right. But I didn't want to say that to Kevin. I wanted him to be on edge. Yeah. The whole game. The whole game, he's like, "Dude, man, like, what, are you going to be there with me?" I'm like, "Yeah, I got you, Kevin. It's fine." So we win the game on the final play. Final play, like Jeff George, whoever, like, throws his winning touchdown pass. And Kevin's like, he's walking off the field. I'm like, "Dude, man, this is like, I'm like, we won a game. We won in Philly at the vet." And there's Reg. Like, just go see him, man. Like, it was about prayer service.
Oh, my goodness.
They had him so worked up, man. Meet me after the game.
That is great stuff there. Brian Baldinger live in studio here on the Morning Roast. He's calling the Falcons-Niners game Sunday for Compass Media Networks. He'll be at Levi Stadium, 1:05 kickoff here. And they're doing something special as Brian Baldinger is live here in studio at Baldy NFL on Twitter. Something special. You're in for a treat. Halftime. Patrick Willis and John Taylor will be inducted into the 49ers Hall of Fame this weekend.
Wow.
Before we get to Patrick Willis.
Oh, my God.
That's his favorite player.
Okay.
John Taylor is one of my favorite 49ers all time.
Yeah.
The first time I was able to break curfew, my grandmother, it was Monday Night Football against the LA Rams. Yep, Delaware State. Monday Night Football against the L.A. Rams, where he had the 2 90-plus yard quick slants.
Pensacola, New Jersey.
Man, that's crazy.
Straight out of Pensacola.
Man, that's crazy.
He's a great baseball player, too.
Yep, he was a good player.
His family was very. I played with his brother in Indianapolis.
Really?
Really?
Yeah,
I didn't know he had a brother in the league.
I'm pretty sure. I might be wrong about that, but I thought he had a brother that played briefly.
Well, he's going to be inducted into the 49ers Hall of Fame, and I love him because the first time I was able to break curfew Monday Night Football, he had 2 90-plus yard touchdowns. Young Vontae's going crazy against the L.A. Rams, and he was a great blocker. Nobody knows about John Taylor. He was in Jerry Rice's shadow here. What do you remember about the great John Taylor?
Game winner against Cincinnati, right?
Yes. Yeah, Super Bowl 23.
So what happened was there was all this chaos. Jerry Rice almost scored a touchdown. Brent Jones is supposed to go out onto the field, can't find his helmet. John Taylor, if you watch the play, lines up in a tight end spot and runs the play that Brent Jones claims would have been his touchdown.
Wow. I did not know that, man. Well, back then, in the West Coast offense, you had the X and you had the Z. You had the Y, the tight end. Like, you just, like, this terminology, and so, you could almost say, okay, like, Jerry was a little bit different, but you'd go, okay, the X is going to get 80. The Z is going to get 60. The tight end's going to get 60. Like, there was just, like, the way it was spread out in the offense. The running back, Rodgers going to get this. Like, it was just, you had 5 out. Like, it was the first time you really, like, okay, what is the West Coast offense? When people say, okay, you're going to get 5 out, you're going to spread the spread the defense. Like, you're going to read triangles. Like, all this terminology, when you were all learning it kind of like the same time. Like, we were all trying to figure it out. Like, there was a place for John Taylor to go get your 60 balls.
Yeah. It felt like, to me, the West Coast offense, and again, you played in the era, but I'm watching it, short controlled passing game that would act like the running game.
Yeah.
And you'd run almost the exact same plays in different formations over and over and over again.
A lot of window dressing.
And the symmetry was just incredible. The footwork, throwing blind. Steve Young's talked about it forever. He had to throw blind and trust his receivers.
Yeah.
And it took a long time about repetitions and trust and all those things. It took him a long time to get to that level.
Yeah. When Bill Walsh came from Cincinnati, like, they wouldn't let him out of his deal, to be a head. He didn't become a head coach. He was 47.
Yeah.
And so, but that was their Cincinnati. They didn't have a running back, and they created this West Coast offense there in Cincinnati to get the ball to the wide receivers, short passes, long runs, that kind of stuff. And, they put together out of necessity.
We've got some breaking news here with the Golden State Warriors. Jordan Poole has entered health and safety protocols, according to our 95.7 The Game insider, Anthony Slater. So Jordan Poole has entered health and safety protocols as COVID has taken the NBA by storm, taking the NFL by storm. All these guys, so many players out. I think the Browns or the Rams have like 25 guys out. They're going to play the Seahawks. The Browns got a bunch of guys out. Nick Mullins, our old friend here with the Niners, is starting for the Cleveland Browns tomorrow against the Raiders as we get Saturday football. Yeah.
Nick Mullins?
Nick Mullins.
I didn't even know that. I haven't heard that name in years.
Money Mullins is what we call him here on the Morning Roast. Money Mullins.
So John Taylor, when you think of John Taylor, he is one of the 49er greats. If he had been on another team and he wasn't the backup to Jerry Rice, what would he have been as a wide receiver?
I think he probably could have been a number one.
You think so?
I think he could have elevated his game to that. Like, I don't want to make a comparison to somebody else right now, but he had that type of route running and skill and strength. That you're looking for.
Let's get into Patrick Willis, because this is my guy. Like, when I coming into my formative years of going to games and watching football, the team was so bad and defense was so bad. They finally draft this kid out of Ole Miss, and this kid was just a wrecking ball in terms of size, speed, the ability to blow up fullbacks at that time because everyone played with the fullback, sideline to sideline, his ability to cover tight ends in space. To me, he's the gold standard of that era of linebacker play, and I think this evolution of guys like Fred Warner and different guys in the league now, he's the evolutionary step toward it. And I just love the way he played. I thought every snap he took, he was damn near an all-pro player.
Well, he wore 52 for a reason. He wanted to be Ray Lewis. And he was better than Ray Lewis.
You think so?
He was better during that stretch.
Right.
Like, he was first team All-Pro, I don't know, like
6 years in a row.
6 years in a row.
Yeah.
So, but it was like from day one. Like, he came in a ready-made, finished product day one.
Yeah.
You watch him in pass coverage. Like, I remember I did this, this breakdown on him a couple years ago, like a Baldy breakdown, but extended. I went back to his first game as a pro. Like, he was changing the game in his first game.
Wow.
Like, he understood, the run game. He understood the pass concepts. His depth in his drops when he was in zone coverage. He was just so different. And then his speed in his closing speed, like he was. He was the best, from day one.
Sideline to sideline, Patrick Willis. He made plays in the pass game, would hit you, would knock you in the mouth, the leader of that defense, the inspirational leader of that defense, quiet leader. Hall of Famer, because I know he cut his career short, retired.
Was it 8 years? Was it
8 years?
Yeah.
I think he could. There's been many Hall of Fame players that had careers that were 8, or Gale Sayers played 6.
Right. Yeah.
Like he could get in.
Terrell Davis had 4 great years with the Broncos. Basically was hurt after that. He's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I remember 2000 Russia though. So, but in back-to-back Super Bowls. But I think Patrick Willis. I think when they sit there and they look at how great he was, for those 8 years. Like, I think you have to give him serious consideration.
Him and Luke Kuechly, I think, going to fall in the same bucket. Luke Kuechly, guys, the Defensive Player of the Year that Willis didn't get,
or Bowman didn't get.
They
Bowman
were so great
was really
for
good.
like every snap of their career. It felt like they were the gold standard of the position. I go back to that Super Bowl, Baldy, and it just sucks. Justin Smith, Bowman, Deshaun Golson, all those guys on that defensive side, Whitner, none of them got that Super Bowl. If they just got that Super Bowl, you get, because you bring it right up with Terrell Davis, back-to-back Super Bowls, right? Like that's part of the legacy. I do feel like he's going to fall short because of the lack of Super Bowls, and that just stings.
Yeah, no, it does. But I think you have to look. You have to look beyond the Super Bowl.
I'm with you.
You just have to look at, this was the best linebacker in football. Like, he was better. I mean, Ray didn't have his size, and he didn't have his speed. Like, he was still Ray Lewis, and I'm not taking anything away from him. I mean, like the longevity was crazy.
he was unreal.
So and his and all the things that went with it. So I'm not discrediting him at all. But Patrick Willis was on that path.
Did you ever interview him? Because the story of his life was incredible, and the class that he conducted himself with, he brought this organization as a dumpster fire into the new evolution where it's just classier and professional, and I love everything about this dude.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of know his background a little bit and how he was raised by foster parents and all in his upbringing. But they're just you just don't find many athletes at that caliber that have that kind of class.
Yeah,
and how you present yourself, I think, is really important. And regardless of your background and where you came from and all that kind of stuff, like, there's a way to handle yourself with class. And I felt like Patrick Willis was first class.
Yeah.
Speaking of backgrounds, Frank Gore had a rough background.
Yeah.
We know about his story with his mother.
Frankie G.
You know what I'm saying? And Frankie G's going to fight this weekend.
I hear.
He's going to fight Darren Williams of the NBA. And Frank Gore's taking his stuff seriously. Guy ran for over 16,000 yards. Felt like he still has some more carries in him. Frankie G, where's he fall in line here when you look at some of the greats at the running back position? Because, like we've mentioned before, you played with Eric Dickerson, Tony Dorsett. You played some great ones.
I remember working out with Frank one time. And, he was legendary, a workout warrior. Legendary, right? So he had this hill at the old facility, in Santa Clara.
Oh, yeah, the hill Singletary built. Yeah.
So he had that hill there. So I remember they wanted me for NFL Network. I'm doing this off-season thing. So I'm going each city. I did this thing with Chris Long in St. Louis and this thing with Matt Ryan in Atlanta. So I come to San Francisco. Now, I've got a broken fifth metatarsal, Jones fracture in my foot. And I'm trying to put off this, I don't want the surgery. So I'm just kind of hobbling a little bit. So my workout that day is Frank had this weight that he wrapped around his waist, and he ran up this hill, over and over and over again. So they put this weight around me, and I'm running up this hill. My foot's killing me, but I want to be a push,
Right.
So Frank's egging me on, and he's pushing me, and I'm the dude sweat he sweat like nobody else. And the harder he worked, the more fun he had. I'll never forget. So anyways, we bonded that day, and he was still a young player then. To this day, whenever I would see Frank, when he was in Buffalo, wherever he was, he always came up to me. He was in Indianapolis, where I'd be down there in the field before a game. Frank always came up to me. "What's up, brother? How you doing, man?" He introduced me to Devin Singletary.
Oh yeah,
in Buffalo. It was his little brother. He was raised in Devin Singletary. Motor Singletary. So Frank was the coolest dude, man. Teammate, worker, worker.
Yes.
what we say, he preserved himself.
Absolutely.
To be able to play that long.
My favorite thing about Frank is the team wasn't a great pass team when he was here.
Yeah.
He would come across formations and blow up linebackers.
Oh, I love that.
His pass protection, no one ever talks about that with running back play. He was just such a great player.
Well, he had the legendary practice against the Raiders. When they used to practice the Raiders, in the preseason, teams get together, they scrimmage.
Yeah.
Kirk Morrison, to this day, you ask him, number 5'2", would say, hey, what about that practice against Frank Gore up there in Napa, California? Mike Singletary had to pull Frank Gore out of the drills because he was just blowing up linebackers. And he had fun at it. He was like, no, I want to do the third down. And you don't see that with a lot of running backs these days.
Well, he had a linebacker mentality.
Yeah, no doubt.
He was a tough guy, man.
Let me give you this analogy that I have on Frank Gore. I watched every snap of his Niner career, and there's this thing, speed, size. There's certain things that are tangible. Him and Anquan Boldin are very similar in that there was an art to it where they understood the soft spots and how to get yards. And they weren't the fastest. They weren't the strongest. They were like savants that were born to play the game. And it's hard to describe unless you saw it. Because some of the other great were Barry Sanders. You could see it. It pops off. Yeah. Frank Gore, you had to watch it live to really understand how great he was. Because he wasn't going to have those pop off a run like Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah, no, it's actually a really good comparison. There was a toughness to him, just a built-in football toughness that just they didn't fatigue, and they never shied away, and in the moments they knew when to produce, and then they had the longevity, all those things. Really, all those guys basically played to almost 40. It seemed like
it's incredible.
Anquan Boldin, don't forget. Quarterback for Florida State in this Sugar Bowl against Georgia. They needed a quarterback.
He's so
Bolden's like, I'm going to play quarterback.
I remember Kurt Warner told me one. I go to Kurt on a lot of things football-wise, but we've done a bunch of shows together. But I remember one time he was telling me about red zone offense. And so Kurt is really hard on quarterbacks. Right. Really hard.
Yeah. He was great.
But he was great. But he's hard. I remember we were doing this thing with Deshaun Watson one day, and he was really critical of Deshaun, about certain things. And I don't know what he's thinking here. But anyways, I asked him, we were talking about red zone offense and how you design it and how you finish these plays. And he goes, I'll be honest with you, Baldy. If they're dropping 8, he goes, it's nice to have, Larry Fitzgerald and Anquan Boldin. You can just throw the ball up and let them go get it. Man. He goes, sometimes it's just it just comes down to what your personnel is.
I watched Kurt Warner come in with the Rams, and they were unstoppable with Marshall Faulk. Marshall Faulk was a chess piece. Yeah. Then later on in his career, he came in with the Arizona Cardinals twice a year. And this guy, everyone doubted him on how great he was. Yeah. I'm telling you, he'd hold on to the rock and then throw it across the middle. The guy would catch it in between linebackers. His precision and his ability to identify where the soft spot was, Kurt was so sick.
Well, he almost stole that Super Bowl from the Steelers.
He was so sick.
Almost stole that Super Bowl from the Steelers.
I hated
that Super Bowl between the Steelers and Cardinals is one of the all-time great Super Bowls somebody talks about.
Santonio Holmes.
What a play.
What a player.
What about the James Harrison?
The James Harrison. That may be the greatest play in Super Bowl history.
Never saw him. 99, it was a 100-yard return. But and even when Kurt went to the Giants in 2004, Eli Manning was there, and he was like the placeholder for Eli. But when they made the switch to Eli, they were either 5-2 or 6-2.
I thought they were 7-4 or something like that.
I think they were 6-2.
Yeah, they were rolling.
They were a winning team with him there. But Kurt was I think Kurt told me the story in Iowa one time in high school. What his coach used to do to toughen him up was he would have the defensive line rush him, bum rush him with no offensive line. And he had to get rid of the ball before the defensive lineman hit him. But he had to take the hit.
Really?
There was a drill. Okay, they rush 4 right at him. And he's got to make this decision and get rid of the ball as he's getting hit. With no blockers.
Wow. Ain't no coach in America doing that drill no more, man.
You go straight to jail.
You'll have all kind of people coming down to the practice field. Tell us about the Falcons, Baldy, because we're getting here. I feel good about this.
Team to me. I don't know what they are.
Yeah, Kyle Pitts is going to be a great player if he's healthy. Cordell Patterson, what he's doing at the running back spot is remarkable. Guy has all the speed in the world. He's done it all: kick return, punt return, wide receiver. But I feel like this Niners team getting that win last week in the fashion that they did, I feel like they could roll this Sunday, Baldy. And maybe I'm too overconfident. Shasky's the worry in the show. He'll be worried about every single Sunday.
Yeah.
I feel like with this running game, with the way Kittle's playing, with the way Ayuk's now out of the doghouse and Debo's back, I feel like the Niners can roll against this team.
Well, I felt like that 2 years ago when Atlanta came here.
Yeah,
you know,
we remember that
Julio
game.
destroyed them in the fourth quarter.
And won on the final play of the game.
I'm not sure that ball got in.
Huh?
I'm not sure.
I don't know either. You know, but they, you know, the replay thing is a little confusing to me sometimes, and how they determine some of this stuff. But yeah, I mean, they came here and like that was. I remember when they were 1-7. And I'll never forget, like, I used to do the Falcon preseason game. So I'm close to, I did them for like 5 or 6 years. So I'm close to Arthur Blank and the organization. So they're 1-7, they're 1-6, and they're playing Seattle at home.
Okay.
And then they have a bye week. And so I'm looking at Dan Quinn's down there in the field. He's running around. Pete Carroll's over there. And I'm like, there's a love fest going on. Mm-hmm. And they're 1-6. And then Seattle jumps on them like 24-0. And it was just awful football. And so they have a bye week. So I remember I get a call from the Falcons, like Arthur Blank wants to talk to me. So like I take the call, and you know, and he's asking me about what do you see, and I'm like, you know, look, I'm not going to tell you what to do about your coach, but like it just looked like it was too fun, like your team was really struggling. So anyways, we had this conversation. So I said, you know, they have Victory Monday in Atlanta with Dan Quinn, and Victory Monday meant like face the truth. If you were bad, like own it. Like what you were bad about, whether it was breakdowns or execution or whatever it was, own it on Monday. And I'm like, so I told Arthur Blank, I'm like, when you have like your own it Monday, like are people being truthful about what you're doing? Because I see some of the dumbest mistakes I've ever seen on a football field from your team. Like, so I don't know what you're doing during the week. So anyways, they come out of the bye week, they go to New Orleans and they beat the Saints. Then they come to San Francisco the next week, and they beat you. And I'm like, this is a team that was 1-7 and dead.
Yes.
So if you look at this team right now, like I've been listening to Matt Ryan all year, and he's like, we got to get to 500. We got to get to 500. We get to 500, we'll get above 500. So they're coming here to get to 500. Right. They're coming here to get to 7-7. So they're going to get like, and Cordero Patterson for the first time in his career, he's got 10 touchdowns. Like he is embraced all of it. And I want to see Kyle Pitts. I've never seen Kyle Pitts is a Philly
monster.
kid. Yeah. He's from Philly.
6'6".
I know his dad a little bit, but
really,
like I want to see him live. I want to see him warm up. I want to talk to him. Like I sometimes I don't know. Like there's something about that team that's a little bit gutty. They've had some horrible losses.
Yeah. Hayden Hurst is right there. They are gutty. Yeah, I mean, winning in Carolina last week was impressive. But what about their defense? Because I feel like, and we've talked about this all season, Shasky, the Niners' best defense is their offense. If they're humming on offense, if they're controlling the football, if they're running it down teams' throats, if they're running it over 30 times, it makes things easier. What about this Falcons defense? Are they tough enough, Baldy, to withstand that running game that the 49ers are presenting to them?
Well, this is Aluaquan. Like, that guy's as fast as any linebacker in football. Like, that guy can flat out run. A.J. Terrell's playing really good right now. Like, yeah, you just go through the list. I don't know if Fowler's playing or not. He's been sort of doubtful. But I don't think that's I don't think I would keep me up at night blocking Dante Fowler. You know, but you know, I mean, he's part of the mix, what they do. You know, this thing is about their offense right now and how they can control the ball and Matt's ability just to get the ball out of his hands. He's as tough as there is. I'm sure that there will be some moment before a game with him and Kyle or after the game. I mean, there will be something. You know, there was a little friction there between those two.
Really?
For a while.
Even after the Super Bowl loss?
I don't know. I don't know about like afterwards.
Creative tension. Well, you know, you bring up Patterson, and I find it to be interesting. The guy, just throughout his career, he'll make a play at every stop that he goes, and then you're like, why doesn't he get on the field more? What's going on?
Right.
And I showed an article to Bonte this morning where just the evolution of wide receivers lining up in the backfield and how it's not just Deebo Samuel. Adam Thielen's doing it. Patterson's clearly doing it. I mean, I don't even know if he's determined that he's a running back now.
Well, you have to look at the body type, though. Like Cordero Patterson's 225, 228 pounds. Debo's is from the waist down, is built like a running back. I mean, you know, you wouldn't want to put Brandon Ayuk back there. You know, so it's, you know, body types, you know, when you got like wide hips, you know, and big legs, like, you know, hits kind of bounce off you. Like they bounce, you know, those guys bounce off Debo. You know, they bounce off Cordero Patterson. Like, it's just amazing to me that really Belichick used Cordero as an I formation as a running back. But really, they didn't do that in Chicago. They didn't do that in Minnesota.
Well, so like I'm looking at it like it was when we were growing up. Roger Craig, first 1,000-yard guy, right?
Yeah.
Obviously out of the backfield. You've seen the evolution into LaDainian Tomlinson and Marshall Faulk, and there's this piece. And now you look at guys like Alvin Kamara, and they're just unbelievable weapons. Even though he's been hurt this year, feels like the reverse is now happening, where we're taking these wide receivers and we're trying to plug them into the backfield to create mismatches and just to get the ball in their hands.
Yeah, well, a lot of this stuff is straight out of college. Like at Memphis, like Memphis has 4 running backs in this league. Antonio Gibson and Devery Henderson and like all these. I mean, they've got a bunch of guys.
Tony Pollard from Memphis.
Tony Pollard's a Memphis guy.
Yep.
But all of them at Memphis, they all kind of cross-trained. They all played in the slot. Huh. They all ran routes. They all ran the ball. That's why Antonio Gibson's such a good receiver.
Yeah.
Tony Pollard's such a good receiver.
Pollard's nice.
Yeah, he's a good player.
He's a really nice
player. He's a good player. No, I love the evolution you see in a college game trickle into the NFL. That's a good point there, Baldy. 888-957-9570. Ask Baldy anything. He's live in studio. Let's go to Mitch and Manteca.
What's up, Mitch?
Waiting on hold here. Mitch, thanks for waiting on hold there. Good morning. You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. I wanted to ask Baldy, where would you rank Jimmy Garoppolo out of the all-time great 49ers? Would you rate him in the top 5 or would you rate him in the top 10?
Quarterbacks are all-time. Quarterbacks are all-time.
All-time.
Well, there's Joe and there's Steve, okay, and Brody. All right, so those 3.
Thank you for giving Brody some love.
Yeah, I'm going to give John Brody a bunch of love, man. I remember I met John Brody's daughter, Diane Brody. She was a tennis player at, I think she went to Stanford, USC or Stanford. And I remember I met her at this event, and she was gorgeous. And she ended up marrying Chris Chandler.
Yes. Oh, yeah, former Falcons quarterback.
Yes, yeah. I remember I was like, Chris is a lucky guy, man. He got a good-looking girl, man. But, I mean, where's Garcia? Is Garcia in that mix? You know, I mean,
Y.A. Tittle. That's going way back.
That's going a little too far back for me. Like, I understand who Y.A. Tittle is, and, you know.
What about Kaepernick? Because he seems to be somebody that kind of got lost in the mix.
I don't want to, forget. I mean, look, Kaepernick, I give, Harbaugh so much credit. Like, when he drafted Kaepernick, he knew about the pistol.
Yes.
Pistol formation started at Nevada. Mm-hmm. And he had a plan when he drafted Kaepernick. Yeah. And they implemented the plan. And it was really good. I mean, there was that playoff game against Green Bay.
Oh, unbelievable.
You will always remember, that touchdown run, mm-hmm. And him sprinting past the Packers and in that win. So, you get to a Super Bowl like that, you have to put him probably at 4. Probably have to put Kaepernick at 4.
You mentioned Kaepernick being underappreciated. That's how I feel about Jeff Garcia, who you brought up. Jeff Garcia.
Back-to-back Pro Bowl.
Yeah,
he
was a tough dude, man. And he won.
Yeah.
He won. He went to Philadelphia, helped him win a division championship.
He would have been better in this era, I think. The movement and the ability to kind of, you're not crushing quarterbacks in the pocket more. I think he would have been a lot better in this era.
He was like, he had those skinny legs, and but he was a tough guy. He came to Philly and took over for Donovan McNabb. They fell in love with him in Philly, man.
Yeah,
I think he met his wife in Philly, and so he just, he's. He was a tough dude.
He was a gamer. He was one of those dudes. Yeah. He looked terrible in practice. Yep. You didn't see him in the game. How's he making plays?
No, he made plays, no doubt about that. Brian Boldinger live in studio here. Last hour coming up on the Morning Roast has been fire.
Let's go.
888-957-9570. Your last hour to get in and ask Baldy anything. Niners and Falcons on Sunday. We'll ask about some hoops, man. Did you know, Shasky, that Baldy is tight with Bob McKillop, Steph Curry's college coach? We'll get into that coming up on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. What's up, everybody? Bonte Hill here from the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, and I just want to wish everybody a happy holiday. That's right, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, all of that good stuff. And don't forget to download the Odyssey app during the holidays. I know you're going to be shopping, you're not going to be driving your kids to school, you may be going on vacations, you may be traveling, but take us with you during this special holiday on the Odyssey app. That's right, download the Odyssey app during this holiday season. Happy holidays, everybody.
You know a spot, but not just a spot, the spot. Actually, with the all-new Nissan Frontier, you know a bunch of them. One for hitting a trail. One for catching a wave. One where this happened.
Yo, where'd our tent go?
Another where the fish get bigger every time you tell the story. Some spots, you made your mark. Others marked you. And one, Okay, let's stay away from that one. But the key to these great spots? Being able to reach them in the first place. Your spot is out there. Find your frontier in the all-new 2022 Nissan Frontier. With best-in-class standard 310 horsepower, advanced tech, and 281 pound-foot of torque. Comparison based on 2022 Frontier S versus latest in-market Ward small truck segment. Base models compared based on manufacturer's website.
This month on the 11th, French writer George Perec once said that nothing is happening all the time. But what's happening when nothing is happening? This month, 3 people spend several days just sitting in one place, watching, listening. A cemetery in Virginia, a cafe in New York, a plaza in Mexico. It's an appreciation of stillness, wandering minds, and the power of observation. That's this month on the 11th. Find the 11th wherever you get your podcasts.
Millions of people use Zoom Phone, the innovative and feature-rich cloud phone system for businesses of any size. Zoom Phone is simple to use, whether you're on a mobile device, desktop, laptop, or desk phone. And because every call is important to your business, Zoom Phone was built with reliability in mind, using geographic redundancy to keep your communications online. Empower your workforce with Zoom Phone. Visit zoom.com/phone system. Zoom, how the world connects.
At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it.
Get ultra strong for your South Pole. Charmin keeps your undies wetter than the North Pole. A shiny hiney, a brand new year. Call it a Charmin. Happy New Year. May your holidays be Charmin, clean, merry, and bright. May all your undies be Charmin, clean, white.
Charmin Ultra Strong just cleans better. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
It's not magic that will deliver 1 billion packages to homes across the country this holiday. It's the United States Postal Service. And we don't need a team of reindeer to do it, because we've added more vehicles to our fleet. And while we don't employ a legion of elves, we have hired thousands of new members for our team. So if making more holiday deliveries to homes in the U.S. than anyone else seems like magic, that means we're doing our job. Share the magic at USPS.com/helpers.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Fisher is different? How? Don't you just ride the wave?
Nope. We actively manage client portfolios based on our forward-looking views of the market. In times like these, we understand that clients want proactive communication and guidance.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We get to know our clients so we can tailor their portfolios to their specific goals and needs. We even offer resources on Social Security, Medicare, tax efficiency, and more. Our primary goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions, right?
No, we don't sell commission products. Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interest first.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, our fees are transparent, structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
At AT&T, everyone, new and existing customers, get our best deals on every smartphone. Why? Because you deserve it. We're turning your living room into your office and your gym. We're teaching Grandma how to video call and teaching her again.
It's the button on your left, Nana. Okay, your other left.
It's not complicated. Everyone deserves something new. So AT&T is giving everyone, new and existing customers, our best deals with every unlimited plan on every smartphone, even the latest ones.
AT&T may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. Restrictions and exceptions may apply.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back to the roast, baby. Oh, baby, it's been a fun Friday, a football Friday. 888-957-9570. Good morning to everybody out there on the roadways. Good morning to all the roasters on Twitch and YouTube. I see ya. Text line as well, Langford, Curley, and you, Shasky. We have Brian Baldinger live in studio. He'll be with us. He's been with us all show long. He's going to ride with us in the Elevator Tailgate. We're going to eat some steaks after the show. I'm going to have a lot of fun here as Baldy's in town to call the Niners and Falcons game for Compass Media Networks here. By the way, if you're not knowing here, some news to pass along from the Golden State Warriors. Jordan Poole has entered health and safety protocol, so it looks like he is going to be out tonight and maybe for the next week for the Golden State Warriors. He's out right now.
All right, I want to get back into the football conversation. Baldy, the 49ers right now, obviously they're rolling with Jimmy Garoppolo. And right now, Trey feels like an afterthought, essentially. We have long discussed the Mac Jones, Trey Lance, who the Niners should have taken. We were talking about Troy Aikman a little earlier and just the Dallas Cowboys. I do see a lot of similarities early on between Mac Jones and Troy Aikman. Not necessarily in like physique, just more in like intelligence and the ability to be precision and the decision making and whatnot. Did the 49ers make the right or wrong decision, or is it too early or too late to even come to that conclusion?
I think it's too early. Obviously, Mac Jones is having great success. They've really built a great team around him. But he's evolved, and he's making plays to help him on this 7-game win streak of theirs. But I think, I think there was a battle inside San Francisco about Mac Jones, Trey Lance. I think maybe Kyle kind of got – I don't know all the details. But I think he kind of got pushed towards Trey. Like, this is a ceiling that Mac's not going to have. And I think one of the things you saw in that Monday night game against Buffalo last week was, okay, he attempts 3 passes. But I think part of it is, like, he's just never going to have the arm strength to play in those type of elements the way Josh Allen does. Right. And Trey is always going to have that ability.
Right.
Well, that's something that I find fascinating because Baker Mayfield, I thought, had a really good arm. In those divisions, specifically the AFC East, the AFC North, right, you better be able to spin it in the cold in December and in January because you're going to be out in the elements. And that's one thing about Big Ben, for example, for years. He's a big-body dude that can deliver it. And I'm watching Josh Allen. I'm like, this guy's throwing it through 40-mile-an-hour wind like it's nothing.
Well, there's a reason why Andy Dalton never won a playoff game in Cincinnati. That's
a good point.
You look at it, like I remember one day I was in Baltimore, it was Baltimore and Cincinnati, and Flacco's on one side, who's got a cannon, and Andy Dalton's on the other side. And the wind is like just crazy gusting. Like Andy Dalton couldn't throw the ball through that wind. Joe Flacco did it like it was nothing. Like it was a big difference. Like these guys, Flacco, Roethlisberger, Baker does have a really good arm, and he can throw the ball. But you need to have that type of big arm.
And Tom Brady. Tom Brady spun it in that New England cold for years.
I remember one day I was doing a playoff game for Fox, and I was on the sideline. And it was the weather that week in Boston. It was so cold that the Boston Harbor froze for the first time in 100 years.
What?
Yeah, and the group Boston played the national anthem, and they played it without strings on the guitar because the guitar string snapped. and Tennessee's out there, and and I remember Brady, like he played in that weather, like it was literally 40 below. And Brady played in that weather like it was nothing.
Was that
Steve
the snow
McNair?
game?
McNair was quarterback for Tennessee.
Yeah,
McNair was sad.
Yeah, he was crazy good. But Brady, like it was, like he was impervious to it.
No, and bring up the NFC North with Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay, playing up in that cold, and not why you see Justin Fields in Chicago because he has a big arm, and that's why the Kaepernick game in Green Bay is so special.
Yes.
We talk about the game he had at Candlestick against Green Bay where he ran for 181 yards and threw for over 3, but that game in below zero weather where he goes out there to Lambeau Field with no sleeves on, that's what I envisioned Trey Lance as. Like, this guy's got this big rocket arm, grew up in Minnesota. Minnesota's cold.
Yeah.
Marshall, Minnesota, man.
Yeah, it's cold. I don't even know where Marshall, Minnesota is.
So getting back to the Mac, Trey Lancing, I find it fascinating that you believe that way because we listened to some Kyle Shanahan sound at the end of last year when Josh Allen sliced them up on Monday Night Football. I think he looked across the side and was like, damn, this guy can do some things that my guy, no matter what I scheme up, he'll just never be able to do.
It was this come to Jesus moment where he's like, you know what? Maybe I should move off of Kirk Cousins, who's not a bad quarterback, but this is the league right now. When I'm looking at this division and Aaron Donald's chasing guys down and Chandler Jones is chasing guys
Herbert
down.
versus Mahomes
right,
last night.
Exactly. Like, how do I not want that? In that offense, when you think about the Mike Shanahan / Kyle Shanahan offense, Mike Shanahan, what he got with Elway, that boot game with Terrell Davis, and you're coming off the edge and Elway's on the perimeter. Oh, there's Shannon Sharp. Oh, there's Rod Smith. Oh, there's Ed McCaffrey. I'm thinking of the Shanahan offense. That's been missing here in San Francisco, where you get that boot game going, and you get a guy like Trey Lance on the perimeter, where a linebacker has to say, well, if I don't, try to move up and sack this guy, he's going to throw a dart. You know what I'm saying? You put the defense in such a bind. I don't get why Shanahan has been hell-bent on the classic pocket quarterback.
Especially after watching last night's game, I think you have to give quarterbacks some ability to be creative and to go beyond the X's and O's.
Yes.
Like, you can scheme all this stuff, but sometimes it doesn't work. Guy slips, bad weather. They defend you up. Like, what are you going to do beyond what your play is designed to do? And I think you've got to have quarterbacks that have that ability to that's what Favre did. And, Holmgren beat him up a bunch for doing things on his own. But I think you got to give quarterbacks that creativity, that room to be creative.
Yeah, so when you look at just the 49ers and Trey Lance, as I'm watching Herbert last night, he looks like a guy who played 4 years at a Division I school and had a lot of snaps under center. What is he, has 60-something touchdowns in 2 years, which is just incredible. First 2 years in the league. If you're Trey Lance and you're the 49ers and you're trying to give them some guidance, is it you got to play to get better? Is it you got to watch so that you can get up to speed? Like, how do you do this learning curve if you're part of the coaching staff? Because that's the big quandary for me.
No, I agree. And I thought that there was no reason not to play him, not to get him on the field.
Yeah.
And it's not to knock Jimmy or anything else, but everybody knows that he's got to be the future. You can't make that move. And really, you got to do it while they're on a rookie contract.
Right.
Like, you've seen all these guys not be able to win it. Once you have to pay them, once you have to give Mahomes $500 million, it's going to be harder to field a team. Now, they still have a really good team, and they're still kept it together for the most part. But you saw it with Russell Wilson, they couldn't put a defense together after they paid Russell. You've got to do it on the rookie contract. So the clock ticks for 5 years. It's ticking. As soon as that guy is drafted, you reset the clock.
Yeah.
And so at some point, you've got to give him the experience, and you can only get that from playing. And so I understand Mahomes didn't play his rookie year except for the last game. So he is a little bit of an outlier from that standpoint. But I think you got to play these guys. I remember last year when Tyrod Taylor was with the Chargers. And I'm doing the game second week of the season, Chargers and Chiefs, and Tyrod Taylor goes, we see him go into the locker room, but right before the kick, and we're like, maybe he's just got to, we knew he had something wrong with his rib.
Right.
So maybe he was getting something taped up. But, he never comes back out, and Herbert starts. And all season, they said Tyrod Taylor's a starter.
Yep.
Justin Herbert is
Hard Knocks. They were on Hard Knocks that season. They were saying he was a starter.
They say he's a starter. He's a starter. And I'm like, well, what if Tyrod Taylor didn't get hurt?
Yeah.
We would never know this about Justin Herbert.
And he balled out that game, too, against Kansas City.
Yeah, but
when you were watching that live in person,
Such a great
Tyrod,
point.
he gets out of the game, he walks to the locker room, Herbert starts. How did he change the broadcast? And when you saw that in person for the first time, you say, wait a minute, he's not the starter?
Well, I tell you, so they lost the first game, I think, to Cincinnati that year. I one way or the other.
Yeah.
Either Burrow, maybe since I forget exactly what happened in the first game. But Daniel Jeremiah does the Chargers games. We work together. So he's our draft guy. But, I said, God, this is going to be some boring season. You guys got to watch this offense. Because it looked like it was
with
like
weapons.
There was you didn't feel like Keenan Allen was ever going to get the ball in this offense. And then Justin Herbert starts that game, and they take the opening drive down the field and score. And I go, this team completely changed.
Yeah.
As soon as he got in there. And then he set an NFL record, touchdowns, and the whole thing.
Well, and I'm looking at Mike Williams. He was so good with Deshaun, at Clemson.
Yeah.
He was so good. It felt like he was constipated on offense for 3 years, and then all of a sudden Herbert steps in and he's unlocked.
Yeah.
And now you're seeing this guy flourish and become a great player opposite Keenan Allen. And it feels like the two of them are always open.
They got so much depth at wide receiver. We saw Josh Palmer last night.
Guyton.
Jalen Guyton. They just got depth, man.
And they're all big guys. They're all like 6'5", 6'6", with these long, big wingspans.
Catch radius.
Yeah. So this is unbelievable what they're doing with the Chargers. And yet, a classic Chargers game where it seems like it always goes down to the wire with the Chargers. They always find a way to lose those type of games. I just, what did you think about that, Brandon Staley? Leaving the points on the board. I mean, I know you got to score touchdowns against Kansas City, but it's like, man, you're right there, 4th and 1. Maybe just pound the ball. What's up?
Well, part of the reason why you don't kick the field goal is because Mahomes is on the other side.
Right.
And touchdowns.
I get that.
You can need touchdowns. But if they went back to the first game when the Chargers won, I mean, not only did they get 4 takeaways that day, but they went for it on 4th down 3 times. Once they converted because of a penalty, and they converted the other 2. They were very aggressive with the ball, and that turned out to be the difference in the game was their aggression. So I'm sure that was part of it. Like, let's just put it in Justin Herbert's hands. I mean, Jared Cook drops a touchdown pass. That might have been the difference in the game if he caught that ball.
Yeah.
All right, now it's time for our 11 on 11, brought to you by the Workman Law Firm, representing employees for over 20 years. Go to workmanlawpc.com. Our latest Klay Thompson update.
Give it to me.
I ain't had this in a long time. I ain't feel like this in a long time. Just to feel like this, it took a long time, yeah.
Klay Thompson's return is imminent.
With the 11th pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Klay Thompson from Washington State University.
It's time for 11 on 11.
Wise, man. Where you at, Wise? You should be on the boat. Being my deckhand, rookie. Come on, Rook.
Brought to you by the Workman Law Firm, representing employees for over 20 years. Go to workmanlawpc.com.
Gentlemen, normally we'd be playing a highlight, something from the past with Klay, but we actually got an update yesterday, and this was from Anthony Slater and Shams Charania. The Warriors do not plan for Klay Thompson to debut on either December 20th or December 23rd home games. Thompson won't come back on Christmas, so the earliest possible return would be December 28th, with Thompson ramping up conditioning over the next couple of weeks.
Figured that. It's kind of the reports I was hearing about. Everybody wants to get on Klay Thompson, and hey, he's coming back next week. He's coming back Hey, he comes back when he comes back. Speaking of shooting, Baldy, were you a three-point specialist here? Were you, because you played hoops back in your day? You're a three-sport star. I mean, you with JUCO, you're balling. You're, of course, in the NFL, but not a lot of people know that you could ball on the hoop court.
No, you grew up in New York, man. I mean, basketball's the first love. Like you.
Who was your guy growing up?
Well, I mean, I had a couple. I mean, I loved Walt Frazier.
Okay.
So that's going way back.
Yeah,
but then, I loved Mark Jackson.
Really?
I loved Mark Jackson. Like, I remember one time, I love that St. John's team.
Yes.
That went to the finals. But Chris Mullen, and the whole group. So
he works with them every day.
Yeah.
He was my guy.
He was awesome, man. And that was a shooter. But Walter the Truth Berry.
Oh,
I love that St. John's team. But Mark Jackson was a Queens kid. And I remember when he was drafted by the Knicks, he was playing in Harlem at City College in Harlem, 125th Street. And so me and my buddies, we're just hoop junkies. So we go up to Harlem, we go to Queens College, and it was like a $2 entry fee to see the Summer League game.
Wow.
And it was like, as soon as the ball was in Mark Jackson's hands, the crowd went nuts. Like the blind passes, the way he saw the court. Like, I just thought, like, that dude is going to be a star in this league. No, like, his ability to pass and distribute, like, it was awesome.
Who did your game resemble?
I was kind of a tweener, like I was a wing,
right?
But I could handle, like, when I was playing in junior college, when we would play zone teams, they'd play me at the point, because I could throw over, like I could distribute the ball from the point, so I had ball handling skills. But I don't know. I mean, I was a good shooter. Like, my thing was, you put me on the line at the end of the game, I'm going to win the game.
So you're like Iguodala. You're not the guy that I would want.
Iguodala was like a freaky athlete.
Oh, okay. So you're not that freakish.
Yeah, no, it wasn't like slam dunking from midcourt.
Right. Okay. So then let's go. Maybe I'm trying to think of somebody that would Boris Diaw.
I was just going to say Boris Diaw.
Smart, high IQ, sneaky, athletic, can make plays.
That'd be good.
You
that'd
like
be
that?
fair. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I like that.
Could do a little bit, fill the stat sheet, couple steals, a few assists, rebounds, points.
I'm definitely taking the charge.
You're taking the charge.
Yeah,
too.
Charge.
See,
Yeah.
That's respect right there. That's respect right there.
In basketball?
Who would I be?
Yeah, who do you envision yourself as? If you're being realistic here.
Name the 13th guy on the Chicago Bulls 96 team, the guy who didn't play. I mean, John Sally at the end of his career. I don't know. Cracking all the jokes, man. I mean, come on, man. I can't get up. I can't get up, man. I wasn't blessed, Baldy. Wasn't blessed. By the way, you're cool, Bob McKillop, who coached Stephen Curry at Davidson. Steph Curry just became the three-point king at Madison Square Garden. What does Bob always say? And when's the last time you talked to Bob? And what does he always say about Stephen Curry?
I saw Bob. Davidson was playing Fordham a couple years ago. So we went to, it was a Saturday afternoon game at Rose Hall there in Fordham and in the Bronx. And I saw Bob after the game because Bob's married to Mary, who's the oldest sister of one of my best friends, Jerry Cunningham. So, like we played junior college, me and Jerry together, and so like I feel like I've known Bob. Like he was a head coach at Holy Trinity High School in Hicksville, Long Island. So we were always playing summer league up there when Bob was there. Then he went to Long Island Lutheran. And Wayne McCoy was there, and he was coaching. Bill Wennington was there, and all those guys were at Long Island Lutheran. And then he went down to Davidson. So like it felt like I've known Bob since since high school.
So as somebody who grew up in that part of the country, for Steph Curry to do that there and for those fans in Madison Square Garden to cheer and basically stop everything. I thought it was class personified by the Knicks. But for everybody to just be so into the moment for an opposing player like that, that was really special.
Well, but it's also, I mean, it's been a little overplayed at times, but I mean, it's been the Mecca for basketball for forever. And it's not preclude anything here from the Oracle or any other great.
No, it's the Mecca
place.
for a reason.
But it's the Mecca, and so people recognize what great basketball is and what great basketball players are. And so for as long as I've known, I used to buy $6 tickets in the Garden, see how far I could sneak down. Could I get to the floor?
That's my move.
Like we did that, as kids growing up, like all the time. But when you I can remember seeing Bernard King put up 50 for the Knicks. Just certain games just pop into my head. College games, the Big East. The NIT finals, all these games I went to.
The NIT used to be way bigger.
Way bigger.
The
NIT was where it was at. So I just remember iconic moments in basketball in that place.
Yeah.
And so fans that go there, they feel the same way. Yeah. Like they can recall games, and you just have to trigger their memory, and it'll come out. So when they're there, my guys were calling me to see if I could get them tickets at the Garden. He was in Philly 2 nights before that. Yeah, can you get tickets to the Sixers? We want to see Steph. I'm like, dude, they're getting 4,000 on the street, man.
Let's go to Eddie in Vallejo. Eddie has a question for Baldy here in the roast. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, guys. Hey, Baldy. Hey, I asked the guys the question this last week, but my question is regarding studying game film. With Trey not being in the game and only studying game film, how much of that perspective changes how you view the game? I'm obviously not really being in the game and not studying film. I don't understand that part, but I have to imagine perspective is a lot of that. And I wanted to know from your position, what do you think? What do you think about that?
Well, I'm trying to understand the question though. Eddie, you're asking me.
Well, okay, so when you're studying game film, you've obviously got a above field point of view, but the quarterback is behind the line. You've got bodies in front of you. You don't always see everything just from a perspective standpoint. And I want to know from a perspective, does that affect how much you're studying game film?
I still don't understand the question.
Well, here, let me rephrase it for you, because I get what you're coming from. How much is it different just sitting on the sidelines and watching and then going through game film watching Jimmy Garoppolo versus being there, taking the live bullets, and then going back and reviewing your own film as opposed to me watching someone else?
And I guess he's asking at the end, does it make you better?
Yeah.
I don't think there's any... There's no better perspective than having the ball in your hands and playing than watching. Yeah. I understand, there's certain things... Now that he's been on the field, there's probably certain things he sees now that he wish he would have known.
Yes.
And there's no better, teacher than experience. So I think the more you see, the more live action that you get. People say it slows down, and it does. But I just don't think there's any substitute for it.
So
reps.
You've only seen one game of the kid. I mean, obviously live bullets, and I didn't love the game plan at all.
I hated it.
There's a long way to go.
Stunk.
But in terms of like all of the checklist of things that you look for in a quarterback, does he hit any of those criteria?
Well, I think there's a toughness to him. You know, the touchdown throw to Trent Sherfield, if you remember it in preseason, the big one off play action. I was like, okay, like that's you want to be able to like get the ball 50 yards down the field, you know, and effortless as he threw the ball. Like I see that kind of stuff. You know, I think he's a good runner. I don't know if he's a great runner yet, you know, but I think he's a good runner. But, you know, he doesn't need to run it 18 times in any game.
Right. No.
You know, that was like, I just didn't understand that game.
Movement is different from running. And I think that you saw last night Mahomes, he did run a little, but the way he moved to free up things and get different angles so that he could throw the ball down the field, that's the area that we're so obsessed with Lamar. I'm like, no, I want to move the pocket a little to open up windows. And that's where I see Herbert and Mahomes last night. And I'm saying, that's what I want to see from Trey, not the running as a quarterback.
Well, you know, if you... Like, there's an IQ test out there that measures spatial relations, meaning you take a mental snapshot of something, then you come back and you tell us where everything is. Like, I feel like Mahomes knows exactly where everything is without having to, like, scan the whole field.
Yeah.
Like, he just knows where the openings are. Like, when he took off on that long run yesterday,
Joey Bosa.
like he wasn't... Like, he wasn't looking behind him, and he wasn't, like, looking all over the field to see where, like, he just knows.
Yeah.
And so part of that is that's how he had to play at Texas Tech to beat Oklahoma or Baylor. They had to score 50. So I think he's always had that ability to him. I don't know that if Trey has that or not. Like, he hasn't played enough football.
Right.
You know, to know, like, where those openings are, to your point, where you want him to be able to move, but not just become this runner.
Exactly.
Right. And I think some guys, like, they just become runners, and they just don't know how to really keep the play alive, and that's really what you're looking for, just to be the ultimate point guard.
Let me just say, watching Trey the preseason and training camp watching all the video, I didn't see that from him. I didn't see a guy who just wanted to run.
Didn't run.
Like, and you saw a couple 2-minute drills for Trey in that preseason.
Yes.
I won against the Chargers, where it's like, man, you go 75 yards in 45 seconds. That's the dynamic that the Niners offense is missing.
You know what's interesting about what you just said, Bonte, is, you know, we always have heard this our whole life, the 2-minute drill.
Yes.
It's not a 2-minute drill anymore. Like, you'll notice even yesterday, nobody calls a timeout in the first minute.
Yep.
They save the timeouts for the minute.
It's like 4 plays down the field.
It's more plays. And, like, even I've watched Russell Wilson do this now for forever. But, like, all they need is a minute.
Yes.
All they need,
Well, you saw Aaron Rodgers with 37 seconds. But, like, it's now, like, the minute drill.
Yep.
Like, it's almost like they're running the clock because they don't want the other team to get it. They want to finish with the ball. But it's not even the 2-minute drill anymore. It's the 1-minute drill.
Even Mahomes gets the ball with, like, 25 seconds. I'm going, I mean, 3 passes to the sideline, and he's going to be in field goal range.
3 timeouts. You stretch the field. Real quick, let's go to James in PA. Palo Alto got a question for Baldy here on the Morning Roast. What's up, James?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks so much for getting Baldy on the line. Baldy, I wanted to ask you kind of a follow-up question to what you just said. Do quarterbacks have plays where they throw to the person and plays where they throw to an area or window? And what goes into that decision to throw to an area and not to a person versus to a player?
Well, it's you know, like, for example, like Green Bay has Devontae Adams. He's like the ultimate number 1 wide receiver. You could put him anywhere. You could put him in a position where you have a pretty good idea about what the defense is going to be, and you can scheme him open, whether it's man coverage, zone, whatever. So you could have, in zone coverage, have 2 guys take the top off the coverage and create this window. And so that would be an example where you're throwing to a person, but you're also throwing to a place. You know where he's going to be. Like, you've heard Kyle soundbite saying, the ball's going to be, he's going to throw it right there. Like, it's coming right, like, here it comes. And you hear him like, he's already knows what it's going to look like. And so that can be an example where you're throwing to a person and a window at the same time, because that's where he's supposed to be.
Interesting. Baldy here for another half hour. He's been here all show long. Been a lot of fun. Get your last questions in, 888-957-9570 if you want to ask Baldy anything, not just football related. Food, traveling, fishing, hunting, lifting weights. You could ask Baldy anything.
I have a Makita question for him.
Uh-oh. Oh, you know about the Makitas?
No.
My bad.
Stan Makita?
My bad. You have no idea where we're going here, Baldy.
I'm blind.
What's coming up? Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com. Baldy's last half hour here on The Roast.
Hey everybody, it's Willard Dibs, and we want to wish you a very happy holiday season. What'd you ask for this holiday season?
I asked for the Odyssey app, Mark, and I got it.
and reliable replacement batteries starting at just $79.99. And they've always got your battery solution. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Last half hour with Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast on a Football Friday. It's been a lot of fun as the Niners get ready to take on the Falcons. Do not forget, Warriors and Celtics tonight. Warriors and Celtics out in Boston. It'll be the fourth game of a 5-game road trip for the Golden State Warriors. Jordan Poole, in case you haven't heard, Jordan Poole's been balling this season, averaging 18 points a game. Man, Jordan Poole out due to health and safety protocols. COVID-19 has hit the Golden State Warriors as it's running rampant across the NBA, the NFL as well. A lot of short-handed teams this weekend in the NFL. Ask Baldy anything, 888-957-9570. By the way, today is the anniversary, Shaska. You'll appreciate this.
Yes.
Anniversary of Jerry Rice's last game at Candlestick Park as a member of the San Francisco 49ers. He had 7 catches for 76 yards.
Who they play?
The Chicago Bears.
Chicago Bears.
Chicago Bears.
R.W.
However,
McQuarter's trying to guard Jerry Rice.
R.W.
McQuarters. Oklahoma State.
Ex-49er.
Oklahoma State. However, T.O. stole the show, catching 22 passes.
What?
Or excuse me, 20
that.
passes.
Yeah.
20 passes for 283 yards.
I remember that, Dame. I do remember that.
Baldy, it was so bittersweet because Jerry wanted to keep playing, and he obviously went on to have multiple Pro Bowls with the Raiders, 100-catch season, damn near, and 1,300 yards. But there was such a weird air in the air, like in the vibe in the stadium. And then at the end, they lifted Jerry up on everyone's shoulders, and Bryant Young and a bunch of the senior players on the team lifted him up. It just felt weird because it felt like T.O. kind of took the carpet out from underneath him. And I felt so bad for Jerry.
Well, how soon was this after the ACL?
Well, he had hurt himself in 97, okay? And he had came back a little prematurely and then ripped it again.
Right.
And then I think this was 2 or 3 years after.
Yeah, this was 3 years after.
So he fully recovered.
Essentially, But the thing is that the Niners were in salary cap hell. They had dead cap situations everywhere. They were paying people from the Super Bowl era 6 years prior, and they wanted to build the team around T.O., but Jerry could still play.
Yeah. He took the Raiders, helped take the Raiders to the Super Bowl.
That was tough right there. They beat the Bears that day, 17-0. We'll get to the Makitas in just a second, Shasky.
Yes,
I want to get some questions here for Baldy.
Give it to
650. Which stadium is a must-go for a visiting fan? Which stadium has the
you got to
best
go to
crowd?
Lambeau. You got to go see Lambeau.
You got to see Lambeau.
You have to.
I've never been.
Never been either.
Yeah. You just have to. I was up there this year. I was doing a Pittsburgh and Green Bay game.
That's
week
iconic.
4. So two great fan bases.
Yeah.
Right.
Travel well.
The Packer fan base is very accommodating. You're not going there to fight them.
Right.
Or anything like that. You're going to go there and drink with them and eat bratwurst and have fun. So I remember. Like, these Steeler fans were set up. Like, they had tents and they had RVs and the whole thing. So I'm walking down, like, Lombardi Drive, and I just want to get the flavor for the game and everything. And so, Aaron Rodgers, is this the last year in Green Bay? Where's he going to go? And Steeler fans were like, we're going to steal your quarterback. We're going to steal your quarterback. It was hilarious, man.
That is great. Also, Baldy, your favorite football movie. This is via
Brian
YouTube.
Song.
Brian Song.
Yeah. Like, I know it's depressing, but like my brothers, went to Wake Forest, and so like Brian Piccolo, and in his story, and Gale Sayers, the whole thing. Like, I saw that. I remember seeing that movie when I was probably like 8 or 9 years old. Like, it just stuck with me.
Wake Forest, pretty good offense this year.
Yeah.
They light it up.
They sure did.
They light it up.
Yeah.
They light it up. No doubt. They also give up 50 points.
Yeah, no, that's no doubt about it.
Baldy covered a lot of those games in the Big 12, man. First to 50 wins.
Yeah.
Power drills. You use a lot of power drills. Are you in the construction? Are you building on stuff in the house?
I remember like a couple of weeks ago, I was looking for a hammer. in my house. I don't have a hammer.
Really?
Oh, wow.
I don't even know if I have a screwdriver in my house.
Really?
I don't do anything.
Neither do us. One of these days, I don't know how we started talking about it, but I said to Bonte, do you know what a Makita is? And he goes, no, I have no idea what a Makita is. And a Makita is the name of a brand of power tools, and it's a drill. And so my dad did one of these videos for Bonte as he was trying to put the bottom part of the Christmas tree in at our house.
Ho, 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 the first day of Christmas, Bonte. Ooh, baby. Give me my Makita. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So look, everybody's drilling me for Pandora's Box, right? And rightfully so. I deserve it. Not knowing the Led Zeppelin song, everybody's getting on me. But the power drills and the power tools, everybody, Bonte, you know the Makita? I was like, well, I know a Milwaukee, a DeWalt. I'm not shopping for power tools. I'm not going to the Home Depot wasting my Saturdays at Home Depot. I'm watching college football, watching college hoops, I'm watching the NBA. I got time for this. So people just started dragging me.
Listening
and they're still
to Beatles
doing it.
songs.
I'm getting Instagram messages.
Yeah.
I'm getting Twitter DMs. Hey, Makita, man, what's up, man? You got to.
They're calling you Makita?
My guy Stephen Langford didn't even know what a Makita was. It's like I'm not the only one, man.
No,
So,
I'm with you, Bonte.
So hey, look, I feel good now about
I'm a brother in arm, man. Like I'm lost in Home Depot. I have no idea.
I had no
I feel you
idea
on that. I spend way too much
I don't know
money
what
there.
aisle anything is on.
Yeah. So then we heard a story about the Bay Area. We call it bipping, right? They're stealing stuff from cars, right? That's the term, bipping.
Bipping?
Right, yeah,
Bipping.
yeah. Very new to us, too, as well, the vernacular. But what ended up happening was there was a ring of people, about 20 people or so, I'm sure there's plenty more, that got caught with this catalytic converter theft system where they would steal them from vehicles, and there are precious metals inside the catalytic converter.
Okay.
And I don't know if they're melting it down or what, but they found thousands of these catalytic converters because people are getting them bipped from their vehicles all throughout the Bay Area. Did you know what a catalytic converter was?
I've heard that name before. I have no idea what it does.
We didn't have any
Does
idea.
it convert?
Oh, it keeps
something?
I guess it essentially has something to do with smog checking and making sure that your car doesn't.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, make the air worse, I guess.
Look, I drive a Dodge Charger. And people here on our text line, I love our roasters. They say you should give up your man car. You don't know what a catalytic converter is. I mean, we were just getting
I don't know
dogged.
what a carburetor does.
Yeah, I don't either.
I have no idea.
I'm not a car guy.
I look at it. I open up the hood of a car. I have no idea what anything is. I know
You're
the
a football
battery
guy. We're sports guys.
I can change the tire. Like I get the basics.
Yeah.
I could change the tire.
You give me a 4-point stance, right?
I give a 4-point stance.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of know how to pass the stunt. Like there's certain things I know.
My guy Burkett Creek here on Twitch got a question for you, buddy. Watching film, what do you notice? What do you notice that you'll tell Kyle Shanahan? I guess notice if they're doing something
Good or
wrong. What
bad?
you tell Kyle Shanahan?
Yeah. I think that I'm amazed at how they block the perimeter on a lot of their outside zones. Because there's no way Brandon Ayuk should block anybody. Just look at him. But I see him
6 feet.
You don't have to. You don't have to knock these guys down.
Mm-hmm.
But even on George Kittle's touchdown catch last week, he just gave a little chicken wing to Diggs in Seattle 2 weeks ago against Seattle. He just gave him a little chicken wing, and that's all it took to knock Diggs off and let Kittle go down the sideline for 45 yards. I'm just amazed at how he gets these guys in a position, because that's what it's all about, position, where you're not blocking them in the back or anything. So I think when I see the precision of the blocks on the perimeter to get these big runs by Debo or whatever, I'm amazed.
All right, we have 15 minutes left. 888-957-9570. Flood the phone lines. We're going to rat-a-tat-tat calls. We're going to go anywhere with Baldy. I'm going to start us off right here.
Okay.
Baldy, your favorite musical artist of all time is?
Springsteen. Well, Springsteen, Springsteen is just an amazing performer. I've probably seen him no less than 150 times around the world.
And you have to pay one dime for a ticket, huh?
Never bought one ticket. No.
Monte, can you name one Bruce Springsteen song?
I can't. Not off the top of my head. Not off the top of my head,
What do you
man.
mean off the top of your head? Where else would it be?
It wouldn't be here. It's not here, Baldy. What are you talking about? It's somewhere out there in the ethos, man. I don't know what to talk about, man. I'm more intrigued with how the hell you're getting into these concerts. Now, the catering story the other day was all-time classic.
Yeah. That was amazing. That was U2. That was U2 in Dusseldorf, yeah.
See, U2 in Dusseldorf. I wanted to say that earlier, U2, but I was wrong on that one. What's the closest call you had in sneaking into a concert?
You mean like whether I was able to get in or
right,
not?
Whether there was like, boy, this is
U2
dicey.
concert, like I knew the name of the producer for U2 is a Jersey guy named Jake Berry. I'd never met him, but a friend of mine said, if you get to Jake Berry, you could talk yourself into the show.
Right.
Okay.
So, like, you know, when you're in Germany, the security is like it's like the biggest business.
Really?
So, like, for anything, like there's layers of security to do anything. You know, and so it was like 10 different layers of security to get me to the producer office at this stadium, you know, Al-Shaka Stadium, whatever it was. So I finally get to Jake Berry. Like, I'm in the production office. I've got like security guards, like German security guards. Like they're all suited up and armored up and the whole thing, right? Like I'm a terrorist or something coming into this office. And so Jake Berry is watching like a NASCAR race on his TV, and like he doesn't even like turn around. And somebody says, "Hey, Jake, we got somebody to see you." I'm like, "Hey, Jake, my name is Brian Baldinger. I'm a friend of so-and-so, and, you know, I'm in Dusseldorf here. I just want to see if there's any way I could get in to see the show tonight." And he goes, "Who told you?" I go, "You know, just a friend." He goes, "What's the friend's name?" I go, like, I didn't want to drop anybody's name because then, like, I might get them in trouble. I'm like, "Well, you know, he's from Jersey. I'm from Jersey." He goes, "I just want to know who told you." I go, he goes, "You looking for tickets?" I go, "Yeah." He goes, "Get out of here." Like, that was it. Like, get out. But what happened was, because I was already inside the stadium, like, I told you, like, as security is, like, walking me out of the stadium, I get out, but I see catering over here. And I'm like, catering is technically inside the stadium.
Yeah.
I go, I'm just going to wait here for a friend of mine to meet me here at catering. So the security let me go. So I just sat there catering going, I'm going to know somebody eventually.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to come through here. I'm going to know some roadie or somebody, a lighting guy, you know. So I just stayed there. You know, I started eating from fried chicken, you know, having some beers. And I'm thinking, I wonder, like, exactly. So I start walking around catering. I'm like, I'm inside the stadium. Like, nobody's going to kick me out.
No.
So now I'm just drinking beers like I belong. So now I walk out, and you can see, like, you can see the stadium. You see the stage set up, and I see my buddies that paid 150 euros for tickets across the way. And I'm like, I'm sitting there, and I got a buddy of mine with me, and I'm going, we're staying right here, bro. We're not moving. Like, we're just going to, like, unless somebody kicks us out. It's not the best seats. Like, we're on the side of the stage.
Right. Yeah.
But we got free beer, and we're inside the show.
Can't beat that.
Can't beat it.
No, not at all. All right, so I want to go around the room. B, I want to start with you because we're having fun here on a Football Friday. If you could envision your favorite kind of meal, all right? Your favorite kind of meal.
Yeah.
Is it a restaurant? Is there a setting? Is there a location that you're at?
Gosh.
What would be the ideal meal for Bonte Hill?
This is great. You know, it's going to be right there at the kitchen table. The 60-inch screen TV tilted over to the dinner table.
Okay.
Football's going to be, some sports going to be on.
Okay.
It's going to be football, probably basketball, one of those two sports. Hell, I may be playing John Madden football on my PS5. Give me some good old fried chicken and some mac and cheese, and I'm good to go.
I like
I'm
that.
good to go.
Baldy,
It's
what about
simple.
you?
Well, I like, my favorite meal every year is Thanksgiving dinner.
Really?
Thanksgiving dinner.
That's the
Turkey,
best.
stuffing, gravy, the whole thing. Cranberries. And my mom made a great turkey. So I would say my mom's turkey on Thanksgiving.
I love that.
I mean, because, you know, football, like, football's evolved on Thanksgiving. It used to be, you know, college football. It was Nebraska, Oklahoma. It was Pitt, Penn State. There were certain games Thanksgiving weekend that you always look forward to growing up. You know, I grew up in New York. Penn State football was Joe Paterno. Like, that was like, that's what you watched. So I would say Thanksgiving dinner. And then I played for the Cowboys, and so we always played on Thanksgiving. So that was always my best memory. Thanksgiving dinner. We always had people at the house, whoever, cousins or whatever, uncles, dad's friends or whatever. It was always a scene. You know, Thanksgiving. So I do Thanksgiving dinner at my house.
What do you got?
Well, I'm going to combine two things that I really don't eat together, but I'm going to put them together, and I'm going to say Christmas dinner. I like to also have the Dungeness crab, cracked. You know me and my crab.
Yeah.
A loaf of sourdough bread, some of the hot butter ready to go, and then I'm going to go with some steamed artichoke and some mayonnaise. And I want some football on there. Wait, no, what's the face?
Yeah,
no?
I don't know about that one, Baldy.
You don't know about the artichoke and the mayonnaise?
I've never heard
First
that
of all,
before.
like mayonnaise has no place in this world.
What are you talking
for
about?
anything?
How dare you?
No, stop.
Do not
that's
slander
the worst
mayo.
condiment ever invented.
What?
Like if they just eliminated mayonnaise right now from the earth.
Are you serious?
Like we would be such a better world society.
I'm all in on mayonnaise.
Look, I'm not mad at mayonnaise, but artichokes and mayonnaise on Christmas and Thanksgiving, what are you talking
Because
about?
Christmas usually there's like 5 basketball games going on.
Yeah,
so you're
I'm not
chilling, you got all your new
season.
gear
But
on.
mayonnaise and NBA, like there's no place.
Come on, man.
Like when I see people like in the Netherlands eating French fries with mayonnaise,
Yeah,
Well,
that's
that's
like,
weird.
Like
yeah,
that's,
I agree.
Like, that's,
you
I
got to
don't
be
put
out on
mayonnaise
that.
on hot dogs
See-
or anything like that.
Yo, God.
Turkey and mayonnaise on a sandwich, that's bomb.
See, my late grandmother made gumbo on Christmas.
Oh, okay.
Christmas,
Gumbo?
crabs is in a gumbo. Oh, yeah, it was gumbo. Sausages,
Yeah,
shrimps,
yeah.
big old shrimps,
Yeah.
big old sausages.
That
you had
sounds
the
good.
rice. You had the big old crabs in there, it was great. Gumbo, but artichokes, man, I've never heard that one, man.
I love artichokes. Yeah.
like that's not of a food though. It's a plant.
It's the crab. The crab's the food.
No, the crab is meat. Like,
Yeah.
but an artichoke is a plant.
I guess
like,
Baldy's never
got
come to your house.
plants?
like that. How can that be food though?
It's delicious.
Baldy's never go to your house for Christmas, man.
Artichoke dip
He's
is
out on that one.
fantastic as well. You
He's
know?
out on that one.
There's a
I
lot
don't
of
know. Like I don't know.
cheese
Like
and mayonnaise and that.
How many do you have artichokes you have to eat before
Well, I
you
only
felt
do it a
like
couple times a year.
something?
It's a specialty.
No, but how many do you have to eat
Well, you
before
got to
you
get to
felt
the
like
heart. The key is getting to the heart. Once you get to the heart, then it's a fork and knife
Yeah,
type
it's a lot of work.
It is a lot
I
of
don't
work.
know about that combo, man.
That's okay.
I've never heard anything like that. A lot of people are riding with Shasky, though, saying that artichoke mayo combo is amazing.
That's what I'm saying.
Some people say that's their favorite meal.
That's
I gotta
what
check
I'm
the
saying. You
temperature,
gotta have
man.
it
They're
warm
just
right
sucking
out.
up to Shasky.
Yeah,
Come on,
you gotta go see
I'm a man of
therapists,
the people,
man.
Baldy. What can I say? All right,
Therapists,
greatest
man.
athlete that you've gotten to meet and greatest celebrity that you've gotten to meet.
Greatest athlete that I've ever met. I'd say Wilt Chamberlain.
Wow, that's a
Yeah.
good one.
Wilt Chamberlain.
Wow, that's
Wow. There was something
that's
that
the
just
trump
popped
card.
up on my timeline yesterday where he had a stretch on this date in history. He had a stretch where he scored 50 points for 7 straight games.
Yeah.
It was 50 points, 7 straight games or something.
I'd say Wilt Chamberlain or Joe Frazier.
Joe Frazier.
Yeah, Joe Frazier.
That must have been pretty damn cool.
He almost dropped a triple-double game 7, right? Against the LA Lakers back in the 70s. Clyde, and the suits, too. The suits, man. Come on. Can you pull that off,
I remember
Baldy?
one day I was in I had to go to Lenox Hill Hospital, which is on the Upper East Side in New York, right? It's up Fifth Avenue, but it's up there in the 80s or something. Anyways, I had to go up there. So it was a nice day in New York City, so I'm just like, I'll just walk down Fifth Avenue. You know, after I did my visit, I had to get a brace fixed or something. So anyways, I'm walking down Fifth Avenue, and I see these people that are like, their heads are sticking out of a bus. They're outside their cars. And I'm like, there's a stir, like on the sidewalk, and it's Clyde Frazier running down Fifth Avenue. And people are just like literally falling out of their cars saying hello to Clyde. Like he was the man in New York, you know?
What about Wilt, though? Because we hear all the stories about Wilt Chamberlain. All the stories.
One of the greatest athletes
women, athletes, I mean, dunking on people, scoring
US
50 points.
So I'll tell you what I met him.
50.
I met him at the Super Bowl in San Diego back when it was the Raiders in Tampa.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Right? So I'm at a Marriott hotel there, and I'm there for the week of the Super Bowl. So I check in the hotel, I go down to the gym. I'm in the gym, and Wilt Chamberlain is in the gym.
Wow.
He's lifting. So like I grew up in Philly, you know, for a while. And I went to Sixer games when they were the best team in 66, 67. So, like, I grew up watching the Big Dipper. So I go up to him and I introduce myself, right? And I said, you've always been a lifter. He goes, oh, yeah, I always lifted. I could bench press 600. Like, Wilt was, you know, every story there was
above
like,
and beyond. I walked 50 miles in the snow with no shoes on in school.
So he told me that he could bench press 600 pounds, which is like, you know, like it's ungodly.
Larry Allen did it. That's about it.
Yeah, exactly. Larry Allen.
Larry Allen, the greatest.
But then you're talking about a guy that's 7 feet, you know, tall with the longest arms in the world, like 600 pounds. But like I didn't dispute it. Like I just took it in, like 600 pounds. Like But that was Will.
I got a Larry Allen story in a second, but everybody on Twitch and YouTube, and now they're texting it in. They go, Baldy keeps showing his hands on the Twitch and the YouTube.
Oh, they want to know about the pinky.
They want to know about the finger.
They want to know about
Put
the pinky.
hand up on the camera so everyone can see.
There it is, right there.
In the middle. There we go. Okay, you can see the finger. What happened with that finger?
Well, it was like these are your these claws.
Yeah, meat claws.
Yeah. So, I was blocking Randy White in a training camp practice one day. I was a left guard. Randy was, playing across from me. And, I'm just trying to hang on to the manster. And my hands got caught in his jerseys, and it got ripped out. And the finger just, fell. It just got ripped right out of the socket. And so I was just trying to pull it back in and put it in screaming and all kinds, and then it just never went back.
Oh,
that was it.
Does it hurt?
No, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt anymore. I mean, it can. It gets caught sometimes.
What prevented you from pulling a Ronnie Lott and not just chopping that bad boy off?
Because I think fingers are important. Like I just don't want to just do away with one.
Ronnie did.
Yeah, exactly.
Ronnie did.
Seriously. Oh my goodness.
888-957-9570. We got 8 minutes left with Baldy. Then we got to elevate your tailgate. Kind of meat we have on the grill today.
I got
with
a
Baldy.
couple of New York strips.
Oh,
I got a couple of New York strips. We're gonna go home. I'm gonna throw a little bit of seasoning on them. Salt, pepper, garlic.
That's it.
We're gonna fire up the grill in the backyard. The dogs are ready. They're fired up. I got two little dogs.
What do you got?
Well, my wife has a Pomeranian and I have a French bulldog.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You're a dog guy, Baldy?
Essentially.
You're a big dog
I
guy?
love dogs, yeah.
What kind of dog did you have?
We had beagles growing up.
Okay.
Yeah, good sniffing dog.
Well, they were
Good
they
hunting
were
dog.
they were just a good dog.
Yeah.
Man. They were just fun.
That's the dog from Duck Hunt.
Yeah, Duck Hunt.
Yeah, the video game.
the old video game.
Yeah.
Duck Hunt. Niners, Falcons on Sunday. Baldy's in town here. A lot of questions here coming in on Twitch. I can't even keep up here. Twitch and YouTube here. Let's pull one out of that.
Who's the guy? You just interviewed Barry Bonds. Who's the guy for you?
Yeah.
Who's the biggest celebrity
we got
or
to interview
athlete?
Barry Bonds the other day.
I just saw I guess the ESPN thing on Barry.
Yeah.
Like that
How
was
good was that?
That was awesome.
It was
E60.
really good.
That was a great show.
It was great.
Because I'm not here to defend Barry and the things that he did, but that was the greatest left fielder
of all time.
Yes.
Of all time. Period.
All day.
Like nobody could throw the ball like that, play the field like that, hit like that,
run.
Like the whole thing.
Exactly.
And Roger Clemens was as good a pitcher as there ever was.
Yep.
But that era, they got caught up in that era.
Yeah, but you need to document it. See, my thing is like the era happened. Let's document it, put it in there, and say, hey, this was the era.
Yeah, Sammy. I remember doing games at Fox, 1998. McGuire, Sosa.
It was incredible.
So we were doing a game in St. Louis. So I'm doing the St. Louis Rams. I think Carolina, or whatever. So that was they were going for 60 that weekend.
Yeah.
So literally, everybody from Fox is in St. Louis. Mm-hmm. This is the biggest. It's bigger than the NFL. It's the biggest story out there. And we had this production meeting where the head of Fox, all the production teams, all the baseball guys, we're all there together because they're going to cut in for the football game.
I remember that.
Every time McGuire's at the plate. Mm-hmm. And I just remember so I felt like I was kind of a part of it, because we're doing this football game, and next thing you know, we're watching Mark McGuire take his swings, and we're and there's Marshall Faulk down there in the field. So I just felt like people that don't remember that era.
I totally agree.
Right.
It was so big.
It was huge.
It was so big, man.
No, it was huge here. I wanted to ask Baldy, because he was talking earlier about Michael Irvin. It's look, there's levels to partying.
Yeah.
Michael Irvin is just on another level. Some of the characters that you play with. Where's Eric Dickerson rank?
Oh, he was a freak. He was just a freak.
Adonis.
I remember one time we were playing the Miami Dolphins, and we were in Indianapolis, and it was like a 13-12 game. It was Marino's on the other side and Dickerson. You were just watching these guys play. And I'm in the huddle, I'm playing right guard, and Dickerson carries the ball 8 straight times in a row. And we melt the clock, and we kick the game-winning field goal. We win 15-13. And, Dickerson carried the ball 35 times. I don't think he broke a sweat. He partied all night. He shows up the next day like nothing happened. He's not in the training room. Nothing
Jerry curl,
sore.
Eric Dickerson, was he still rocking a curl?
I think he had the curl
with the neck band.
With the neck band, the goggles.
Yeah, he was. That was he had that poster out back then.
Yes.
Like the Robo.
Oh, yeah, Robo Tickersy, and a Robo running back.
It was the RoboCop thing, but with him, and he had the no helmet on with the Jerry curl all wet and dripping. And
that was Dickerson.
That was the look.
He only wore, I remember, I'm pretty good friends with Eric, and he lives out here now, or in L.A., but he only wore the colors black and white. That was it. He had no other colors.
Huh.
That was it. Like every suit, every shirt, everything that he wore, and he was clean, black or white. That was it.
The Pony Express is one of the greatest 30s for 30s of all time.
Yeah, no doubt.
Absolutely incredible. Before we get out, I want to talk about John Madden because John Madden means something to me and Bonte.
Yep.
My childhood, the Niners, Cowboys, whomever, big game, Sunday afternoon, Summerall, who I think is vastly underrated, and John Madden. They changed broadcasting. As a broadcaster, as a football guy, what does John Madden mean to you?
The sound of Pat and John never leaves your head.
Right.
It never leaves your head. So I worked 1 year with Pat Summerall. After he retired with John, he wanted to come back, and they didn't want him to travel too much, so they put me with them.
Okay.
But with the same producers of Pat and John, Sandy Grossman and Bob Stenner. But like John, we would have these seminars every summer. So everybody from Fox would come in, and John basically, you never knew what John was going to say. Because he was prickly and all these kind of things. But the league would stand up and say something about football, and John would go, he would just shoot him down. He'd go, if you really love football, give footballs to high schools. Like he would just say things that would make you think differently. Mm-hmm. Like I said one time, I think Willie Rofe is the best left tackle in football, and John would say, why? And then he would say, well, he can't do this. There was no aspect of the game of football that John wasn't involved in or didn't have an opinion about. And I remember one time, in a broadcast, his ability to explain things.
Yes.
And then Pat would just set him up. So John would say the 46 defense. The 46 defense is when Philadelphia takes Reggie White and they put him right on the nose. And they cover up the interior three. And here comes Wes Hopkins down, and he's the eighth man in the box. And he would just succinctly describe the 46 defense in 12 seconds.
It's unbelievable.
And Pat would let
he did
it
that
sit there.
all game long.
Touchdown, 49ers.
Yeah, they were the perfect combo. They were the perfect combo.
Yeah.
That's what we grew up with, man. The video game's great. Madden is great. And Baldy was great live in studio. Those 3 hours felt like 30 minutes.
That was unbelievable.
That was unbelievable. Do-rag's not coming off.
Yeah, no.
Do-rag's not coming off. It's a mindset. It's a mentality. You still got the Baldy head beds?
Yeah.
We need those.
Baldy breakdowns.
We got to get those out there, man. We will rock those Baldy breakdowns whenever you have them.
On Sunday.
Yes.
All right.
They're going to roll on Sunday.
Niners get to that magical 8th win.
Ooh,
let's go.
Right in the
NFC's
thick.
wide open. Arizona's beat up with Hopkins.
Yep.
No J.J. Watt. A lot of fun here. Baldy, everybody.
Give
Give Baldy another applause here on the Morning Roast. Our roasters loved it. We loved it. Have a great weekend, everybody. Willard Dibs next. And the 9 a.m. hour brought to you by Timeless Coffee, the official sponsor of the Morning Roast. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Ratto here for 95.7 The Game. Look, I'm not going to tell you what kind of holiday to have. It's up to you. Just be nice to your friends and ignore your enemies. And listen to us on the Odyssey app. It's not that hard. All you have to do is get through to January 1st, and then you can go back to being the miserable weasel you are.
If you're looking for a new job, Cache Creek Casino Resort could be your winning ticket. Cache Creek is now hiring for multiple food service and hotel positions. We offer weekly pay, free meals.
at 925-490-2000. That's 925-490-2000, 925-490-2000.
You're listening to KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, I don't want to start off the show talking about Pick Your Battles, even though the entire show is above 500 as we head into a tremendous Friday, a stressful one for a lot of you. I hope Dibs, we can provide a little levity, a little calm for people who officially, as of today is freak out. I've got a lot to do and not a lot of time to do it. It's a week from tomorrow day.
Yes, 8 to go until Christmas. And if you are a stocking stuffer, if you partake in that sort of activity, that adds a second layer to it. I'm a semi-empty nester. The nest is elsewhere, and the big birds have flown home for quite a little bit of time. So there is some bird feeding that will need to take place on my end, plus the new situation. So I'm not totally off the hook.
Right? Yeah. So, but just don't stress. Too late. It always works out. I feel stressing about Christmas gifts or whatever everybody is celebrating last minute. It's sort of like stressing about your kid who hasn't taken their first steps at 13 months. You start comparing them to all the other kids. Oh, well, little Johnny did it at 9 months. He was amazing.
Doing cartwheels by now.
Sarah's running. You mean your kid's not walking yet? Have you ever met the adult that was like, yeah, just never learned. Don't know how to walk. It never happened. We all get there, and it doesn't matter if it was 11 months, 12 months, 15 months. It doesn't matter. You're going to find the right gift. It's okay. It's probably at Target. It's okay.
It's not necessarily okay, because what happens when that toddler finally walks, and shout out my boys who both waited till about 15 months, maybe 16. The big fella little man was in no rush. He was getting carried from A to B.
Well, he's watching dad run marathons. He's like, you know what? I'm going to take my time. That looks painful.
And he was the best baby ever, so we were happy to tote him from high chair to crib to changing table, etc. However, if when you take that first step, you crash headlong into the corner of the coffee table, which is akin to making the wrong Christmas purchase for your significant other, that's a problem.
That's a problem.
There are no problems.
I didn't sell it. It's a 1.
Only opportunities. There are no problems. Only opportunities.
Yeah, an opportunity to apologize for the next 364 days.
I mean, you don't write out a list for stocking stuffers. It's just stuff you find while you're walking around. You're like, oh, that's small. Just shove that into a stocking. It's going to be fine. Unless you're the Los Angeles Chargers. And I throw open my mouth a little bit every time.
For the segue. You're still in the wild card chase.
I know. It's Friday. Whatever. The bottom line is, it's not okay if you're, and I throw up in my mouth a little bit every time I even call them the Los Angeles Chargers. This is not the Los Angeles Chargers. That building was not full, and it was whoever was there. Those were Chiefs fans. So the San Diego displaced Chargers, it's not okay because they always do this. However, I watched last night's game, and A, this isn't new, but B, some of us are still getting used to the idea that sports is done this way. I sort of liken it to, you like to play blackjack, Dibs?
I do here
Are you
and
a
there.
craps player? What's your game?
I like to win at blackjack.
Okay.
Lose, I have a real problem with losing.
Well, sure.
So therefore, I don't play
You
blackjack.
shouldn't play then.
Video poker is my game. Even though I know that the machine is lightweight rigged against me, I'm still a little bit of a sucker for it.
So is the actual game of blackjack, though. They're all rigged. It's why a new casino.
At least those cards come out in, like, the real cards come out. Video poker, sometimes it's like, okay, you dealt me 3 2s. I like to play deuces wild. There's got to be another deuce in here. And then you get an 8 of clubs and a 4 of diamonds. Oh, 4 of a kind. 2. Whoop-de-doo.
Right. That person who's sitting at third base, and does everyone We all know what third base is at a blackjack table. Do we need to explain this?
The last person who has a choice before the dealer has to do what the dealer does.
Pressure spot. Because the other players at the blackjack table, they will look at you and they will act like everything relies on you when that dealer has a bus card showing. Let's say
a fourth down play call.
Let the dealer have a 6 showing. Everyone's staring at that third base because now freaking Vegas deals everything face up, which I hate. So everybody knows what everybody has. And I'm looking at you, third base, and you've got 13, and the dealer's got a 6 showing. And everyone will look at you like, you're supposed to hold, right? You got to know when to hold them. You're going to hold.
Nice.
Right? You're going to hold. And it might be somebody who's 6 cocktails deep, and they're like, oh, the guy, 13. Hit me. And everybody stops breathing for a second. And if they get a 10, everyone will get mad at third base for, quote unquote, taking the dealer's bust card. Now, that person may just as well take the 8. That person or may take the 5 that the dealer needs in order to make a 21. It could help you just as well. And the reason I tell that is because it's the same thing, isn't it? Last night with the Chargers, who were supposed to go for 3, what would we be saying if the Chargers had gone for 3 each time and then Mahomes did all the Mahomesian things there in the fourth quarter and beaten the Chargers by 4? We would have said you should have gone for 6 when you had the chance.
See, we wouldn't have said that because it happened not once, not twice, but thrice.
3 times a lady.
Thank you. I chose to go thrice instead to spice up the intellect of the program. Instead, I love Lionel Richie and the Commodores.
We do need
number 3.
Don't get me wrong, but 3 times 3, I believe, is still 9. And I know that 6 is greater than 3, but 3 is greater than 0. You're welcome, everyone. Night. Enjoy that. Take that with you back home to your domicile because I know what the spreadsheet says. 4th down, and you've got this great quarterback, the state-of-the-art offense. The first time you try it, the poor guy, he catches it, and then I can't believe they have turf in LA. Do my eyes deceive me, or is that an artificial surface?
Well,
that they're
it's probably
playing on?
that hybrid material. I mean, it's a dome. It's an indoor deal there
in Los Angeles. Indoor in Los Angeles. If that doesn't speak to LA perfectly, I don't know what does. You've got one of the best climates on the planet as far as the ability to grow grass. And believe me, I went to Cal State Northridge from 88 to 93. I know of what I speak. Yet you have this artificial, fake, plastic surgery. It's the Botoxification of Southern California. And the poor guy slams his head on the turf, and hopefully he's okay. But 4th down failure, number 1.
Right. By the way, I'm looking this up to make sure that I had that right. And they're calling it, apparently it is a state-of-the-art semi-translucent roof. But it is a roof. Roof.
What are you talking about?
But what's the surface?
In LA.
Is it a semi-translucent grass?
I think that all of the surface, anytime you've got some sort of a roof now, they don't use, obviously, that old, hard, artificial surface. The Players Union would never even agree to that anymore. But it's some sort of a hybrid turf that's supposed to mimic the feel of grass. I've never fallen on it, so I have no idea what it is. But it's SoFi Stadium in LA. Like they pride themselves on everything is absolutely and totally state of the art. So I'm sure it's whatever the latest thing is.
It's Matrix turf, according to immediate research here. It's artificial. So you live in LA and you got an artificial surface, and then
perfect.
Your own player. LA Chargers, and by the way, it's a homecoming for the LA Chargers. They launched in Los Angeles in 1960.
Yeah,
Don't you dare roll your eyes.
They were there for 6 months. That's what the only reason I roll my eyes is because I worked for 2 years in San Diego. What you're saying right now is like fighting words down there. They're like, don't stop with the whole we started in LA. This was a Dean Spanos line when they moved from San Diego to LA.
It's fighting words, yet what has happened to San Diego as it pertains to the Chargers? They have abandoned the Chargers.
Tatis.
Right.
Yeah, of course they have, because they hate the owner. Like Dean Spanos is Darth Vader in San Diego.
It's just a homecoming for the Chargers. But to go home, I guess you can go home again. And when you go home and this is your surface, I mean, what a joke, L.A.
The whole thing. I mean, the Chargers being up there is a joke.
Right.
I
agree.
Yeah, it's a complete joke. But anyway, in looking at the way Staley sort of handled this last night, and they really defended it, Justin Herbert's words were fascinating to me afterward because he spoke about having 4 opportunities to get 10 yards is an advantage, and we need to do a better job. The whole way everybody thinks about this, talks about it, we watch it with Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi in this town all the time. The way that opportunities like that are talked about is very, very different right now. And so if you've been watching sports for a long time, and believe me, I had a little something on the Chargers +3 last night, and I thought the whole time I was on the right side. I'm like, I know, I'm on the right side. And I got triggered when Spadone, who had the Chiefs -3, when he hit the green check, which was about 3.5 seconds after Kelsey went into the end zone. I wasn't ready for it. I'm not ready for your green check. You were on the wrong side. You got lucky. This stinks. But no, there should be a flag somewhere. That was wrong. The Chargers were the right side, but they played it a certain way. They will defend it to the end of the earth.
Of course.
Mathematically, I'm sure they're right. They're smart people, but it didn't work. And so the old school sports fan, tip of the cap last night.
You got to take the points, Mark. I mean, I'm hoarse from screaming at the TV last night. You take the points. I'm from the old school and a friend of mine who I used to do some radio with tweeted out, process over results. Process over results. Okay, well, your process is reliant on the results. Your process is one thing, but you do it 3 times, you come away with 0, and by the way, the third of which, to me, was the most egregious, when you send the running back to launch into the end zone from 4 yards away. Because remember, Mark, when you're at the 1.5-yard line and you hand it to an individual, that individual gets the ball 4 yards away from the goal line. So to try to leap from that far back with the football out in front of you, your process, it stinks.
Yeah, that wasn't good. In fact, I know Belichick teaches that. Like, you get benched if you do that near the goal line in New England. You do not reach the ball out in an effort to. They would rather you're down at the 1. I guess maybe not if it's 4th down or whatnot. But I mean, that one was that 4th down or was that 3rd down on that particular fumble?
I think that was 3rd down.
I think it must have been, because if it was 4th down, the fumble is insignificant. It was going to be the Chiefs' ball either way. So you
3rd and goal to 1.
You do not reach the ball out, put it in one hand or put it in your fingertips, because that's what's going to happen most of the time, much more often than not. I guess I'll defend it this way. When we talk about process over result, let's go to Vegas. How do those hotels get built? Because whatever they've built on your video poker machine and my blackjack table is built to win 55% of the time. And over a long period of time, that's going to win. I get that this is one game, but if they do it that way all the time, their point is we're going to win more often than we're not. Last night we got clipped, but we'll defend our process because we think more often than not we're going to win. And some of those incompletions, I'd agree. More often than not, they are going to convert on 4th down. They just didn't last night.
Well, think about the 3 plays that basically derailed drives, because the Chargers had 4 TDs and they had 3 TODs, turnover on downs.
Yep.
The first of which, receivers open, back of the end zone, has it, skull slam once, twice, 3 times on the turf, ouch, headache, ball's out, incomplete, turnover on downs. Hopefully the young man is doing okay.
Oh, him, yeah.
Because that was
it was awful.
Scary situation. The second one, you're trying to get cute, and the same thing happened to Mahomes. That little quick throw to the right, ball's tipped, incomplete, you lose. And the third time, we've got a running back trying to launch from 3 yards away. I know it was 4th and goal at the 1, but by the time he got the ball, he was 2.5 to 3 yards away. Launch, fumble, you lose again. And in that case, and that one's on the player because it was third down. He should have just covered up and tried to barrel forward, knowing that you're going forward on fourth down.
Well, they did it, by the way, at midfield, too. They went for it one time on fourth down, and it did not work out there. Actually, it wasn't midfield. It was extended field goal range, but they were inside the 30. I want to say they were around the 30, 29, maybe it was the 31, whatever. It was a long but makeable field goal, especially because they're indoors. Anyway, they did it there, too, and that didn't work either. Does it even out, though, that the Chiefs did it, too? The Chiefs had that fourth down play inside the 5, and it was the worst pass I've ever seen Patrick Mahomes throw. Do you know the play I'm talking about?
He threw it right in the ground.
He threw it straight into the ground, and the guy was like...
Nicole Hardman, open.
It's like, what happened there? He didn't have a good grip on the ball or something. Does that even it out, though? Because
little Chris Bryant in his game. I know that hits close to home. He started getting a little yippy toward the end of the year.
I got to ask you about the sticky substance on the ball.
Maybe.
Listen, if the Giants, I love Chris Bryant. I'd love to see him back. But if we can skip that moment where he grabs the hard shot over there at third base and then looks over at Brandon Belt, glove tap, my heart rate I'm like, oh gosh, where's this one going? And it seemed like the more time he had, the worse the throw was. But anyway.
Brandon Belt had a fishing net over there last time I saw him playing.
Belt's a big boy, and he's like, nope, can't reach it. Sorry, not going to be able to get that one. So anyway, we digress. How about this? Couldn't I argue, especially after watching an unbelievable quarterback display? Like, that was another takeaway last night. Herbert versus Mahomes. Wow. Couldn't I argue that in a grander sense, the 49ers in the draft this year decided to go for 7 on fourth down rather than keep kicking the 3? Jimmy Garoppolo is a walking version of, let's just take the 3. Okay? It's good. 3 points are good. You can win with 3 points.
Put those on the board.
If I average 3 points per possession, that's a great football team. I'm going to take the 3 because this guy 3 is nice. It's not great, but it's not bad. It's nice. But the 49ers looked at the analytics and went, nice is nice. We can go to the playoffs with nice.
3's fine.
Alex Smith is fine. Jimmy Garoppolo is fine. We can keep going to the playoffs. But if we want to actually defeat Patrick Mahomes, which we watched our 3-point quarterback not do in the fourth quarter 2 years ago, if we want to compete with him, if we want to compete with Justin Herbert, if we want to compete with Josh Allen, who embarrassed us on primetime football last year, if we want to do those things, we are going to have to suck it up and go for 6. Because it's the only way we're going to outlast these elite players.
I love the analogy. I'm going to give you a 4 because you had me feeling deeply about my own life. And we'll put sports aside. Song of the day up in 8 minutes. And I know it's a doozy. We got a special flourish for you, and I want you to be ready for it.
Feels like an after-school special. It's a very special song of the day. Coming up on Willard and Dibs.
I love it. Get warm. You get loose over there. You had me thinking about my own life. Because, there are times when in our lives, you've gone for 6, and other times where you've settled for 3. And this is where I think about Coach Staley last night, and he's hell-bent. I'm going for 6. Every time we're going for 6. And that's not the way to approach life. Because when I was a younger man, Mark, in the mid-'90s, there was a girl I had a crush on, and she lived in Vermont, South Royalton, Vermont. She was a law student.
Wow.
And,
is this the Good Will Hunting script? This is, did you go see about a girl up in New England? What happened?
Mark, but first, I flew to Baltimore to visit my brother Doug before he became the Unibrother. And he had a roommate at the time who was on house arrest. And he lived in the basement. I didn't go in the basement, but that's neither here nor there. This young lady lived in South Royalton, Vermont, which is a 500-mile drive from Baltimore. And so I said to my brother Doug, you know what, Doug? I'm tired of settling for 3. I'm going for 6. So I rented a car. I drove to South Royalton, Vermont. It took me the better part of 2 days. I had a nice overnight stay just outside of Boston.
Motel 6?
No, expensive.
Oh, really?
Way more expensive. I got gouged.
Wow.
It's a last-minute gouging. But when I got to Vermont, Mark, not only did I not get in the end zone, but my field goal went wide left. I slept on a drafty couch, got back in that rental car, and came back to Baltimore. No, there was no nookie. I did it all for the nookie, the cookie. But sadly, Mark, I should have settled for 3. I should have continued the pen pal relationship.
Wow.
I went for 6, and I failed.
Wow.
Thank you, Spadone. Joe Carter.
Why didn't we get Sarah McLachlan there? Because Dibs is remembering
because it was
something.
more of a romantic The Notebook. I deferred.
No, but it didn't go well. And any time that you want to cry, it feels like there might have been some tears at some point in your life over this situation. Anytime that you feel that loss, I thought it was supposed to be Sarah. That's not the rule.
I like what you're thinking, but Spadoni and I believe me, I've worked with about 20 different engineers, including the legendary nice guy Steven. Spadoni completes me. He gets me.
Okay.
I don't think anyone's ever gotten me like Spadoni gets me. No. I love the choice of The Notebook there because it was a romantic comedy for some.
No one's ever gotten me like Spadoni either when he got me last night with his green check that came way too early. It was too soon. It was classically too soon, especially on a night when the Knicks missing all of their players, scored 116 points to ruin my underpick also. $1.16 by themselves. What are you doing, Knicks? What are you doing?
And I rode with you on Liquidate All Assets, and I had a rough night. And so thanks for that. And thanks, Stanford, for not covering 14 against Dartmouth.
But remember, process over results.
Won by 11.
Our process is winning. We are 3-2. 3-2. And Kyle, 4-1. 4-1. Hey, 1-800-Kyle.
As a show 13-7 this week.
Call my message phone.
Yep.
All right. However, while that process is working, it will have disappointments along the way, just like last night for the, whatever the hell you want to call them, Chargers. The more I think about this, I'll defend it because I do know that you have to, if you're going to do this way, you have to be willing to sit with the misses. And I don't mean your spouse. You have to sit with the red X's. You have to sit with when your process doesn't work. You know that I have planted a flag, heels dug in, poured cement over my feet. In Farhan, I trust. Gabe, you do your thing, to the point where when I'm doing shows after the game all year, people would call in and be like, did you see what they did in the 7th inning? That was ridiculous. He's stuck with Berriger for too long. Whatever their point was.
If we break down Berriger 9 to noon, I'm out.
We're not breaking down Berriger, okay? But
you talk relief pitching?
How?
Camilo
Doval, he's only 12 years old. What are they doing? Whenever someone would call with that take, I had a very anti-sports radio response. My response would be, I'm sorry, we're not questioning these people here. We're not. Because on the other side of your point that you don't like what happened in the 7th inning, my point will be, they've got the best record in baseball. Their process works. And in that process, you'll have nights that tick you off. But you got to stick with it. You got to stick with it because if you don't stick with it, then you end up the guy on the freeway that keeps changing lanes in the traffic jam.
Oh, I saw him this morning.
Every time you change lanes, your lane stops. You have to stick in your lane, and then you can experience the good times. If you change your process every 5 minutes,
Ziggy Marley,
all you're going to do is keep finding the dreck and the muck.
But the process may be broken.
Stay in your lane.
And that's where, thank you, LeVar.
Oh, LeVar.
When we trust the process, you have to have a process that actually works. And Song of the Day up in 2 minutes. We'll talk about whether or not this process that Coach Brandon Staley believes in, whether or not it's the right one. Ultimately, Mark, it's not an ethereal ideology. The whole process is dependent on the players actually going out there and making the plays to make the process be proven correct. Because the math can tell you one thing, but if your quarterback, your receiver, your running back, in the defense, if they all make plays that defy the process, then maybe your process needs to be tweaked a little bit.
All right, so 888-957-9570. I'd love to hear, what is everybody, are you in, are you out on basically what is the new process in sports? Because Andy Reid on the other side of the field was like, I like this Staley guy. I'm going to do the same darn thing. And they did, and it didn't work sometimes for them either. Turned out to be an incredibly entertaining game until Spadone sent me a green check. It was the only part of the night that I didn't really, really enjoy. So 888-957-9570 is the number we can get into that. There is developing news with the Warriors, and I mean that in terms of Klay Thompson and beyond. So we'll get into that. Coming up a little bit, a few minutes away as well. It's all sponsored by Outdoor Supply Hardware. Now, you did a good thing, Dibs. You did a good thing.
Thank you.
Not only do I think you nailed it with the song of the day, you had a little bit of a request in terms of how we should bring it in. Is that correct?
Yes, a special intro. I mean, we have a lot of illustrious guests who join us. Gabe Yapler, Bruce Nochi, but probably my favorite is the late, great NFL Films narrator, Harry Kalish. I thought Harry Kalish, if he was available, if he could intro the song of the day, it would mean a lot to me.
You want him to bring the song in?
If he's available. I know that sometimes he's hard to reach.
Let me get him. He's right here in my bag.
Huge. I love it. Add rustling noises here. Rummaging. There's some random rummaging. There's rustling. There's rustling. There's rummaging.
It's a major bag alert.
It's a minor bag alert with that beat up old thing.
It is pretty beat up. I have another one at home. I got to switch it. But anyway.
More Bilbo Baggins than it is a major bag alert.
Okay, I got him.
It is.
You got to know when to kick it. Know when to risk it. Know when to throw for 6. When to walk away. You gotta count all the field goals. When you're looking at the standings, there'll be time enough for 4th downs. When the playoffs start, I feel like you're asking me to sing. Know when to risk it. Know when to throw for 6. When to walk away. You gotta count all the field goals.
Yes.
When you're looking at the standings, time enough for 4th down.
Oh.
When the playoffs start.
Yes, Harry Kalish. Very good. Thank you. The Gambler, Mark. You had me thinking about The Gambler.
This is where we're at. Gambling has taken over the actual sport. Do you all notice that? We're sitting here. Kyle's over here looking. Oh, it's the second half line. It's the 4th quarter line.
I got a color-coded spreadsheet.
Spadone's firing green checks at me before I'm like, wait a minute. The play's not even done on my TV yet. What's happening right now? We're all doing that. So are the head coaches. Gambling has taken over the whole outfit.
Yeah, fantasy football too. Spadone putting it in my face in the semifinals. Tyreek Hill all over me. I mean, everything but Tyreek Hill Christmas cards from this guy last night.
Tyreek Hill. It's all sponsored by Outdoor Supply Hardware. 888-957-9570. Your calls next and developing news with the Golden State Warriors. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Join Outdoor Supply Hardware's Sense of Purpose Change Drive and help kiddos at area Children's Miracle Network hospitals. Simply shop at Osh and round up your in-store purchase total to the nearest dollar. Your donation goes to the Greatest Need Fund at local CMN hospitals. Thank you.
What's up, Bay Area? It's your boy Guru.
so blue, just thinking.
I disagree with this entire sentiment. Nothing can ruin Christmas. Even being without you, whoever you are. I'm not going to be with you on Christmas, Dibs.
Yeah.
We'll be all right.
I'm cool with that,
Yeah.
but you and I are, I don't think that you're ready to croon over me like Elvis. Elvis will have
you
a
sell
blue
yourself
Christmas.
short.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see what
I think
happens.
5 days a week is good for you and I. If I can get 5/7 of a week with you involved for 1/8 of my day.
I do think the show, and I mean all four of us now, I do think the show needs a, like a bowling night or something. You know what I mean? You know how when the coaches are like, practice is canceled, we're all going to a movie or something like that. I think the show, one of these days, that needs to happen.
I think you're right.
Yeah. Didn't you go bowling a couple weeks ago?
Yeah.
How'd that go?
Supper got a turkey in game 2. We had gone to...
Was it over Thanksgiving? That's perfect.
Thereabouts, yeah. We had gone to Plank before. Shout out Plank in Oakland. We've had actually a couple station events there. We bowled at Plank, but the alley didn't feel quite authentic enough for supper, even though I got the 2-game sweep.
Okay.
So we went to Alameda Bowl, and I promptly came out in the opener, hung a 125 on her, and in a gutsy defensive struggle, got the win. And then game 2.
Sometimes you got to grind it out.
Well, game 2 starts, and I go first. She'd pick the order. I come out, boom, strike, scoreboard. We're already thinking about heading for the exits. She goes turkey on me to open. So I was down early.
They give you a 3 for your turkey.
Yeah, you got to grab the neck. My Sterling and my turkey both involve neck grabs.
Yeah, I don't
think
do
she threw a
turkeys.
165 at me.
Whoa.
In a game 2 win, yeah.
Whoa.
Because I'm basically between a $1.15 and a $1.40. I'm not very good.
Yeah, like you got to get over
Mediocre.
a buck. You got to get over a buck, or else you feel like your kids might beat you if you can't get to a buck.
And that's like in golf when you hit a bad drive and it doesn't go past the forward tees. The old adage of, you got to play the hole with,
grizzled veteran to call them the forward tees.
Thank you.
Well played.
Thank you.
Well played.
Because it's not. I mean, as a guy who's playing it forward, pretty soon I'm going to be playing those tees. I mean, my goal for golf, Mark, is to enjoy the game.
Yeah,
Jeff Kent, enjoy the game.
Gosh, where was it? I got to remember where there was a big push for this at one point in the sport of golf. The idea is basically just make it easier. There were places that they're testing out, making the hole bigger, but there's an entire course. It might be down in Southern California. I can't remember where it was, but they've sort of created fairways, and then on the sides of the fairways, what would be rough or the woods, it is kind of bold. So, like, if you hit it off to the right a little bit, bounce off the ground and kind of heads toward the fairway. It's sort of like it's like bowling with the bumpers up. Yeah,
makes sense.
Just like, let's have fun and stop trying to.
Yes.
Like, golf is so it just tries to punish you. Right. Everything you do, it just tries to punish you. It's like, why don't we just switch that?
And 99% of you listening, you stink.
Right.
I stink. Mark's not very good, even though you're better than me.
Mediocre.
The beauty of going to Scotland, and we'll wrap the golf talk with this. I went to Scotland, and you play whatever course. I played St. Andrews, the old course. When you walk up to the first tee, the starter looks at you and tells you where you're going to play.
And judges you.
You're playing the whites. He looks at your golf bag. He looks at your practice swing. And basically, they know you're playing the whites, laddie. It's beautiful.
Does anybody ever just get sent to the bar? No, you're not playing today, Bob.
Guy pulls out your clubs and starts breaking them over his knee.
This place is not for you. All right.
That's two. Impromptu Scottish.
Well, when you said 500 miles earlier,
thank you.
I almost broke into the Proclaimers.
You should have.
I really thought hard and long about
500 each way, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
That drive back, the drive of shame.
Jeff Schwartz is
a
great
Blue Christmas.
Former NFLer and a great Bay Area sports fan and a really good NFL talker is going to join us here in about 22 minutes. Sam Monson, speaking of hopping across the pond, Sam Monson of Pro Football Focus is going to join us at about 11 a.m.
It's a pretty decent unit.
Yeah, absolutely. We're also, Jordan Poole is out tonight against the Boston Celtics. That would be the very fancy, cool thing everybody's doing lately, which is health and safety protocols. So we knew. I mean, it'd be crazy almost to think that the Warriors could somehow navigate this East Coast trip without this hitting them. And so here we are. We'll see how this goes for the Warriors over the next few days, but he is out for the game that you'll hear right here on 95.7 The Game against the Celtics later on this evening. There's Clay news. We'll get to it in a moment. But also off of that football game last night, one thing I've noticed, and I think that Chiefs fans and 49ers fans are both guilty of this, and it is coming off of their Super Bowl matchup 2 years ago. But my gosh, the Kittle versus Kelsey debate and conversation gets under people's skin, and I'm one of them. I think it is such a fantasy football reaction when people say that Travis Kelce is the best tight end in football. I don't even think it's close. And when I say that, Kelce fans get very, very angry because he's great. I'm not trying to diminish him. But Kelce is very much an Antonio Gates style tight end. He's a wide receiver with a bigger body. He's fantastic. He's got maybe the best quarterback in the game. I take nothing from him, but the Chiefs' run game does not rely on Travis Kelce. The 49ers' run game relies on George Kittle. Nobody is more important on offense, play in and play out, and data shows this, than George Kittle. And I'd love to talk to Sam Monson about this because they're the ones that have done the deep dive. Give me Kittle over Kelce all day long.
It depends on the offense that you're trying to run. And that's where football is not a sport where you can just take one gigantic blanket and throw it over any conversation and say, this is better than that. What Kansas City runs, the way they run their offense, Travis Kelce is a better tight end in their system than George Kittle would be. Travis Kelce, I believe, can run better routes, faster routes, and is a slightly better receiver of the football than George Kittle is. Now, when you go to the run game and what the 49ers try to do, and I know you start to glaze over when I go into personnel groupings.
No.
But Niners run a lot of 21, 2 running backs, 1 tight end.
Are you going to say wide 9?
And a true eye, gun run. I might go through all of them, but you got to say it like that in order to get the full effect, quite frankly. But when they go 21, when they go 12 with the 2 tight ends, Kansas City doesn't do that a lot. So Kittle in this offense versus Kelce in that offense, that to me is where the conversation begins.
I'm not even convinced that if you did stick Kittle on Kansas City, that Kelce would be better at that. He looks like, and I haven't seen them standing right next to each other, I feel like Kelce is just a smidge bigger. Is he maybe a smidge faster? I don't know. I actually don't know that. Maybe those are perceptions just because when Kansas City has the ball, it just looks like things are going really fast because that's the way they play. But I would give George Kittle, based on just what I've seen, the eye test, I think he's got better hands. I think he does a better job of catching in traffic. It feels like when Kelce catches the ball, and the last play last night, probably the best example of this, he's by himself. He's just standing by himself 25 yards down the field. Kittle doesn't get to do that because the 49er offense doesn't expand the field. There's no Tyreek Hill. They don't do it that way. There's no Patrick Mahomes. Kittle's got to do stuff in traffic. He's got to do stuff like he did in Cincinnati with his fingertips, acrobatically. Like I don't know. I don't know what it would look like. I feel like Kittle is every bit the receiver that Kelce is, and twice the blocker.
He's closer as a receiver than Kelce is as a blocker.
That's
absolutely.
Fair.
And
Yeah.
I don't know how good a blocker Travis Kelce would be if he was asked to block in this sort of an offense. Probably not as good as Kittle. Would he be a better blocker than he is? I think he would be. They don't ask Travis Kelce to come in and block very often. In the run game, they do. And, Kansas City's run game is usually a short pass to begin with, or it's a dive right up the middle. The Niners will run to Kittle's edge. They use him. He and Trent Williams, when they line up on the left side, you've got Trent Williams, 6'9", 350 or whatever the dimensions are, massive, nimble, and then Kittle at 6'3", 235, athletic, nimble. What a great way to run that stretch. Kansas City doesn't do that in their run game. They run between the tackles a lot more.
So once again, as I said off the top, this triggers people. 209 with a very fair point to discuss. But again, it gets chippy fast with Kittle versus Kelce. 209, 2 things. Kelce put up those numbers with Alex Smith. Fair. Although I think Alex Smith's a fantastic quarterback. I mean, he's not Mahomes.
He's fine.
He's good. I'm going to give him better than fine. He's a good quarterback. Wasn't great. He's not Mahomes. Secondly, Kelsey is always available. Kittle is not. Get out of here with that not even close crap. It's chippy. It's chippy. But you know me, we've talked about this a bunch of times. I don't tend to lean in the direction of hanging it around players' necks when they get hurt and playing football. I mean, the gold standard in the last decade has been Rob Gronkowski. Rob Gronkowski has had major injuries. Gronkowski has missed a lot of time. He tried to retire, I think, before he was he even 30? Was he 30 yet when he rolled out the first time?
I think so, right
was
about
he?
that, yeah.
Maybe 30. 29, 30, something like that. He tried to roll out. Tom pulled him back in. He sucked him back in. But I'm not gonna say George Kittle, and pardon the rhyme, is brittle. Because he's not.
I like it.
Yeah.
Shout out Peanut Brittle. Always good this time of year.
Hey, diddle diddle, George Kittle ain't brittle. Okay, I'm not signing up for that.
Thank you, Goo. He's not brittle, but the number one ability is availability, and that's just a fact. And again, this goes to how each player is used and what each player's strengths are, because Travis Kelce doesn't play as physically as George Kittle.
Right.
And you saw it last night on the touchdown catch and run. Not that George Kittle can't do what Kelce did, but watch that play again. Kelce gets it in the middle, and he just with his hips, he's able to make slight moves
Shifty
and
hips.
fakes to where he was able to get that space and go to the end zone. George Kittle has that ability, but he's more likely to catch that and seek and destroy. He wants to hit you on the way.
Oh, for sure. Which maybe is not the good thing if you're worried about health. I did watch Kelce at the Tahoe tournament, the Edgewood deal. We went up there as a fan one time, and Kelce, I think, was playing with Barkley. It was kind of a crazy crew, right? And those hips that work on the football field, they didn't work as well on the golf course.
No?
He blocked one to the right. Yeah.
Yeah, Blocktoberfest.
It was one swing. So, I don't want to hold one swing against the guy. But anyway, I hear what you're saying. He can be, for a man his size, he is shifty in the open field. And he was at the 25. He was at the 25-yard line when I'm like, ball game. You could see it.
Night.
You could see it in his eyes. You could see it with the shifts that he was making. I'm like, they're not going to tackle him.
No.
They're not going to tackle him, and he's going to end up flexing in front of a camera here in about 3 seconds.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to get a green check from Spadone, and I'm going to get triggered.
And you did.
Yep.
And he is the number 4 tight end in the National Football League, according to the Fighting Monsons, Pro Football Focus, PFF.com.
The current number 4? Wait a minute.
Number 1 is George Kittle, 91.7 in the NFL. He's a 92 as a receiver, and he's 74.5 as a run blocker, which is third, quite frankly, among tight ends, or third or fourth. Mark Andrews, by the way, of Baltimore, your number 2 tight end.
Number
Dallas
2.
Goedert would be number 3 of Philadelphia, then Kelce, and then Gronk.
Wow.
This according to the Fighting Monsons.
That'll get people going. Dallas. So there. Forget my Kittle is better than Kelce take. Dallas Goedert is better than Travis Kelce.
He's an 88 as a receiver, and he's a 67 as a run blocker. Kelsey's a 61 as a run blocker.
Well, there you go. Then that is my point. He's not a great run blocker. He's not a very willing run blocker, and that's not based on my eyes on a TV set watching Red Zone.
Right.
That's what scouts, that's what other NFL players who've played against him that we've had on shows and things like that, that's what they say.
Yeah, Kittle, by the way, second on his own team among tight ends as a run blocker, which speaks to what they like to do. And again, I hate to go all 12 and 22 personnel on you, but when the Niners go to the 2 tight ends, there's a reason your boy Charlie Werner, not Timo Werner, who's in the COVID protocol for Chelsea, but Charlie Werner, he's 5th among tight ends in run blocking.
Well, that's because that's all he's there to do. He is not there to ever catch a pass. He is a quote-unquote blocking tight end. Here's another point that I do think is worthy of the conversation, and it's going to be made by Marco in the city. Marco, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing? What's going on?
Yeah, just driving into the city for work. But
okay, well, now hold on. No, don't just gloss over that. Now, where do you work? What are you going to do today?
Yeah, I have a construction company I run with my brother, and I'm doing a couple site visits today, looking at some of our projects, making sure the guys are doing a good job.
All right. Are you wildly successful?
I've got my Pete's coffee in hand, and I'm feeling pretty good for a Friday before.
All right. And please, your Pete's order, if you would, and then you can make your Kittle take.
It's dark roast black coffee.
Oh, you're one of those people.
He's a construction guy. Let's go.
You've got hairy armpits, don't you?
Well, I am a swarthy Italian Yugoslavian, so
I love it. Let's get the drywall up and keep the sugar out of my coffee. Let's go. Time is money.
Hang on. Let me get a sip of my iced vanilla latte, and then you can talk.
I'm drinking black coffee myself right now, my brother.
Right.
Talk to us about George Kittle.
Go ahead, Marco.
So I'd be, less worried about our man Kittle if we could get a quarterback that could deliver him a pass on target, and a lot less worried about our receiving core. I'm so frustrated with these guys having to lean out and extend their bodies while going over the middle, or coming across on a crossing route. That these guys someone's going to get lit up one time because those passes are just consistently over their head or causing these guys to reach back across their body and expose themselves.
Well, Marco, I don't think somebody's going to have that happen. I think people have had that happen. And listen, we're talking about tight windows. It's not easy. Marco, thanks. But Jimmy has thrown some hospital balls. When was it the Jets game 2 last year where Bosa got hurt? Was that game 2, game 3?
That was the Giants game.
Giants, Jets. Didn't they stay there and play?
The Jets.
Didn't they play both?
It was that confounded field, I know that.
I think it was the Jets game 2 because game 3 was the Giants and Mullins came in and torched them, right? Who knows if my memory serves.
That's correct.
I feel like the Kittle injury in that game doesn't get discussed as much because there were torn ACLs right and left and your quarterback went out.
That ball was so high.
But it was so high and it was just 5 yards away from him. He hyperextended Kittle's knee because of where he threw it, right?
No doubt.
Yeah. So that's a part of this conversation.
It is, and that's where, the quarterback you have thrown to you a lot of times will determine your success as a receiver. We always talk about Jerry Rice. If he gets drafted somewhere else and he doesn't have Joe Montana and Bill Walsh, does he become Jerry Rice? Well, he probably still is a very good player, Hall of Famer, and maybe he's the GOAT, but it was the marriage of quarterback, coach, scheme, era. All of that is what made Jerry Rice the greatest of all time.
I love that you brought up the GOAT today. Did you know what anniversary is today, GOAT-related?
Yes, I do, actually.
You do. Please, if you will.
It was the final game of Jerry Rice's career that was largely upstaged by T.O. and his 20 grabs.
20 grabs, and was it 278?
280 something.
280 something, 280. Now, Jerry had what would be considered a fine game. I think he had like 7 for 78. Like not a game that would kill your fantasy roster. You'd be like, okay, nice last game at Candlestick. 21 years ago today, by the way. 21 years ago, Jerry's last game at Candlestick. Last game as a 49er. T.O. on the other side, 20 grabs for over 275 yards.
He's a competitor.
And Jeff Garcia threw for over 4 bills in that game. Which is weird because it wasn't a high-scoring game, right?
Right.
Didn't they shut someone? Who'd they play? It was like a 17-0 game or something. Yeah. Who did the 49ers play that day? The Bears? Yeah, Bears. And what was the final score?
17-0, I believe you
20-0,
had it right.
17-0, something like that. Why'd they have to throw for 400 yards?
A lot of dig and dunk. T.O. was unguardable.
The other team never scored. But anyway, I don't know. That bothered some people. It was as if they were like T.O. was trying to upstage Jerry Rice or something.
Right.
I don't know. Jeff threw the open guy. T.O. was open. He's a better player at that stage in his career.
20 catches. That's crazy, though.
Tyreek Hill didn't have that last night against you, did he?
No, but he had a monster game. Boy, he had like a 32-point game or something. I'm up against it. I've already started to craft my my end of year
speech. Your resignation letter.
Well, and I hate to tip my hand because it's not over yet. But when you lose the number 1 overall pick for the entirety of the year, basically, in Christian McCaffrey, when my backfield has been decimated throughout the course of the season.
One player and you're already moving to that violin?
Edwards-Helaire missed about 6 weeks.
He did.
My Denver running back this week is questionable. Jalen Waddle is on the COVID-19 list. So
maybe he'll be back, though. You can get back quick now.
If we can make it to the finals with all this adversity, it'll be testimony to our culture in that locker room.
I applaud the work that you've done as the head coach of this team.
Nobody asked you to chime in, Spadoni.
Oh, yeah,
12 receptions, 148 yards, and a touchdown for Tyreek Hill for 32.8 points. But he got Clyde Edwards-Helaire, 9 points. Sneaky.
What did What Kelsey? What was Kelsey's fantasy line last night? What the heck did he do? Because didn't he have 2 tugs? Did he have 1 touchdown or 2?
13 for $191 and 2 touchdowns.
That's got to be a 45-point average.
41.1 points.
Oh, there you go.
I was thankful
in the consolation.
I was thankful that my limited Eckler at least spilled in for 1 tutty there in the second half, because he didn't have a great game, but he did enough to where it's like, okay, that's not going to kill you if you played Eckler, because he did not get his full complement. And they were, as we know, they were inside the 10-yard line 7 times.
Yeah.
Like, that should have been a 3-touchdown game for Austin Eckler, but he wasn't in that much. So
limited Eckler is a side effect of one of those drugs that they were pushing during the game. Side effects include limited Eckler.
Just chew it and do it. That's going to be my fantasy team name next year. Limited Ecklers.
By the way, just real quick, shout out Timeless Coffee for the great Java and the wonderful sponsorship. We were doing some coffee talk earlier. I'll give you yet another topic. Discuss amongst yourselves. It's coffee talk
amongst yourselves.
Michael Myers. But Timeless Coffee. Thank you for bringing it.
I got a bag of the whole bean Timeless Coffee at home right now. And
how?
I'm wait. What do you mean how? It's just sitting there. It's waiting for me to grind it up and use it.
Okay,
but
I didn't know if this is another one of these new guys scooping scores. From the files of, I had lunch with the sales staff. I've got free parking.
Oh, no.
I got a pound of coffee.
Well, it's not just one. I actually get shipments now direct to my door. No, I'm kidding. No, I have some Timeless that I'm saving for a special occasion.
Yeah.
And I think over the holidays, we're gonna grind those gears, and we're going to drink it up. And we're going to pour a bunch of vanilla in it, because that's how I freaking roll.
Ruin it. Ruin it. I love the fact that you reveal yourself as a 7-year-old, like every single segment, whether it's your unbelievable need to eat, your childlike affinities.
10 o'clock, the orange is about to get peeled.
I love it.
Here we go, brother. And a hello, twitch.tv/957 the game. And hello, youtube.com/957 the game. It's not a full-size orange. It's one of those things that they call a cutie. This is a cutie, and it's about to get devoured.
Go on.
Just like the Klay Thompson issue and the Jordan Poole issue, and a conversation with Jeff Schwartz, former NFLer, now on the media side, and a Bay Area sports fan. And he joins us next on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
With school back in session, there's plenty to worry about. CalHope can help with free COVID-19 emotional support. Call 833-31.
But not just a spot, the spot. Actually, with the all-new Nissan Frontier, you know a bunch of them. One for hitting the trail. One for catching a wave. One where this happened.
Yo, where'd our tent go?
Another where the fish get bigger every time you tell the story. Some spots, you made your mark. Others marked you. And one? Okay, let's stay away from that one. But the key to these great spots? Being able to reach them in the first place. Your spot is out there. Find your frontier in the all-new 2022 Nissan Frontier. With best-in-class standard 310 horsepower, advanced tech, and 281 pound-foot of torque. Comparison based on 2022 Frontier S versus latest in-market Ward small truck segment. Base models compared based on manufacturer's website.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Here's one that most kids like. This kid does too. Stand by. You better watch out. You better not cry. Better not pout. I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town.
Deborah Claus is right here in town, sitting across from me right now.
Gonna find out who's naughty and nice.
Jeff Schwartz, Sirius XM, Fox Sports, 8-year NFL vet, moments away. Glad you're with us. 888-957-9570 is the number. Developing news, Saints head coach Sean Payton has tested positive for COVID-19. He will not be there with the Saints coming up this weekend. And if my memory serves, that's the second time around the block for Sean Payton. Didn't he test positive earlier this year and miss a game?
I think so. I think he did.
Wow.
And it just is a reminder about this COVID-19 where you can get it again. Hopefully you get vaccinated, and so it's not as severe if you do get it, but it's affecting all kinds of teams.
I think he is vaccinated, and therefore there are new rules. If you get the two tests, two negatives 24 hours apart, then you can go ahead and immediately get reinstated. However, in order to do that now, like he would need to test negative basically by tonight. So that's some developing news. Jeff Schwartz hops in here now to talk all things NFL. Jeff, it is wonderful to have you. Really, really appreciate your time. How you doing today?
I am good, and I think the NFL put new rules in place where it's only now one negative test if you're asymptomatic and vaccinated. So that might change for a lot of players this weekend if they are able to get back on the field or not, or coaches or whoever else. I think they made that change yesterday because, look, at some point, I mean, it's like you have to change the rules to get people to play, right? I mean, we're in a holiday season now. Numbers going up across the country. And we had players who played in games this weekend who tested positive, and there seems to be no spread on the field, which even last year, the conclusion was there's no spread on the field, right? And so I wonder if the NFL just moves to a situation where they say, look, if you're vaccinated and you're asymptomatic, you get to play. Like, I know you're positive, but the data doesn't really show that you'll spread it very much, and we'll let you play. I'll let them decide that, but I feel like at some point they have to make that decision because you can't have games with 20 guys out. I mean, and the NFL's not going to postpone the games. They made that very clear. So you got to find a way to make this work.
Jeff, do you ever think back to your playing days? Because I've been thinking about my own pre-pandemic life on mass transit and grocery stores and everything else where you didn't even think about wearing a mask. Do you ever think about your time in a locker room or on planes or just how much time you spent close to your teammates?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't thought about it in regards to COVID, but it would be really tough. And obviously this year was different than last year, right? This year you're able to do those things if you were vaccinated, which most players end up being. And so, yeah, it would be very difficult. Like, I liked when we went on road trips to go out and eat. Like, because we used to, we get there about 4 p.m., and then you wouldn't have meetings till maybe 7:30, 8. So you'd go out and you eat dinner, and you meet your family or friends, or you just go out with your offensive line buddies and go have dinner. And so, I mean, I had some great meals at certain places, and I think that would be tough. The team camaraderie of the whole situation has to be tough for NFL players. But this is kind of what, it's not just the, NHL, NBA, they're all dealing with this, and it's becoming very clear that this is something we're going to have to just live with and find the healthiest way. That's very important, the healthiest way to make sure that, we can continue our life and also make sure everyone's healthy, but also continue to, selfishly play sports, right? And we'll see, obviously, what the NFL does moving forward. But, yeah, the camaraderie part of this is tough. It's a big part of why guys like playing sports. You're with your buddies, you're hanging around your friends, and that's obviously tougher to do if you can't hang out with them because of COVID.
Jeff, you're bringing up if there's a certain number of guys, it becomes very, very difficult for a team to play. This is mainly facing, I know many teams, but the Cleveland Browns are kind of the face of this right now. Baker Mayfield was very, very vocal, complaining on Twitter yesterday. Is there a line like where if they're not going to cancel games, where is the line where it becomes unfair to a team?
Well, Washington might even have a bigger case because Washington has had to play quarterback as of right now, who they just signed to the roster yesterday or today because they have all three quarterbacks in the protocol. I really think the NFL needs a little bit more heat on them because the players asked for daily testing. They said, "Look, we've gotten vaccinated, but we think daily testing is the way to go, so we don't have these outbreaks. Test once a week, it's likely to have an outbreak like this. But you test it every day." Even though we're vaccinated, it would obviously remove this kind of massive outbreak. And the NFL was like, no, we're not doing that. We're only testing once a week. And if they tested every day still, we could have avoided a lot of this, I feel like. And so the NFL bears responsibility in not managing this correctly.
And the NBA now questioning whether or not its frequent testing is leading to more positives as a result. So it's interesting the way leagues have to adjust and adapt on the fly. Let's talk about football, Jeff. Last night's game, so fascinating for so many reasons. A battle of two of the best quarterbacks in the league, but also a new era of let's go for it on fourth down. What did you think about all the fourth down risks that were taken last night?
Well, as a Chiefs fan, I was very happy to see the coach of the runner-up AFC West Chargers go for it so many times because obviously that really helped the Chiefs out in the end. But also the Chiefs obviously failed on fourth down as well for themselves. Look, obviously the numbers show that, and especially when you play the Chiefs and they're how prone their offense is, that I think you want to get points as much as possible. The only one that I felt like, you know what, was maybe the end of the first half, right? You're going in the half, a field goal, you would have felt good, 17-10. And you would have been like, okay, cool, like that feels good, right? And obviously, not scoring there led to, maybe it didn't lead to anything, but it would have been a maybe different second half. But also, I was curious why he didn't go for two when they went up 27-20, right? Because if you go for two, then that makes it obviously a two-score game, and the Chiefs would have had to score twice at the end of the game instead of just one time. So there's little things that I the fourth down stuff I'm fine with, but why weren't we also a little more aggressive on the 2-point conversion? But I'm fine with it. Look, you have Justin Herbert. You have a Chiefs defense that was down a bunch of starters. Why not go for it? One of them was very unfortunate with Parham, getting injured, and I hope he's okay. One of them was another drop pass, a tip ball. I mean, they were there to be had. It's just the plays weren't made.
Jeff Schwartz is with us, SiriusXM NFL, longtime NFLer on the offensive line, Fox Sports as well. Jeff, could you explain, by the way, you called yourself a Chiefs fan. I know you're an Oregon fan. Maybe are you a Laker fan and a San Francisco Giants fan? Can you explain what the hell's going on here right now?
With me?
Yeah. Where'd your fandom come together?
Well, so my dad's from Santa Rosa. So I grew up a Niners Giants fan, and then for basketball, he wasn't like a Warriors fan really. I mean, they didn't do a lot of winning when he was in the 70s, right? So he was a Celtics fan. He liked Larry Bird, but we had season tickets to the Forum. We split them like three ways. So I went to 13, 15 Lakers games a year. So that's kind of how I became a Lakers fan. And my dad never kind of pushed me in a certain direction. But I was never going to be a Dodgers fan. I was never going to be allowed. So
yes,
and I went to games as a kid too. So I was never going to be allowed. So that's how it was. But now, obviously, when I got to the NFL, I kind of dropped my Niners fandom. I mean, I still root for them, I guess, in a big game, but I don't feel like I do with the Chiefs. And then I played for the Chiefs, and I played, and the 5 teams I played for, they're the only one with the same staff as the staff, the new general manager, but the same coaches, everyone, trainers, coaches, equipment guys, all the same from when I played. Obviously, my brother was there. I won a Super Bowl with Kansas City, so that's why I root for the Chiefs. So that's kind of where everything is up. My dad's from Santa Rosa. That's why I'm a Bay Area sports fan, or I guess I was, as a kid.
Yeah, however it all comes together, when you said I was never going to be a Dodger fan, you captured me for life. So it's all good, brother. It's all good.
And shout out to 707 and the good people of Santa Rosa. I'd spent a lot of time in Petaluma, so I'm a huge fan of that Sonoma County vibe. You said you'd root for the Niners if it was a, quote, big game. Are you rooting for them this Sunday in a, quote, big game? Is it, Jeff, do we have you against Atlanta?
Well, I bet on the Falcons.
Oh boy! Wow.
I think here's why. First of all, the Falcons are winless at home, but we're 6-1 on the road. Have you guys ever looked at Shanahan's record against the spread as a home favorite?
No.
He's 4-15-1 in his last 20 games.
Call my bookie.
Oh my God!
Cancel all bets.
I'm going to bet online right now.
I was laying the 9.5, Jeff. You got me scared now.
So that's he's only, I think, straight up as a favorite 8-11. They've had 8 this year. They've had 8 games. The Niners have played under 8 points. Right? They've had a lot of close games so far this season. So he actually only covers as a favorite in total, road and home, 34% of the time. And he's 4-15-1 against spread as a home favorite. Like, he's just not good as a favorite covering the spread. And I don't think Atlanta is terribly good, but they play better on the road. And I think this line's a little inflated based off of what the Niners did last week. So I think the Niners win the game, but I'm taking 8.5, 9 points for the Falcons. I'll take it.
I mean, I think you make a very, very compelling argument with regard to the spread. Would you make that same sort of compelling argument in terms of whether or not this game, I mean, you said you don't think they'll lose, but is this a nail-biter? Is this a potential trap game for the 49ers?
Well, who the Niners play next week? They play division opponent next week?
Thursday night against Tennessee, in Tennessee.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't believe in trap games as much in the NFL as I do college. I feel like college, with the emotions of a young athlete, that's more set up for trap games. In the NFL, you're really so week to week that you don't really, know who you're playing, but you don't really think about it during the week. There's no talk about it. Like, no one in the media this weekend in San Francisco talking about the Tennessee game. They're talking about the game this weekend, right? It's the way the NFL is. In college football, like if Cal was playing Arizona, but then the next week played Oregon, half the media would spend talking about the Oregon game. That's the way it is, right? They don't have the Arizona game. It's not the way it is in the NFL. So I don't believe in trap games in the NFL as much. I still think they win the game. They're better than Atlanta. Atlanta is 32nd in efficiency with that last in the NFL. Their point differential, they're 6-7. It's like a minus 108. On the flip side, Buffalo is 7-6 with a point differential of like plus 130. How about that? So Atlanta's just not good, but I still think they cover the game and Niners win, which is important for them, obviously, to try to make a playoff push.
You talked about belief, Jeff. Who in this NFL do you believe in? Because you mentioned that those 2 point differentials separated by just 1 victory. It's been such a weird NFL year. In whom do you believe right now?
I believe in Tampa Bay. I believe in Green Bay. Kansas City right now. You look around the other teams like Buffalo offensively. There's some issues there, right? They can't run the ball at all. Josh Allen has not been as good as he was last year. Look at the AFC North. Baltimore is beat up. I mean, everyone's hurt. Lamar's not playing this weekend. They play the Packers. They host the Packers. You look at the Browns. The Bengals aren't ready for prime time yet. The NFC side, Arizona, the knock on Kingsbury has always been that his teams finish slow every year. It's true. Go look at his 8 previous coaching seasons, whether it's at Tech or at Arizona. His teams finish slow every year, right? Do we trust them with no Hopkins now? The Rams, everyone is convinced that Stafford is some sort of top 5 quarterback. I don't know. He's never played in big playoff games yet. He's going to have to go to Green Bay and go to Tampa probably. I don't see the Rams doing it to win the NFC. And the Cowboys, I guess the Cowboys are pretty fascinating, but Dak just hasn't been the same player since he hurt his calf. So I believe in Tampa, and I believe in the Packers, who defensively have been much better this season, and they get Jair Alexander back, they get David Bakhtiari back at some point, their left tackle as well. They're only going to get healthier, and then the Chiefs.
I tell you what I believe in. I believe in your gambling analytics. I think we might need to talk more, Jeff.
Just let me know, man. I got all the numbers for you. My podcast, Jeff Schwartz is Smarter Than You. We talk about all the gambling stuff. But yeah, I'm just, the Niners are just bad at home. I don't know why. I mean, Levi Stadium.
Yep.
I've never been there. I guess it's not. Is it not? I don't know. It looks pretty nice. I don't know why they can't win home.
Levi Stadium is a completely different conversation, depending on where you live in the Bay and where you sit when you're in Levi Stadium and what the weather's like and all of that. But we can get into that another time. Jeff, really kind of you to hop on with us. Great stuff, and thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a great weekend.
All right, you too. There he is, Jeff Schwartz, 8 years in the league, SiriusXM NFL, Fox Sports, and yes, a podcast called Jeff Schwartz is Smarter Than You.
Smart and humble, too. What a rare combination. I love it. I didn't know about the Santa Rosa roots. That's awesome.
Yep. Yeah, I knew he was a San Francisco Giants fan, but the whole Giants-Lakers combo, I get that he becomes a Chiefs fan because he plays there, except for if you go to his Twitter feed, his picture is of him playing with the New York Giants. It felt very confusing. I wanted answers. We got answers.
And I always wonder about pro athletes who played in multiple places, if after you're done playing, if you have a favorite and what that favorite is based upon. Now, if you win a chip, like David West, I don't know why that name popped in my head.
Okay.
Great run as a New Orleans Jazz and then a New Orleans Hornet, I believe. I can't remember which nickname he embraced in his time there, but he had a terrific career. But then you come to the Warriors and you win a chip.
You win the chip.
Is the Warriors your most beloved team? That's kind of what I was thinking about.
I mean, look at Andre Iguodala, who had quite a career in the NBA, Philadelphia, Denver, but wouldn't you say on the back end, and especially because he ended up with a finals MVP, like he's going to be remembered as a Warrior.
As a Grizzly.
I want Iguodala.
I will always remember him as a Grizzly.
As a Heat. By the way, what do we do?
I'm a Heat. Yeah, I'm always going to be a Heat.
What do we do with these non-plural names? Like, what are you? You're a Heat? You're not a Heat. You're not the Heat. I don't know. Anyway, point being, yeah, it happens with some players. Maybe it doesn't with others. I think sometimes there's fan pressure involved in it. When Joe Montana sent out that picture 2 years ago, I can't lose today. It's the Chiefs and the Niners. We got really upset. We're like, what are you doing, dude? You're not a Chief. You better be a Niner.
He's a Chiefs. And I'm always going to be a Chiefs.
And we're going to be championship as well.
Yes.
So that's exciting. It's all brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer. It's Willard Dibs, and you're certainly welcome here at 888-957-9570.
He scared me, Mark. He scared me.
With his gambling analytics?
Yes. The way, do you guys know what Kyle Shanahan is as a home favorite?
We're like, no.
No. 5-14-1. That's a chilling factoid right there, especially when you have a number that's this big.
Yeah, ATS. That's not his record in the game. That's his ATS record.
But what's their record straight up this year at home? Are they 1-5 or 2-5?
No bueno.
No
bueno. Here, let me look it up. I actually don't know exactly what they are, but it's not good. The home record is 2-4.
Yeah, dreadful.
2-4.
Dreadful. And 5-14-1 against the spread, and with a number this big, he had me feeling some kind of way because I was thinking they're going to beat Atlanta by 2 touchdowns. This is a 2-touchdown win. This is 31-17, maybe 31-20. They're going to have their way with the Falcons, but Schwartz, who apparently is smarter than me, just ask him.
Use the Schwartz!
Yeah, I'm trying to because, wow, that one chilled me. Mel Brooks.
Well, I'll also
Rest
say
in
this.
Peace?
Don't kill Mel Brooks. I don't.
He's very much still with us.
Okay.
Mel at least still with us. I don't know about very much.
I think not only with us, but like sharp.
I was thinking about Mel Allen.
I think he's sharp. Yeah. Hey, fans, this is Mel Allen. Yeah, this week in baseball.
Mel Brooks 95. You can't fault the guy
but
he's a competitor.
but hanging in. He's New Kids on the Block, hanging tough, brother.
I'll give you a 4 for that. Just to try to get myself out of this. What was I thinking of?
Boy, forget when
Hang in there, Mel.
when the Diver Claus cometh, you better start praying, man.
I need to start showing up in that outfit with the what's that big knife?
The Dibs Reaper. Yeah, you're the Dibs Reaper.
I've been thinking of Mel Ott there, Dibs.
Mel Ott, yeah. Rest in peace.
It's too soon.
I'm comfortable. I'm out.
Too soon.
70 years too soon.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh my God.
That hurts.
I love that you at least tiptoed into it. It was very much a question mark. You're like, rest in peace?
I was going hard on the rest, and then once you go rest, it's like, it's too late. And I tried to question mark it at the end.
You did.
Immediately, Kyle and Spadoni with the left to right. No.
Oh, that's actually going to be the reason I knew he was. That's going to be a sad day. Like Mel Brooks. I mean, my dad and I sat around and had some belly laughs. I give you these 15, 10 commandments. I mean, come on. Mel is
the Inquisition.
Looking for a pack of Trojans. Oh, I just ran out. I mean, come on.
So many good ones in there.
I'm going to cry that day. I'm going to cry when Mel leaves us. So you just keep doing what you're doing, Mel. You're doing great. You're doing great. Okay.
I love it.
For some people, you know who's not doing great is Klay Thompson. This frustrated some people. The news yesterday. I think by and large, most people are like, look, Klay, come back when you come back. I also wonder how their record has affected this, because while I'm sure there is a very detailed ramp up, and if you don't know what we're talking about, by the way, Klay Thompson will not be back next week. It's official. So it's not going to be he'll not play on Christmas. The earliest he could come back is a home game on the 28th. But January is starting to feel like the thing. And you said that yesterday. You were spot on after Steve Kerr's appearance with Damon and Ratto earlier this week. So I'm sure there's a detailed plan. However, I think some of us are like, hey, after 2 years, like, what's the difference between Tuesday and the next Tuesday? Is his leg going to be different on January 1st versus December 23rd? I can't think that. I wonder how their record affects this, because there truly is no rush.
Right. There shouldn't be a rush, because when you look at what they've done and where they are, they're in an unbelievable spot, and they're 4 to 6 games ahead of what anybody rightly probably could have expected after 28 games. 23-5. I remember after the first 12, I thought, I'd get out of there 8-4.
Remember that?
I think 8-4 feels like it might be the number. And here you are, 23-5. So, rightly, you might have figured at this point you'd be 18-10. If you had 5 fewer wins and you were 18-10, we'd all be saying 18-10. There you go.
Yep.
That's a good start right there. That's because it's a third of the year basically. 28 games, 28 times 3 is 84. It's basically a third of the way into it. It's like a 54 game baseball look. And if the Giants were 38-16. Or 40-14, we would be, oh my God, this is unbelievable. And 23-5 is unbelievable. You've got a cushion or a buffer, as I like to say. So now you look at all of it. Klay, Wiseman, Jordan Poole in the COVID-19, which is too bad, but you realize that's fine, Jordan. Get some rest. Get healthy. We got plenty of time before we have to play meaningful games.
Well, there's two sides to it. You're right. It feels right now like a top 3 seed. I don't want to jinx anything. It feels like a foregone conclusion. They are 5.5 games against or ahead of the 4 seed Memphis Grizzlies right now. That's the math. The other side to it is we can look at it. The 4 seed is Memphis. The 5 seed is the Clippers. The 6 seed is the Lakers. They are way better than those teams, and they are going to finish ahead of those teams. So a top 3 seed is foregone. However, the top seed is far from it. In fact, the Phoenix Suns record is also 23-5. So if you buy into the idea that the Warriors will be better with Klay Thompson on the court, and I don't know how you couldn't. I mean, we don't know exactly what he looks like, but he's Klay Thompson. He's an all-time great. At what point do you start thinking about how hard do you push this in order to help your team get the 1 seed? Is the 1 seed that important? I think this year more important than normal. actually, because if you buy in, and I do, if you buy into the idea that there are two teams that are clearly better than the rest, I think right now the Warriors and Suns are the teams. I think the Suns are the biggest barrier to the Warriors for a championship. Maybe we'll see what Brooklyn looks like at the end of the year, but that's the team you got to get over. And if that's what you believe, you got to have home court when you play that team. And so getting the 1 seed matters.
It does matter, but I don't know if it really matters that much with Phoenix involved. They have not proven to be a hostile environment, and really the home field, the home court only comes in when it comes to a Game 7. If you feel like it's going to come down to a Game 7, then that game is in Phoenix. I don't think you as a veteran team are daunted by, oh boy, we got these first two in Phoenix. I don't know if we can overcome that.
I think there's value to also just where a series starts. I think it's important.
There's some value.
Game 1 and 2, you like that. There's value to having that and starting and setting the tone in your building.
But give me a veteran team on the road, knowing that if you just get one of the two, that is such a psychological advantage. I think the pressure in this scenario would be more on Phoenix to win both than it would be on Golden State to avoid both.
Okay, so more on the Clay situation, the Warriors against the Celtics tonight. Also, how does this surge in COVID-19 affect you, the gambler / sports fan? We can get into that. 888-957-9570 is the number. Sam Monson in a half hour. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Festivals, football, the great outdoors. Some people say fall is the best time of year. It may also be a great time to consider getting vaccinated against COVID-19. Brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer.
Masterclass gives you unlimited access to online classes from the world's best.
We're not going to take it anymore. But what we are going to do is we're going to send you to Lazy Dog Restaurant and Bar, bringing back the popular DIY gingerbread house kit for a third season to benefit Habitat for Humanity, where 100% of net proceeds, that's a lot, net proceeds of sales are going to go to support them. Every gingerbread house purchase at a Lazy Dog restaurant will help families in need of a decent place to live in communities across the U.S. Habitat strives to help others build strength, stability, and self-reliance through shelter. The Gingerbread House Kit is available now through the end of the year, December 31st, for just $6.95. It can be found at all Lazy Dog locations for takeout and delivery while supplies last, or you can order at lazydogrestaurants.com. So fun for the whole family, and it helps a very good cause. And thank you, Lazy Dog, for catering the Odyssey Entertainment and the meeting and sweater holiday gathering yesterday. And just so you know, I checked. Yes, there are leftovers in the fridge.
Yeah, you checked, and I have eaten.
Oh, so you went?
Yes, of course. You checked, and you...
Was it good?
I had salad, Spadoni. Hey, Spadoni. I give myself 3. It wasn't. It was great. Caesar salad, and croutons, lettuce cups.
Sounds healthy.
Yeah. Hey, cucumber, red onion,
cucumber,
vinegar.
Yeah.
I went on a quick 17-bite salad flurry. Donuts next Friday.
That's right. Well, or even next Thursday.
Salad this week. So
Okay.
I'm on a donuts salad alternation sensation.
I like your seesaw that you're on.
You.
That's back and forth. That's the way to do it. It's always been my philosophy. Eat whatever the hell you want and then mix in some stuff you don't want with it, and everything will be fine.
Well, it's because I've got bowls, Mark. I've got bowls. I've got bowls. We're underway here in the Bahamas Bowl. Mitsu and Toledo. Guru and I did a 43 bowl head-to-head money on the line extravaganza on Liquidate All Assets.
What does Mitsu stand for now? I know
Middle Tennessee State.
Tennessee. I know State University. I had that part. The MT wasn't so sure.
And
all right.
Yeah, Samuel Womack has the chain, the Toledo chain, because he just got a pick. As the Zips look to punch it in the Bahamas.
And friends and family available to watch this one. Bowl games in mid-December.
Plenty of seats available.
Wow.
I'm on over 51 this one.
Good thing you're doing Liquidate All Assets, because other than for gambling, I have no idea why these two teams are playing right now. Why are these players banging their heads against one another? There's nobody there.
It's for bragging rights in the lower Ohio Valley.
That's big.
Because when Ohio spills down into Middle Tennessee, these two teams, you can throw the records out.
They don't like each other.
They don't like each other.
They do not like each other. Speaking of not liking each other, do you know what happens tomorrow? Tomorrow, I know we've got NFL tomorrow. We got a 49er game Sunday.
Western Kentucky and Appalachian State.
We've got a Warrior game tonight. You got a Warrior game tomorrow. Put all of that in a bucket, and maybe that is not the major sporting event that I'm talking about that will take place tomorrow.
What would it be?
Frank Gore versus Darren Williams, mano a mano in the ring.
Wow. I mean, that's a fight that we never realized that we needed, but now that it's coming, God, do we want it so badly. Darren Williams, former point guard of the Utah Jazz and others, against Frank Gore, beloved member of the San Francisco 49ers and others.
Well, in a promo interview getting ready for this fight, I learned two things. First of all, apparently Frank is a very heavy puncher. I guess he worked out with Chad Johnson, and Chad said, quote, "It hurts. It hurts when Frank punches you." Lands very heavy. So that's number one. Number two, Frank has not given up on playing in the NFL yet. He said he will not use the word retirement. I don't think he's ready for a full 17-game slate, but he says the dream of the phone ringing late in the year and making a Super Bowl run still lives.
I love it. And I love it. I would like to see him back as a Niner, at least ceremonially. You know, Monte Ellis kind of brought these feels to the forefront when he joined Steiny and Guru, and he said, yeah, Joe Lacob signed me. I want to retire as a Warriors. And that, to me, I caught you in the middle of a sip. You got to be careful drinking around me, Willard. I will get you to spit take. I think we need that partition back, by the way. Shout out the Omicron virus. The Omicron variant, rather.
I do have kids.
Yeah.
I do have kids. They go to school. They come home. Things happen.
And you are known to spit take.
I held it, though. I held it. Look, if I'm going to break the rule of no food or drink in the studio, I'm going to be very studious in terms of how I handle said food and drink in the studio.
You are.
No runs, no drips, no errors, as Johnny Bench once said.
Thank you, Krylon.
I have not had any problems yet. Can't say the same for some of the other hosts who share this chair. My gosh, I walked into cracker crumbs yesterday all over the floor. I don't know what was going on, but anyway.
And when you talk as much as we do and as loudly as we do, it's inevitable that there will be an expectoration sensation with spit flying.
It's always possible. It's always on the table. I'm proud to say that one almost got me, but we'll put it in the almost column.
Monte Ellis retiring as a Warriors, Frank Gore coming back and retiring as a 49er. These are things that I want to have happen.
Yeah, I would love it. Although I don't know necessarily what the scenario is for the 49ers, but we will never not love Frank Gore. 888-957-9570 is the number. Twitch.tv 957 the game. YouTube.com/957 the game. Thank you all so much for tuning in however you are bringing us in today. Also, a reminder, the Warriors back after a couple-day break. No Jordan Poole. Let's not forget, no Al Horford for Boston either. He is also in the health and safety protocols, so they're going to be down a man too. But get it going tonight in Boston. Tip-off is set for 4:30 right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors live at 3 and presented by Xfinity Sport Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience. So we're sitting here talking about how last night's game, the Chargers and Chiefs, sort of makes it feel like gambling has taken over sports. And it is. It has. Maybe certainly from the viewing experience, it's legalizing around the country, more and more states every year. Eventually, I can't see us not getting to all of the states at some point. There's just too much money available.
Except Utah.
Maybe not Utah. But you can see even with the way decisions are being made, the way coaches are going about their business, gambling is a part of their thought process too. But what a weird week for those who do like to partake, because, man, you better wait. You better wait for tip-off. You better wait for kickoff. We're in a scenario where minute by minute, we have no idea who's going to play in these games.
Yeah, with the COVID-19 and the protocols and the contact tracing and the rules changing too. And Jeff Schwartz, who joined us last segment, talked about the NFL changing its rules, which makes some sense, by the way. If you are vaccinated and you have a positive test, but you are asymptomatic, you don't have symptoms, you shouldn't have to sit out for the same length of time as somebody who is unvaccinated or somebody who's vaccinated and showing actual symptoms. There can be layers to this. There can be nuance. And I think that's partly what the NBA is going to have to deal with over the course of this next month, Mark, is that you're going to have more players testing positive. They're testing more often. And the more you test, the more likely it's going to be that you're going to find positive cases that would be undetected if you didn't test as much.
While you were speaking, we just got another one. Breaking news with the Cleveland Browns. Pass rusher Jadeveon Clowney has tested positive for COVID, and he is now out for the game against the Raiders as well. The Browns obviously are being ravaged. Washington being ravaged. The Browns game, which is not Sunday, it's tomorrow. That's the first game tomorrow. Is that a 1:30 kick? I think it's a 1:30 kick. The Browns are home to the Raiders. The numbers in Vegas are moving wildly as these teams are coming and going and in and out. I mean, the number right now, have you looked at this? I don't even know if it's on the board. Is the Washington-Philadelphia game on the board? I don't even think it's on the board. But, you know, the Browns went in. This opened as they were a favorite by about, what, 5?
6 points.
6-point favorite against the Raiders. Have you looked, Dibs? Do you know what the number is?
No.
Okay, would you like to play Guess the COVID number?
Let's play Guess the number.
So the Browns opened as 6-point favorites at home tomorrow against your Las Vegas Raiders. And now the number is moved. The Browns are going to start Nick Mullins Now, a lot of people.
Nick Mullins.
Well, not Nick Mullins, because a lot of people go, hey, you know what Nick Mullins does when he plays the Raiders? So there's that. But what do you think the number is now with half the Browns roster out?
I would say it's Raiders -1. I think that thing swung all the way toward Vegas.
Keep on going.
-2.
Keep going.
Not 5. Not 6.
The number is 3.5, and that was before Jadeveon Clowney got knocked out. I don't know if that's going to change the number at all. I mean, at a certain point, you're just like, oh, it did?
-4 now.
Oh, my gosh. Jadeveon's worth a half a point?
I think it's climbing.
I can still get it at 3.5, by the way. I know a guy. You guys want to? I know a guy.
Wow, look at you.
Yeah.
Washington now +12 at Philly.
Jeez. I mean, and who are they starting at quarterback? Who?
Garrett Gilbert signed off of the New England Patriots practice squad.
I mean, the thing is, you starting Garrett Gilbert, you're starting Nick Mullins. The perception is, oh, well, this is now a JV game. Well, hold on a second. I mean, Nick Mullins can go win a football. We watched it. We've seen this. I don't know what he's going to look like with the Browns. I'm not saying I think it's going to look good. I saw a stat yesterday that blew me away. First 16 starts of his NFL career, I think Nick Mullins is number 2 all time in terms of yardage. First 16 starts of his career.
Stats, man. And you're a guy who hates stats.
I hate stats because of that. That's what I'm. Oh, man. I used to get so triggered at that ESPN show, Numbers Never Lie. I'm like, yeah, they do. All the time. And how about, remember that night a few weeks ago when Steph Curry missed 2 free throws in one night? Okay, let's spotlight that night. What are you going to tell me he's a 78% free throw shooter now? Like, come on. Numbers mess with your head all the time. This is one of them. But who knows? Nick can put together a game.
Numbers are malleable. You can change them and shape them and form them to however you want, whatever narrative you want them to serve in that moment. But 16 games. A lot of yards for Nick Mullins. Granted, those are games where he was mostly behind and forced to throw, but don't let that get in the way of an otherwise good story.
I mean, these things are moving like crazy. I've not looked yet at the Warrior line tonight in Boston. You're looking at a team that has not necessarily looked like the best version of itself over the last couple of weeks, but the record is now out of the way, and even the specter of Clay's arrival to the team has now been pushed off a little bit so they can just zero in and play the Boston Celtics, who are a 500 team. Both teams are down a key player, Jordan Poole for the Warriors. Boston Celtics are down Al Horford. What do you think that one is?
I think it's just a case of the Warriors being at the tail end of a road trip. They got one more game to go tomorrow night, but the NBA is always such a peculiar animal when it comes to point spreads.
Yeah, 3.5, by the way, coming in. The Warriors are the favorite tonight, and it's threatening to go to 4 based on the odds right now. But anyway, I know it's something a lot of people are dealing with as you go into fantasy playoffs as well. Like somebody's going to lose somebody Sunday morning, and it stinks. It stinks, and I know a lot of people have tossed around the idea of, gosh, should they just, we've been through this before, it's getting overwhelming, should they pause everything? This is one of those scenarios. It's kind of like someone who thinks they should fire Kyle Shanahan. You can think that. It ain't happening. Yeah. It ain't happening. They're not going to pause the league.
No, and we've gotten through the majority of, I think, the difficult times with COVID-19 as it pertains to the big question of, what do we do about this? Well, at first, you need to halt everything until there's a vaccine. For those people who want to get vaccinated, they can. Well, now we're at a point where I would imagine that 98% of people who want to get vaccinated, in America anyway, you've been vaccinated. Now, the rest of the world's another issue, but just for the sake of the conversation, those who want the vaccine, for the most part, have been able to get it and have gotten 2 shots and or the booster to get the 3rd. So the people who haven't gotten vaccinated or who don't want to get vaccinated, then you're going to have to deal with your choice. Unfortunately, those of us who got vaccinated, we also have to deal with the fact that these people have made a different choice because the virus continues to subsist and grow and morph, in part because of that reality. Right. But to your question, should we stop everything again? I don't think so, because we've gone so far down the vaccinated road that, we got to live with each other anyway, so let's just continue to do sports.
Got to figure it out. By the way, along these lines, we have breaking news.
95.7 The Game breaking news. Brought to you by BetQL. Become a better sports bettor. Get smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, first and foremost, couple of head bobs, and then maybe, just maybe, you do want to go get a little value with the Browns plus your 3.5 and grab it now because Dan Graziano of ESPN reports that there are current and ongoing discussions in this moment between the NFL and the NFL Players Association about rescheduling tomorrow's game between the Cleveland Browns and the Raiders. If it is rescheduled, it would likely be Monday or Tuesday, and a decision is expected within the next hour because the Raiders are getting ready to board a flight for Cleveland.
Wow, yeah, and that would be important if you wanted to halt the trip, stop the trip before they make it today with the game coming up tomorrow. And this would be a big reversal for Roger Goodell, who said there would be no reschedules, there'd be no postponements. Teams that had this sort of an issue to where they couldn't field a team, you would be forced to forfeit games. So how's that credibility feeling, Raj?
Adam Schefter tweeting 20 seconds ago, the Raiders are supposed to board buses to go to the airport at 11:15 a.m. Pacific time. So that is 24 minutes from right now. And some players are now saying they are being told at this time to stand down. A little dramatic, Adam. I mean, like they're going to the airport. They're not armored. I mean, they're not like heading into battle, but hey, Raiders, stand down and stand down now.
In other words, stand outside of a bus that is idling. We've all done it. The bus is just, the engine's on, there for a second, idle.
Find a Starbucks, get yourself a croissant, calm down for a second so we can figure this out.
A bunch of large-ish, oversized athletic men on their phones standing outside of Allegiant, waiting for the okay to take that 3-mile trip from the stadium to the McCarran Airport, by the way.
Yep.
Which, although with Friday Vegas traffic, could be a little bit gummy as you get down there.
Well, holiday season, that'll mess with traffic no matter what market you're in. But yeah you're right that this is, I don't know if it's a stunning reversal. It is a reversal. They wanted to dig their heels in and say that we're not doing this. No doubt that whether you agree or disagree with the way Baker Mayfield sort of talked about this yesterday, very, very vocal on social media, but he was loud. And when you are one of the faces of the league, when you are a quarterback, when you have a lot of commercials that run during NFL games, when you get really chirpy, the league starts to listen. And so I wonder if that actually had an effect on getting everybody into a room to talk about this. But here's the real problem here for the Browns and Raiders. If you're Washington and Cleveland gets this sucker moved to Monday or Tuesday, aren't you going crazy?
Absolutely.
Aren't you saying, well, there you go. We're playing on Tuesday as well. And now we start moving the ball down the road where you've already got Saturday games. You've got them this week. You got them next week. This is not what the NFL wants to do. Next thing you know, everybody's going to be playing games 4 or 5 days apart like the 49ers already are this week. Just keep an eye. Let's keep an eye on what's going to unfold here over the next hour because this is going to have a hell of a ripple effect.
Next 22 minutes.
Yep.
Do the Raiders catch their bus to the airport at 11:15 or not? Stay tuned to Willard and Dibs.
I feel like you're Keanu Reeves right now. Do you board the bus? And via Con Dios, I do know that I combined 2 Keanu movies. I'm aware of that.
Yeah.
But it does. This feels dramatic. Do we get on the bus?
That was Speed and Point Break.
Thank you. That's correct.
Point Speed or Speed Break? Speed Break.
I like Speed Break better.
Yeah, Speed Break had about a 10-month run on this station from Vegas.
You've got to go down. It's got to be that way.
Bodie. It's not bad. It's funny you mentioned the sliding of games, and if I'm Washington, I'm furious. And if I'm the Dallas Cowboys, if I'm Jerry, who, by the way, the Cowboys host Washington on Sunday Night Football, if I'm Jerry, I'm calling Raj and say, hey, Raj, go ahead and let Washington play on Wednesday.
Right.
Or even Thursday,
Yeah.
We'd love to have them on a
Sunday,
short
right?
week, yeah.
Jay Glazer weighs in. The entire NFL schedule is being discussed for this weekend. Raiders waiting to get word if they can board to leave or not. Oof. Yeah, I mean, to the point that we started this conversation 10 minutes ago about, what can you count on? Do you want to lay your bet early? Do you want to lay it late? How is this going to affect the fantasy playoffs? I mean, the real bummer is, and I know for some people when this subject comes up, they only want to talk about health. But look, the rest of our lives are being lived. If you could pick 1 week for this to not happen to the NFL, it would be this one. It'd be this one. Your fantasy playoffs start. You're starting off the final four of the schedule. You're heading into the holiday season. You're expanding the schedule to Saturdays already. Viewership is going to be bananas over the next 10 days. This is not what you want to be discussing.
And the NBA, by the way, is taking a hard look at what the NFL does because the NBA has their biggest day of the regular season coming up a week from tomorrow, Mark, and you've got some of those teams that are faced with similar possible COVID outcomes and, COVID ramifications. Imagine if one of the big stars on one of the big teams, and you already have Brooklyn, by the way, featured on Christmas Day, and the Lakers canceled their practice a couple days ago because they've got a COVID outbreak. You've got 10 teams set to play on Christmas Day as an association, and you've got at least 2 of the teams, and if you add the Warriors in with Jordan Poole, at least 3 of the teams featured on Christmas Day that are having COVID issues.
All right, it's all sponsored by AC Transit. Find a career with great benefits and work-life balance and do what you love. AC Transit is hiring bus operators now. Paid training is provided. Join their team. Keep the East Bay moving. Apply today at actransit.org/careers. Breaking news is flying by the minute right now. In fact, there are further developments that we'll tell you about coming up next, along with Sam Monson of Pro Football Focus. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Hi, this is Damon Bruce. I hope you, your family, your loved ones have a safe and healthy, happy holidays from my family to yours here on 95.7 The Game.
All season, you can follow your favorite team no matter where you are on Odyssey, your audio home for football. Odyssey brings you local sports talk across the NFL's biggest markets. Get Monday morning reactions and exclusive interviews with football pros like Patrick Mahomes, Mac Jones, and more. Even check out what your rivals are up to with local coverage and fan reactions from their stations, plus podcasts for your team. We've got you covered from all angles. Stay in touch with the heartbeat of your team, even when you're thousands of miles away. Download the Odyssey app today to get started.
In the time before AT&T Fiber Internet.
Alicia Keys, build an iconic brand with Anna Wintour, or land a Yurchenko 2.5 with Simone Biles. Okay, maybe we'll wait on that one. Learning from more than 100 world-class instructors through over 1,000 exclusive lessons with cinematic quality classes broken up into on-demand videos short enough to fit into your everyday life. You can watch from your phone, tablet, living room devices, computers, or even just listen with audio mode. So if you know somebody who wants to do everything and anything, give them the gift that shows them how well you know them with Masterclass. This holiday, give one annual Masterclass membership and get one free for yourself. Go to masterclass.com/thegame. Do it today. That's masterclass.com/thegame and get a second annual membership for free. Terms apply.
Restrictions may apply. Plans and costs for coverage may vary. Call Protect My Car for details.
Look, money's tight for everyone right now. It's been a tough year, and you sure don't need to get hit with a big unexpected bill. Like, what if your car breaks down right now? How are you paying the bill? If it's your transmission, that's over $3,000. Your engine, up to $6,000. Even minor repairs like your air conditioning can hit your wallet hard. Here's the good news: if you have a car, truck, or SUV that's $19.99 or newer, you can stop paying for repairs right now. That's right. With Protect My Car, when your car breaks down, we pay your repair bill for you. Just dial 800-279-2827 on your mobile phone now to get started. Protect My Car pays for repairs to your engine, transmission, air conditioning, suspension, and so much more. Dial 800-279-2827 and get your car protected before your next repair bill hits. Dial 800-279-2827 on your mobile phone right now and get free roadside assistance, free towing, free car rental, and free oil changes. Dial 800-279-2827 and never pay for car repairs again. Dial 800-279-2827.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Our final hour of the week, and we don't want to do that with anybody other than Sam Monson of Pro Football Focus. I will tell you that as soon as we're done chatting with Sam, we do have a little bit of a Klay Thompson update to pass along, and so we'll do that shortly. But outside of that, let's get Sam Monson in here, who may or may not have any actual football this weekend to sit and break down. This is unbelievable, the conversation we're having right now, Sam, based on the league saying at the beginning of the year, we're not doing this year. And now it looks like maybe they are doing this.
Yeah, well, they certainly said at the start of the year they're not going to be doing it for any kind of massive disruption that was caused by unvaccinated players. But they left the door open by kind of not making that point about vaccinated players. And so far, with this new variant, Omicron, like a lot of vaccinated players are getting this, and vaccinated coaches, and all of a sudden you're getting these monster outbreaks, not just in the NFL, but like everywhere. I mean, soccer in Europe is dealing with this as well. There are these massive outbreaks right now that are causing chaos, and the NFL scrambling to figure out what they're doing about it.
Yeah, 5 of the 10 in the Premier League, Sam, as you well know, canceled for this upcoming weekend. And Boxing Day, a big day in the Prem, in somewhat of a jeopardy spot as well. But for the NFL, if they go with postponements, multiple postponements, as it appears it may, what does that do from a ripple effect standpoint for the rest of the schedule?
Well, they have a little bit of flexibility and time built in because of this extended schedule, the extra game. It's possible for them to do it. I think at the moment they're looking at just booting everything into the early days of next week, so Monday or Tuesday, which, again, we've seen before, and try and kind of keep everything going within the same weeks and just kick things down the road a little bit. I think that would be their primary plan, but there's people out there pushing for, let's just pause this thing for a week. Like, let's just shut down a week and try and get everything back under control before we fire up again. I think they'd have the flexibility of doing that as well, but obviously that's a much more sort of severe reaction to this.
Sam Monson, Pro Football Focus. I wonder, based on the fact that this happened already once this year, like we did just get the news that Sean Payton, head coach of the Saints, is out. He's tested positive for COVID. This happened to them once already this year, and they were without a few coaches. Do you have any sort of data or analytics on what happens to a team when they may not be missing players, but they're missing coaches?
Not really, because we've only dealt with, those couple of instances where it's such an incredibly small sample size. I mean, we saw what happened to the Saints, and it definitely wasn't good. I think you could definitely draw a reasonable conclusion if you're losing a whole bunch of coaches that are typically active on game day. That's a significant amount of game day resources that are not there and not able to be accessed by you, and that's going to have a knock-on effect to performance on the field. I think anytime, that's the other element here, is that you aren't just talking about players, and there's some teams that are down 20-plus players. Obviously, that's reaching the point where you might not even be able to field a team, let alone a good one. But the other aspect of that is the coaching, and how many of these guys or how many of these teams are missing coaches, not just the head coach or a coordinator, but lower down position level coaches that still have a significant impact and a role to perform on game days.
The Raiders set to leave in 8 minutes. We'll keep an eye on that. But first, Sam, I want to go back to last night's game. What a fun one to watch with fourth down risk-taking on both sides of the ball. One thing we've been debating, Mark and I and the listeners, is Travis Kelce versus George Kittle. What do the good people at PFF think, and how do you weigh in on the debate on who's better?
Yeah, I think they're both incredible players. I think Kittle is obviously a better blocker than Travis Kelce is, and he's a better blocker than Travis Kelce has ever been. That's always been a part of his game that's been weaker relative to a guy like Kittle, who is more of a throwback in terms of a tight end that can do it all, that can block and be a great receiver as well. As receivers, I think they're both phenomenal players. They're slightly different. Kelce has that ability that we saw, on the last play of the game, to just weave his way in and out of defenses and run almost like a running back with the ball in his hands and just maximize yardage and those kinds of. He's very shifty, and he's always had a huge amount of yards after the catch because of that. Kittle is more. He's also really good after the catch, but it's more of a kind of power, broken tackle, guys sort of falling off tackle attempts and flying in his wake type of thing. I think ultimately they're both incredible players. At their best, I think I would lean George Kittle just because of the extra that he brings in terms of blocking, but Kelce has always been a bigger part of that offense as well. Like Kittle, for whatever reason, doesn't quite get given the looks that Travis Kelce gets in Kansas City.
Sam, we were actually looking at this earlier today, and through PFF, Dibs saw that Kittle was the number one ranked tight end, but Kelce was all the way down at number 4, behind also Mark Andrews and Dallas Goedert. What leads to ratings and numbers like that?
Well, I mean, as good as Travis Kelce has been, and incredible the numbers that he put up against the Chargers, for a lot of this season, he hasn't been putting up those kinds of numbers. There's games in there where he has 30 receiving yards. There's games in there where he has a couple of catches and 20 yards, and that's part of the season. There was a little bit of a narrative of, where has Travis Kelce gone, or has Travis Kelce started to slow down? He's like 9 months younger than Gronk, I think. Those guys are pretty much the same age, and we think of Gronk as this one last go-around type of guy who's already retired and been back in the NFL. Kelce is right behind him in terms of age, so it was natural to start wondering, have we started to see age take its toll on him? But then we see the upside as well. When he's on, he's incredibly good with those 100-plus yard games, and like last night where you catch 10 passes, almost break 200 yards, have a ton of yards after the catch, get a couple of touchdowns. I think at his best, he as good as any tight end in the NFL. That just hasn't happened for about half the year.
And the regularity ultimately is what, and the consistency is what the numbers will mete out. Players like Trent Williams have been so consistent all year. I want to ask you about the Niners' opponent this weekend, the Atlanta Falcons, particularly Matt Ryan. Where is he as a quarterback as it relates to the PFF numbers?
Yeah, Matt Ryan hasn't been as good as he's been in the past. I think he's somewhere around 14, 15 right now in terms of PFF's grades, which is, it's usually where his floor is in terms of his play, but it's a fair amount of distance away from the best Matt Ryan we've seen, which is obviously that MVP caliber season when Kyle Shanahan was there, but also the years either side of that, he was really, really good. I think we've kind of seen him start to slow down now, and Matt Ryan is kind of the age where quarterbacks used to decline, right? 36, 37 years old. That was where quarterbacks used to reach the end of their careers and start to tail off. But now guys like Tom Brady are out there and Aaron Rodgers and all these guys pushing it past 40, that it's tough to know what to expect from quarterbacks when they age anymore. But it's possible this is just a little bit of a down year from Ryan with an offensive line that isn't great, with an offense that's still working its way in terms of getting everybody on the same page without necessarily an elite number one receiver in that system yet. Or if it is Matt Ryan reaching that age where guys start to slow down and start to decline.
Sam, in looking at a quarterback matchup like last night, Herbert and Mahomes, and it's so much fun, and they look so good. There's a popular thought here, and I certainly share it, that the 49ers decided a handful of months ago they could keep going with their B-level quarterback, or they need to take a shot. Risky though it is, they need to take a shot at an elite player at the quarterback position if they really want to compete with Mahomes, Herbert, Josh Allen. We could go on. Where are those two guys ranked, and what would you say about needing an elite player at that position to win a Super Bowl?
Yeah, I don't think the 49ers are alone in coming to that conclusion that, look, it's easier than ever to get viable quarterback play and just get a guy that can start games. Guys like Teddy Bridgewater or Cam Newton, it's very easy to sort of just bring one of those guys in, Andy Dalton, throw them out there. You can get functional quarterback play, and you can be okay. If things were a complete disaster before, those guys will get you beyond that point. But you're not winning a Super Bowl with those guys, not unless you have the greatest roster in the NFL, or you've assembled one of those all-time defenses that can carry things. Those guys can't take you to that promised land. So now teams are looking for something better. Now teams are looking for the next Mahomes, Justin Herbert, Kyler Murray, these guys that have insane amounts of talent and you do believe can elevate the play of everybody around them. Justin Herbert right now I think is up to number 4 in terms of PFF's grades. Might actually have jumped up into number 3 based off that game. Mahomes actually isn't grading that high. Mahomes has had a rough season. Like the Chiefs offense has not been itself. Last night was the first sort of encouraging game from them for a while that didn't feature just the default, Raiders defense. They were averaging, 14 points a game on offense over the last 7 games against teams that were not the Raiders, and 45 points against the Raiders. But last night, I think, was the first time we saw them actually do some damage against a legitimate defense, and a defense that was going to play a game plan that has caused them some issues. So Mahomes is grading in the teens somewhere. But obviously last night showed the kind of performance that he's still capable of having.
Sam, great stuff as always. We appreciate you always. Thank you.
Anytime, guys. Take it easy.
Okay, Sam Monson, Pro Football Focus. More on that in just a second, but we do want to pass along the statement just released by the Golden State Warriors with regard to Klay Thompson. Here it is, word for word. Klay Thompson completed a successful rehab assignment Wednesday with Santa Cruz. Thompson's recovery timeline remains on schedule. Final stages of his preparation for return to play will be conducted with the Warriors. His return date will be announced when finalized and available. End statement, GSW Hoop.
Yeah, and that's not surprising that this has gone that way. It's kind of a formality that he's ended his stint in Santa Cruz. He's not going to be obviously on this trip the last couple of games, nor will he be playing in these last couple of games. But if you look at what happens after Christmas, Mark, because they've said that he won't play before Christmas, you've got the home game December 28th, a Tuesday against Denver. That's one of only 3 games over the next 11 that's at home.
Yep.
You got Denver at home, then you go Denver, Utah on the road, 2 games in 3 nights. Miami back at home, then you go to Dallas and New Orleans. You come home for one game and turn around and fly back to Memphis for the first of 4. What a screwy schedule for the Warriors this time of year. Think about it. You go Dallas, New Orleans back-to-back on a Wednesday and a Thursday, fly all the way home for one game against Cleveland. Then you turn around and fly all the way back across to Tennessee to take on Memphis in the first of 4.
Well, remember the heavy home schedule they had out of the gate?
Yeah, 8 in a row.
So they're going to pay for that now, which is unfortunate in terms of what's happening across the country with the COVID push. But the other things that stand out to me about this statement, there's 2 words that I really want to point to. Well, maybe I guess 3. One of them is a 2-word stand-up. Final stages of his preparation. The final countdown. This is the final stages. So they're giving you the clue, like, we are very close. And then the other thing that they say is that it will be conducted with the Warriors. So there will not be any more Santa Cruz. I don't think there'll be any more missed roadies. For instance, like he should be in Phoenix with the Warriors over Christmas, even though he'll be in plain clothes. I would guess he is going to stay with the Warriors, and this is the final countdown. So we're not there yet, but yes, indeed, we are getting close.
Tonight in Boston, tomorrow at Toronto, then you fly all the way home. You got Sacramento Monday, and then Memphis on Thursday the 23rd. Now, he won't play in either of those games, but between Monday the 20th and Thursday the 23rd, you would imagine there's going to be a scrimmage in there. Now, you may not have the full complement of Warriors playing in it. It might be a mixed bag of coaches, players, and Lakers. But the idea that Clay could scrimmage before the 23rd, he won't play at Phoenix on the 25th, but maybe December 28th is still in play. If not, we know he's going to debut at home. They said as much. So at Denver, at Utah are off the table. Monday, January 3rd.
Jan 3, Miami, right?
Yeah, but that would mean he's going to miss another 8 games. Yeah, yep. Between now and then, which is okay.
That's fine. I mean, they're 23 and 5. They're 23 and 5. Their next game is right here on 95.7 The Game in just a matter of hours as they continue the road trip in Boston. Tip-off is at 4:30. Warriors live at 3 p.m. Presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience. And if you missed it earlier, no Jordan Poole and then no Al Horford for Boston. Health and safety protocols. And while we talk about health and safety protocols, that brings us back to the breaking news that we're waiting for, that we don't have yet. But we are going to have this, at least we're told, certainly before you and I get off the air, on what is going to happen in the this weekend's games in the NFL, mainly starting with tomorrow's game with Cleveland and the Raiders. Could it be postponed? A couple of things that we've watched come in, even though we don't have our final answer. If it's moved, it will be moved to Monday. The Browns have another game on Saturday next week. On Christmas, right? Are the Browns playing on Christmas? Is that what we're getting out of that? There are games on Christmas, right? We have the showcase games on Christmas.
Yeah, we do. Yes, we do.
Okay, and are the Browns one of them? Let me pull this up so that we can sort of have the.
They are at the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field
in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Yeah, that's the 1:30 afternoon game on Christmas Day. The nighttime game, Colts at Cardinals. On Christmas evening. So you're going to squeeze those in between all of the NBA games that we're going to be watching as well. Ignore your family. Get some unhealthy food. Should be a good day. Build your toys early. Get the kids in the backyard. See you at midnight. That's going to be the plan. So anyway, Cleveland has to think about that. They can't make it too short of a week. The two other things, no games. There is no discussion right now about postponing the week. If you get moved to Monday or Tuesday. That's it. Nothing is on the table right now that's being pushed to another week. That is off the table. And then the other note that's a little different that came through, and this was according to Tom Pelissero, he is being told that a majority of the players in the NFL have told their union they are in favor of getting rid of COVID protocols altogether. No testing, no quarantining. Get out of here. Let's just play through it. Yikes. The leadership of the union does not fall in line with that. They are still arguing for daily testing, But the players, if you just did a straw poll, they're in favor of saying, let's be done with this, let's go.
Okay, good. And unfortunately, the league does not solely revolve around you, the players. There are officials that need to be considered, referees who are out there. There are coaches. There are other security personnel, team personnel, etc. Other people that need to be accounted for when it comes to this curious situation. And Sam Monson, who joined us from Pro Football Focus, makes an interesting point in the sort of the semantics of Roger Goodell's memo from before the year, and it was about vaccinated versus unvaccinated, and the fact that this Omicron variant is a breakthrough variant, and it's causing people who have had COVID-19 to get it again, or vaccinated people are still able to get COVID-19. They're able to contract it. So the rules and I guess the regulations that the league had thought they were going to roll out, that's all now changing. And again, I look at the Premier League in England, they're able to do some postponements a little bit easier because they're not at the end of their schedule. This whole thing is built around the Super Bowl, and there's that week between the championship games and the Super Bowl where you could push things back a week and take away that extra week that we have, but you don't want to postpone a whole week of play. But you look at the Rams have more than a dozen players who've tested positive. Arizona, and we know about Cleveland.
Washington's down to a quarterback off the street.
So how many of these games are you going to move to Monday and or Tuesday, and what does that do for the rest of the competitive balance?
Well, right now, Washington is the one that I can't seem to get any information on because they are ravaged by this. But Lindsey Jones, who's with The Athletic for the NFL, has just tweeted out a lot of moving parts, but the potential changes that are being discussed include Raiders and Browns to Monday, Seahawks and Rams to Tuesday. If you are a very big NFL fan who likes to watch all, or you've got fantasy playoffs this weekend, I would get your Christmas errands done tonight because it sounds to me like we're moving toward having NFL for 4 days in a row with only Wednesday off, followed by the 49ers and Titans the very next day after that. So I think we've got, what is that, the 22nd and then Friday, Christmas Eve as the only 2 days over the next week and a half where we will not have NFL football.
And if that's the way it goes, then so be it. I personally would rather see postponements than I would see, Garrett Gilbert and the fighting football team. You're only starting because our other guys have COVID-19. They've tested positive. So if it means you got to push this thing back a little bit, then so be it. I don't think the answer is to just say, we're the NFL, COVID no longer exists.
We have our answer. Let's roll.
95.7 The Game breaking news. Brought to you by BetQL. Become a better sports bettor. Get smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
We said it this way with a head bob because you could tell you're not going to have this information get spread if it wasn't going to end up going this way. It is official. The Raiders and Browns, set for tomorrow afternoon, has been postponed until Monday. That is now set. Raiders and Browns, not a Saturday afternoon game anymore. There are now multiple games on Monday, including the Raiders and Browns. Next on the table is going to be Seahawks and Rams potentially moved to Tuesday. Let me go ahead and make a prediction. Seahawks and Rams is going to be moved to Tuesday.
Yes.
Because you're already sitting here and telling us that's being discussed. And once you move one, then all the other teams affected are going to ask for the same. So expect, although not yet official, Seattle and the Rams to move to Tuesday.
Salt and Peppa, officially the commissioner of the NFL, as we push it real good. The game pushed to Monday. This game pushed to Tuesday. What then of Washington at Philadelphia? If I'm the fighting football team, and by the way, that game between Washington and Philadelphia is scheduled for Sunday morning. That's an important game.
Yeah.
The winner is still alive. The loser is largely out of the playoffs. I mean, does that thing get pushed?
Yes, it does. I can tell you right now, and Jay Glazer just tweeted 1 minute ago, looks like all three of the games in question are being moved. You can't do one and not do all. Have you ever had kids? Try to give one of them 3 Christmas presents and give the others 2. You can't, like, everybody will freak out. It's got to be even.
The hell with the kids.
Casey Hayward, who is he's with the Raiders now, right? Casey Hayward just tweeted the second they moved the game, straight BS at NFL. Why didn't you change it for Broncos or the Raiders last year? So Casey, who's one of the people sitting there waiting for that bus, is now being told to go home, and you know this is the way players are going to react, but they're going to make it as even and equal as possible. So Raiders and Browns move to Monday. Expect Seahawks-Rams going to Tuesday. I don't know why we haven't seen yet what the Eagles and Washington situation is. I'm looking at their games for next week. Philadelphia will host New York on the 26th. And where is Washington? Washington is the Sunday nighter, as you said, against Dallas.
I think that one's getting moved
on the
Tuesday.
26th. So that's going to go to Tuesday.
You're looking at 2 games Monday, likely 2 games Tuesday. You mentioned the Niners on Thursday. Friday, you can go bowling with college football. Saturday, you'll get a couple, and then on we go. And you have to be malleable, Mark, and you have to be able to be flexible in this pandemic sports era. And just everybody out there, before you complain, let's all remember back to late March, early April of 2020, when all we had was the KBO and the Bundesliga and cornhole. I was watching pickleball from 2015. My girl's supper always gives me a hard time because I was watching professional tag on TV. I was watching it all.
Oh, hashtag Last Dance. Thank God for Last Dance. It's all sponsored by Exergen Thermometers. Accuracy matters. Fever is the leading sign of COVID, so make sure you got an accurate thermometer. The Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer, backed by science. It's the accurate thermometer you need and can trust. Be vigilant and learn more at Exergen.com, which, by the way, excellent product placement in this particular case. So with that said, we're expecting by the time you hear our voices again that both the Seahawks-Rams game and the Eagles-Washington game is going to be on Tuesday. We'll have that for you either confirmed or not in just moments. Pick Your Battles is still ahead. If there are any games this weekend, we'll find out. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Miami Heat have survived without 2 of their biggest weapons, Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo, by changing their offensive approach. They're shooting a ton of threes. In the last 4 games, they've averaged nearly 44 threes per game, 9 more than their season average. And they're making them at a higher clip, too, 41%. Tonight, the Heat face the Magic, who are bottom 5 in defensive three-point field goal percentage. Miami could light it up.
Napa.
not get for the guy or the gal who picked up the Las Vegas Raiders defense for their fantasy playoffs because they thought they were going against Tricky Nicky, and now Baker's probably going to be back. You better drop that defense. Oh, wait, too late. Game's already started. So sorry. Too sad.
I want to keep that defense if it's against Baker.
Well, that's a good point. Good point, Spadone. So we're going to have Browns-Raiders at 5 p.m.
Eastern.
That's official. Thank you. 5 p.m. Eastern time, 2 p.m. our time on Monday. And it looks like it's tracking toward the other two games being around the same time. Twitter's calling them evening games. That means, although maybe evening at the site of the game. So would we get a Tuesday doubleheader of Washington and Philly at 2 hour time, followed by Rams Seahawks to close out the week? And if you've benched Tyler Lockett for your fantasy playoffs, it's hole in one or two. Don't give up yet. But it causes problems. And I know these aren't real problems, but let's take Tyler Lockett as an example. Do you not play a different receiver Sunday in hoping that Tyler will be ready for Tuesday, but you don't know? Anyway, this is what we're going to get. We're going to get football starting tomorrow every night for 4 consecutive nights.
And this is yet another tryout scenario. We had it last year with COVID-19 for the NFL, and what a Tuesday night game on the regular would look like, because we never thought, Mark, that Thursday night football would be a hit, and usually the game is a bit of a dud. Last night was an absolute spectacular football game, perfectly placed in a showcase spot on Thursday night. So might the league look at these games on Tuesday and think, Tuesday night football, huh? I wonder how the ratings will be if we have a doubleheader, especially for the second game. Might this be something that we can do in the future going forward? If you build it around the bye week for these teams, why not a Tuesday night game on the regular?
Well, I mean, obviously the Players Union will have something to say against that. And by the way, I don't want to make it sound like we're not official yet for Tuesday. We are for Monday. Monday's schedule is official. 2 p.m., Raiders and Browns, and then 5:20 Vikings at Bears, the Monday night game you already had. The next doubleheader, if you will, certainly sounds like it's heading that way, and I don't know how you change one game and not the other two. So I'm assuming this is going to take place. Sounds like we'll get the same doubleheader on Tuesday. If I had to predict right now, you're going to get Washington and Philadelphia at 5 o'clock, and the Rams, at 2 o'clock, and the Rams in Seattle at 5:20.
I just was looking at Twitter, and somebody with a pretty astute tweet about what does 48 hours really do for the spread of COVID-19, honestly. So you're going to postpone these games for what?
For PR. That's all this has ever been. Actually, I shouldn't say that. This is all that it's ever been, but it's all that it is this year. And you, as the NFL, would rather not play games with third-string quarterbacks. Look at what they've done to the rules of the game over the last few years. You can't hit the quarterback high. You can't hit the quarterback low. You can't hit the quarterback too hard. You can't hit the quarterback in the face. There's like a 2x4 area in his midsection where you can hit him as long as you don't hit him too hard. Why? The league wants what we saw last night. They want elite quarterbacks hucking the ball up and down the field. They don't want Garrett Gilbert and Nick Mullins to play in primetime games. That's what this is.
Yeah, and it's always kind of been that, and that's where the players getting frustrated and getting fed up with, the testing and the rules and games being postponed and all that. I understand it on the surface, but ultimately this is something that we as a nation have not handled correctly.
We as a nation feel like good quarterbacks should play and bad ones should watch. Look, we just said it a few minutes ago with the news from Tom Pelissero that the majority of the league's players would like to just play through this. So you know that there's going to be anger. The league did say at the beginning of the year, we're not postponing games because of COVID. The league's stance now is going to be, now we've got new information. Omicron variant is a new situation, so we're not postponing because of the COVID we knew then. we're postponing because of the COVID we know now.
Yes, which is very little sense.
Semantics at best. But look, I mean, newsflash, the NFL is going to do what they want to do.
And it mirrors, quite frankly, our nation's approach and response to this thing ever since it reared its ugly head about 2 years ago, where there's been no blanket response. There's been no uniformity. There's been no agreement on how to proceed. So the NFL is just a mirror shining back on the rest of us the way they're handling this.
So how do we as a group, let's get to the important stuff. How do we handle this for Pick Your Battles? We don't know what the hell's going on. By the way, this took all these games off. This took them off our boards. God. We can't do Monday and Tuesday games. We got another show on Monday to do. So we're losing material here. Goodell? That's okay. That's okay. We'll
I don't like any of it, to be honest with you.
We'll find something to do. But indeed, they're going to move. They just haven't announced it yet. They're going to move these other two games to Tuesday. And families all around the country are going to be challenged because now there's just going to be football on round the clock when stuff needs to be getting done right now. Dan, there's a lot to do. And we got to get it done, and we're going to be distracted.
You can get it done. Just throw the TV on mute. You'll have it on. And honestly, Mark, this time of year, and we've got it on in the studio here, it's the Bahamas Bowl. Not deeply invested in any of these college bowl games, but you have them on. You're going to have the Warrior game on tonight and tomorrow, even though you're doing a lot of things, wrapping presents, making hot cocoa for the kids. It's okay that you'll have it on Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah, it's going to be everywhere. A couple of reminders to pass along to you. First of all, Willard Dibs brought to you by the Department of Healthcare Services, and another reminder that we've got Warriors basketball back in action coming up later on this afternoon. Tip-off set for 4:30, and Warriors Live coming up at 3, presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience. And also, Willard Dibs brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. So, can we finish off a week with everybody in the room having a winning record? Now, Kyle has already clinched this. He's 4-1. He even if he loses tonight, he's 4-2. But the rest of us, Dibs, Spadone, and Mirror, we all need to win tonight if we want to complete the first ever everybody above 500 week. And I would like to do that.
I've got a winner. I already have tabbed it. I've picked it. It's going to get locked momentarily. So it's up to you and Spadone. Great job, Spadone. To pull your weight.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. And all of it will get unveiled here in just a moment. It's Willard and Dibs. Pick your battles around the corner on 95.7 The Game.
With school back in session, there's plenty to worry about. CalHope can help with free COVID-19 emotional support. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org today.
Ratto here for 95.7.
Now I'm back to share my love. Friends are real.
All right. The Week 15 update, expected to, not official, expected that Seahawks and Rams, Washington and Philly will be rescheduled for Tuesday. This is Adam Schefter, per sources.
You know what this is, right?
Anticipation?
It's an expectation sensation.
Expectation.
That's what we're expecting.
Sensation.
To happen, yeah.
All right.
Dollar goes to Mark.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Circle gets the square.
I'll take that one. I think it should be both of us, actually, don't you? Or maybe 50 cents each. But yes, the Seahawks and Rams and Washington and Eagles are going to be played as a doubleheader now on Tuesday. So that is moments. Yes, actually, Washington staff has been told that the WFT will play the Eagles at 7 p.m. Eastern time on Tuesday. So you move it back a little bit, as opposed to a 2 p.m. start that we predicted it'll be about 4 p.m. for your Tuesday holiday shopping planning, 4 p.m.
Yes.
Eagles and Washington.
As we continue COVID roundup here on Willard and Dibs, this just in from Shams Charania as it pertains to Celtics Warriors tonight. Celtics, Juancho Hernan Gomez has entered health and safety protocols, and he's out tonight for the game against the Warriors, the fourth Boston player to enter COVID-19 protocols in the last day.
Oof.
Steph, Draymond, Wiggins, would you guys mind playing with masks on tonight?
Do you want the
Masks
Warriors?
work.
Do you want the Warriors even to be there? And and then they head to Canada tomorrow. Is that correct? This is a lot to ask. This East Coast trip, we knew this was not terribly well timed, but you got to find your way through it, and maybe with what's happened to Boston, it positions the Warriors a little bit better for a W tonight. We'll see. That is all right here on 95.7 The Game. Both teams also canceled shoot-around earlier today. No shoot-around for Celtics or Warriors.
Yeah, so I'm just hesitant about not only tonight's game, but tomorrow's second half of a back-to-back. Not that one player is more valuable than another as it pertains to the pandemic, but maybe you don't send anybody up to Canada. You just send Chioza and maybe some of the other guys toward the bottom of the roster and to the bench.
Yeah, if they win tonight, you just send the other guys on a plane home. Send them home. I could see it. Especially after what Steph. It almost seems odd that they haven't done a load management game with what he just went through over the last week and a half.
Right.
So
if you were going to load manage anybody tomorrow, why even have them fly with you? Just fly home.
Get out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah, get out of there. Yeah, definitely a possibility. So, all right, we are bouncing around looking at different possibilities for Pick Your Battles, and we are heading toward a new year where you, the listener, will be much more involved in Pick Your Battles. So it's called a tease, people. Just know that the plans are coming together for maybe a participation sensation with Pick Your Battles. But for right now, we move toward donuts next Thursday. Everybody is doing very well. You're doing great, Dan. Spadone, wonderful. You're doing great. Kyle, you're still cheating, but you're doing fine. And so everybody's above 500, and everybody is very in this. Kyle 4-1, so you will be the anchor. We're going to save you for the end. Spadone, Dibs, me, all 3-2. Spadone, take it away. What is your selection?
Going EPL, of course, on the pitch on Sunday. We got Chelsea and the Wolves. We're going over 2.5 goals, Chelsea and Wolves. Maybe the American Christian Pulisic can start playing a little better here.
Wow.
Calling him out, Mark.
Takes a shot at the best American player on the way out the door on a Friday. That's
He's got to play in order to play better. He's not getting the minutes right now.
He started last game. Choke artist.
And Tuchel and company right now, they're in a little bit of a flat spot. That's bold because you're not going to have Raul Jimenez, as I try to pronounce it correctly, out with a red card. Back-to-back yellows. I have him on my fantasy team, so I know that.
You don't. Do you really?
Yes. He's a terrific striker for Wolves, but he got a stupid second yellow.
I didn't know you had a soccer fantasy team.
Actually, I'm 20th out of 20. I'm having a really bad year this year. But without Jimenez, I don't like the over, but good luck, Spadone.
Okay. All right. And over to you, Dibs. What will you be selecting?
Well, I love bowls.
I do.
Mark,
I do.
You know that.
Especially as the weekend gets close.
Two balls outside.
2 balls outside. Mitsu leading Toledo right now, 21-17. I'm on the over. Are you familiar with Prime Time?
Yes. Deion Sanders. Right? Yeah.
He's got his team tomorrow. Keep it going because they are going to bring the heat. He just got the number 1 recruit in the high school class to flip and come to Jackson State. They're going to be celebrating tomorrow in the Celebration Bowl. We're taking Jackson State, Primetime's team, -10 against South Carolina State.
Wow.
That's your wake and take special, 9 o'clock on the West Coast.
I love a good wake and take. I'm going to let you sleep on this one. And now the cheese stands alone. Tomorrow night, there is only one National Football League game. The Raiders and the Browns will play on a Monday doubleheader. So let's make your Saturday night fun. What do we love to do around these parts in Bay Area, wherever we are, USA? We love to root against Mac Jones and them Patriots. In theory, after the way they've been playing, should not be dogs against the Indianapolis Colts, but they are. They are, which tells me Vegas knows something. This is the week. This is the week for the Patriots to take a break on their run and even out with the AFC Pac. The Indianapolis Colts, who need the game more than the Patriots do, are at home. A field goal is enough to win it. They are -2.5. Believe in Carson Wentz and take the Colts minus the 2.5.
My pick is also in that game, but I'm looking at Bill Belichick, and what does Bill Belichick do better than any coach in history? He takes your best player out of the game, and that defense is playing really, really well. Jonathan Taylor's over-under rushing yards is 93.5. That's a big number, even for somebody as talented as Jonathan Taylor. Bill Belichick is not going to let Jonathan Taylor beat them. I'm going under 93.5 at -114.
Oh, a very
player props.
Sleazy play by Kyle.
That's
I
what
like
he does.
it.
That's what he does. Player props.
I am now in a mood for a Friday night after listening to that slithery move.
Under 93 and a hook for the leading rusher in the National Football League. It's a well-reasoned pick.
Oh, it is. It is.
And at -114, it fits under the parameters. We never said no player props.
No,
he's only gone under that number twice since week 5.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, you know what all these numbers are telling me? That Vegas thinks the Colts are going to be able to do things that we don't think they're going to be able to do this weekend. So, Kyle, you're falling into the trap, and I'm not.
It's a trap.
I think the Colts are going to crush. They're going to crush tomorrow night.
Your lack of faith in New England is disturbing.
Disturbing.
Let the hate flow through you.
No, I didn't pick the Heat. I picked the Colts.
It's my favorite Bill Belichick quote.
I think the Heat are -7 tonight, if I remember correctly, in a game that will be played. They're -7.5 against.
Never tell me the odds.
Orlando Magic, Miami, and Orlando getting together in a game that includes no plural mascots. Very disturbing.
Yeah, that's
also
an
disturbing.
Odd one. Yes. Yeah. There was a time when there was a big trivia question where there was only 3 pro of the big 4 pro sports, only 3 team names that didn't end in S. There was a long time that was this is before the Heat,
Utah Jazz,
before the Magic,
Utah Jazz.
Yeah, I think it was the White Sox, the Red Sox, and the Jazz were your
back in the day.
Yeah, now
it's like they're all
Release the Kraken. There's a bunch of them now.
Yeah. Hockey has plenty. They're all over the place. And didn't the Heat and the Magic come in together? Wasn't that the same expansion year? I feel like the Heat and the Magic came in together.
You got to Google it.
And the Raptors and the Grizzlies both came in together. The two Canadian teams.
Yeah, that's also correct. All right. What do you think about this Warrior game tonight? I don't really know. I feel like the Warriors more so than at any other time of the year so far, a little bit of a hard read because of the Steph stuff. But now it's out of the way. Now you got the COVID stuff. We feel like load management is coming.
I think tonight's is hammer time. Tonight's, Stanley Burrell, shout out the East Bay and the Oakland A's bat boy. It's hammer time, knowing what you just talked about. And I think that it might be the first voluntary forfeit in NBA history where you beat Boston tonight, and it'd probably be a Draymond thing. Y'all are crazy if you think we're going to Toronto.
I'm not even going.
Yeah. You see our record? We're 24-5 after they beat Boston. You think I give a blank about going up to? I don't give a damn about no damn Drake night. They're not going to Toronto.
In other words, Steiny and Goo, welcome. Take Jonathan Kuminga over 5.5 points tomorrow night against the Toronto Raptors. It could be a Kuminga night.
I love it, man.
I love it.
Yeah.
I hate the Bulls not playing tonight, and that scares me.
Why is his microphone not working? Your microphone looks like it's on, but it's not working.
Yeah, that is strange.
Yeah, you got the red light on.
Guru and I we're puzzled right now because we said there were 3 guys in the league that aren't playing that we wish were playing. Kyrie, Ben Simmons, and there was somebody else, and we can't think of it, but it's not Clay.
And we've had the conversation.
Kemba Walker?
No, it's somebody.
He was
Kawhi Leonard.
Maybe 3. Thanks for texting me back last night. I reached out to Dibs, Steiny.
About what?
Just life and COVID. He responded. I appreciate it.
You know what, Goo? And I don't want to pull the curtain too far back, but it makes me feel really good about myself when you reach out for like real world Dibs. I'm going through it. My son's not shooting enough. What do I do?
I've done that. Right?
My daughter's not getting playing time. Yeah. I'm not happy. But when you
like giving advice, I'll reach out for some advice. I reached out for an address yesterday. I'm like, I got holiday cards. What's your address? You did.
Well, you texted me like at 8:30 at night.
I know. I knew.
That's crazy late.
I knew that I wasn't going to get a text back till the morning. But it's if I don't do it when I think of it, I'm going to forget, and then it's going to be too late.
Yeah.
You're going to get it on the 26th, and I'll have guilt.
It makes me feel good more so when Goo reaches out.
I hear you. Yeah, the address text is less exciting.
Yeah, Willard, I did hear you say you're having a party. I do. I'm the left out guy, so me and Steiny are available.
Oh, please, could you guys both send me your addresses, please? Also, when you
Steiny, I heard that. Like, I'm free.
Yeah,
ain't no party like a Willard party.
Ain't that
and a Willard party don't stop.
Ain't that the non-truth? All right, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. I'm now stuck on this thing that you guys are stuck on.
Who was the guy?
Is it John Morant?
Kawhi, huh?
John Morant?
And you know what? No, it wasn't.
I'm looking at
John
the
Morant?
teams now, Goo, because maybe that'll.
That's what I'm
It was
doing.
Clay. It had to be Clay.
It had to be Clay.
Yeah, it had to be Clay.
It had to be Clay.
It had to be Clay.
Speaking of Clay, did you hear Dre's comments?
Which ones?
His shoot around about he's not expecting anything.
I thought I got the guy.
Look at him.
It wasn't Clay.
Who is it?
I'm mad.
Oh my gosh, you're breathing heavy.
Look
Are
at
you
him.
okay? Look how excited you are.
This is what gets him off.
Oh my gosh. Like
Whoa, don't say that.
Wow.
It really does.
Like,
I'm going to give you a hint.
Your whole,
Give us
aura
a hint.
just changed.
Dude.
John Wall.
There it is.
John Wall.
You guys are
There
missing
you go.
Shout Wall?
Yeah.
It's the first time anybody's ever
out
said
John
that.
Wall.
Well, no, it was 3 guys who were missing for weird reasons. One guy because of
Wake up,
COVID,
Spadoni.
and then Ben Simmons doesn't want to play for the
Right.
Sixers. And John Wall, they just said,
But he can travel and practice with him, but he can't play.
Isn't that
Exactly.
Kemba too? They're not.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
they
feel
just
bad.
told him he's out of the rotation.
yeah.
Like you're that good that Kimba's not an option or could get a few
Kemba the
minutes.
one in
Well, they were good
prison?
last night, Willard.
Yes,
huh?
Kemba's in prison.
Kimba's in prison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mark
Those
Burns
Knicks were
said
pretty
that,
good last night, weren't they?
Well, they ticked me off.
I
Not,
know,
not
I
because
heard
they
you.
won, but because they scored. It's like if you've got your third string in, both teams are third string. I get it. You don't know how to play defense either, but we watched the Knicks shoot the other night against the Warriors.
Dude.
My gosh.
Brick City.
Yeah, now
Nick
you're going to
City.
fly down to Houston and start hitting all net? What's the matter with you? Oh my gosh.
I've had these over-unders, and they do the NHL line change. And when you have the lead in the ball, the coach will say, "Don't shoot it." But then some guys get off, and they're going to the rack with 8.1. And I'm looking at the TV like, "You selfish son of, you weren't supposed to shoot that." But
I gotta get right.
Yeah.
Gotta find my
Lee
flow.
Trevino?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're watching Tiger and his
Charlie
son up there.
Woods.
Yeah, Charlie looking good and just getting some tips from Lee Trevino.
Yo, Charlie Woods. I mean, if you've watched any of these highlights, I'm like, put him on the tour now. Like, if Tiger's gonna live, this kid looks. How old is he? How old is he?
12, I think.
Holy
beautiful
smokes.
swing.
He looks exactly like his
No
dad.
doubt.
I mean, it's unbelievable. That kid.
You think Tiger's going to parent like Earl, or more like
that's a good
I
question.
went through it? There's going to be some breathing room. I'm wondering about
tons of breathing room.
Okay.
I mean, Earl went hard
in the
on
paint.
Tiger from the jump, from Jump Street. And, if you're Tiger, hopefully he's going to use some of his own missteps as a cautionary tale. Well, because Tiger made some of the same mistakes that his dad made off the course.
Exactly.
So,
his dad was a little bit of a...
In the trailer at the park, at the golf course.
A little bit.
Yeah. In the Winnebago. At the golf course.
That's the crazy story. Tiger, go hit another extra bucket. Dad's got a meeting.
Oh, gosh. You watched the documentary. Who was the cat that was with his dad all the time? And he's just pouring his soul out to the camera. He's like,
I kind of didn't like that, Willard.
I'm sorry. Like, I'm an awful human being.
They didn't get a Christmas card from the Woods. I didn't like him.
Call Tiger. Don't do it through a camera for a documentary.
He went in.
I'm like, you're apologizing to him, and he's got to have HBO to know. Like, you got to just call the guy, will you? Oh my gosh! But no, Charlie. Like, you wonder. I think about the kids of Andre Agassi and Steffi Graf. Like, sometimes the focus is a little too hot, and so I don't worry about Charlie's swing at all. You just wonder mentally if he's going to handle the expectations when you're 12 years old that you're going to be an amazing golfer someday. It's tough. That's tough.
Yeah, and you think about Steph Curry, and obviously Del Curry wasn't, the GOAT.
Right.
But, Tiger Woods, arguably one of the one or two greatest of all time. So how does Charlie, you can't try to live up to that. It's probably even, quote, easier if you're Klay Thompson or Steph Curry. Yeah, my dad was a pro.
Right.
But my dad wasn't the GOAT.
Wow.
I wonder, how many sons did Michael Jordan have?
2, I believe.
It was Jeffrey.
Yep.
Who was a D1 player.
And Marcus, I believe. I want to say Marcus. Yeah, you're right.
And I don't think Larry Bird's got any sons. I don't know.
LeBron's got Bronny, who is he's on a trajectory.
I saw a dunk the other day. I don't know where he gets it from.
I remember in an interview, I had this conversation with Jerry Rice Jr., with his kid, and he is like, I mean, first of all, he hated the name because he's just like the expectation.
Yeah.
And he got to like practice squad level in the NFL, but it was like, yeah, you walk in and you're just like, no one's like, can you make the team? They're like, are you the greatest next thing of all time? Man. And it's really, really difficult to try to live up to that. It's tough.
That's crazy.
I guess there's just one of two ways you go. You either pursue it or you say, I'm going to do the furthest thing away from football.
I think he's like doing something for Hewlett Packard now or something like that.
Think about Cannon Curry, first time he plays in a CYO game,
Yeah.
It's like first time he gets on the floor, he better drain a 37-footer. Otherwise, the second grader might get booed.
But he won't even know they're looking at his young self different. People going to be looking like, Cannon.
Right.
Like, man, pressure.
Yeah. That's a lot. That's a lot on a kid. But man, look at. I mean, here's another live look at this kid.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he's got the exact same clothes, the exact same swing. I mean, it does make you feel good when you know where Tiger Woods' family story has been. I do get good feels just watching these two stride around the course. That's kind of fun. But man, I hope. His mental future is going to be way more important than his physical future. That's deep.
And his financial future, which, according to sources, and this is not breaking, but my people tell me that he's going to be okay.
He's going to be okay.
Right. Yeah.
With the chicken.
He's going to pull through.
Right.
Yeah.
Take care of y'all's chicken.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right. What do you guys got coming up today?
We're going to talk to Cam Inman at 12:45.
Now that you've gotten to the bottom of the John Wall experience, do you have any left?
That's
I mean, seriously, you look like you're coming down off a sugar high already. Like, jeez, that was a lot of energy.
Man.
I thought it's one of those things that I thought
Yeah. Well,
it doesn't matter.
No, the sugar high came when he used to put sugar in his coffee. Back in the old building about seven shows ago, one day he took as many sugars as he would put in his coffee, and he emptied it out onto the console.
Onto the table.
You want to talk about a Scarfacian
I didn't know that,
mountain.
Steiny, then.
It was a mountain of white powder that I haven't seen since the 80s.
Right. Johnny Depp blow.
I actually think there was a former host who did that for me and put it out on the table.
Yes.
And I looked at it and I was like,
you don't want to do that.
I'm done.
You're
I
done.
stopped
And
that
you
day.
quit. Wow, Steiny.
No
But
more
now
sugar in the coffee.
No, but I use Sweet and Low, which apparently is just as bad. Now they say those sugars.
If you're a laboratory rat.
If you don't know what it's made out of, it's probably not good for you.
You're right.
That's right. Next week we will debate what is worse for you, regular Coke or Diet Coke. What's worse? Sugar?
It's Diet Coke.
Sugar or
apparently.
chemicals, right, exactly.
What's the aspartame? What word is what's in Diet Coke? The word aspartame?
Yeah, who the hell knows?
Yeah,
it's a
but
word with a lot of letters.
cancer. Yeah.
Hey, by the way, I hope you guys don't mind this real quick. Evan, you mind grabbing my water from the other room?
See, I'm not that guy.
Wow.
Well, I can't get out of the studio.
But he did it on the air. That was so cold.
I wouldn't eat.
That was ice cold. You
Dibs, I'm not that guy.
We're about to leave. You could have asked me. You know what? I'm going to go get your water right now. I'm done.
All right, thank you.
Well, it was like Bonte telling Curly to, clean up the water. Remember that one? I love you guys.
I got a quick run over the other mic.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that.
Willard's a good guy.
I'm drinking out of my new Odyssey 16-ounce glass.
Merry Christmas.
What a great... we got a blanket from Odyssey. We got a coffee mug.
And gift
certificate.
$25.
Yeah.
We got a gift card?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's...
gift card.
I think it's tucked deep in that blanket. So, no Jordan Poole tonight, it looks like, Goo, for the Warriors. And obviously no Klay Thompson tonight.
COVID, go away.
Let me ask you this, Goo. Are you more excited about the Warriors now that this Steph record is over, or less excited?
I'm more excited because it's like opening night again. But I'll tell you, this news about young Jordan Poole, it bothers me because now I feel like the takeaway from tonight's game will be altered because Jordan Poole wasn't in there. So I don't know what it did to the spread. I guess I could ask Willard. It was 3.5 Warriors. I was like, ooh, that's attractive. Okay, still 3.5. But that bothers me. He's not playing. And I know Curry them went out. KD, they turned up in New York with Dre.
Yeah, we don't know
Hopefully it don't spread. No, we saw the pictures at the club. The locale.
He was...
You don't like... I love Curry was getting it in. Steiny?
Yeah, but he might have just had a late dinner after that
It was 5:30 a.m. Did you see his eyes? I've been there, Steiny. I've been there. Yeah, but he had a good time.
All right. Something I got to talk about here. Klay Thompson wise. By the way, the Raiders game's been postponed, I guess, till Monday.
Way to go, NFL.
And it's Monday at 2 o'clock. Monday at 2
What
o'clock.
are you? We're on air.
Yeah, that's true.
That's not out when we got a TV.
Yeah.
Now I'm mad. And what? Yeah.
As I was talking about the Raiders, I'll shout out one of the biggest Raider fans I know, Cynthia.
Oh, okay.
And I met her at the tailgate 2 weeks ago that you were invited to, that you didn't come.
I was sick.
Okay.
Still kind of under the weather.
All right.
Yeah.
So the Warriors, they put out a release today, and I can't figure out what it means.
Share with us.
It says Klay Thompson completed a successful rehab assignment Wednesday with Santa Cruz. Thompson's recovery timeline remains on schedule. Final stages of his preparation for return to play will be conducted with the Warriors. His return date will be announced when finalized and available. What does that mean?
Wow.
It's an update that's not really an update, but it's gotten me to thinking, Goo. And we're going to have Anthony Slater on at 1:30.
Hey, Slater.
And he broke this story yesterday in The Athletic that Clay's not going to return on the 20th or 23rd. So Slater cited sources, league sources or team sources, one or the other. And I'm thinking, like why, I guess is what
because
not why is he not playing, but okay, so I wonder why the team didn't just say, to the writers, hey guys, I know we've all been, look, 20th, 23rd, 28th, 20th, 23rd, 28th. We've been hearing those 3 dates for months and months and months. So I'm wondering, I wonder why the Warriors just didn't say, hey, media, he's not going to be playing on the 20th or 23rd. That's a little early. You know what I mean?
Because it's so fluid and they don't know, Steiny. Like one day it's this and one day it's that. But, I do appreciate the info we got a couple of days ago that it wouldn't be such and such dates because like you and my main man 49er Frankie, they'll be in the building against the Kings. We thought it would be that day, but so it's a whole lot of nothing is what you're saying. There is no technically, that wasn't an update because the rat on the table is everybody's waiting for this infamous day for Clay's return. And Steiny, maybe it's in flux and it changes periodically, every day, every minute.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Didn't it seem like he would be back though? Like, and not bad, but I thought like Sack was the day.
Well,
Monday, next week was the day.
And I don't know why, but now it feels like it's going to be sometime in January.
And I think I told you that when this initial report came out. As long as you, hey, Clay, and I'm talking to Clay, Steiny, take your time.
Yeah. So, Spadone, you got that Draymond sound handy? Because I think it's kind of interesting. So, Draymond Green, this was yesterday at practice.
I missed this.
Take a listen to Draymond Green yesterday from Warriors practice.
I'm not going to get my hopes up to get let down. And I hope you don't either. Because to be quite honest with you, I know just as much about Clay's return as you do. And that's nothing. Like, we know he's returning at some point, right? That's about all I know. And so, the same report you read like Christmas Day before Christmas Day is the same report I read. And that's kind of how it's going. So I just kind of stay here, stay focused, try not to anticipate that, try to let him work on his own term. I don't want him to feel that anxiety and that pressure that I know comes with it when everybody's looking like, oh man, he's about to be back. Like, hey Clay, you back yet? Like, that anxiety, it adds up and it weighs on you. And so, no, I'm not anticipating it at all.
Wow. I don't know.
Well, share with me what you thought, because I could just imagine I'm Steph or I'm Iggy or I'm a Warrior teammate and I'm your dog.
Okay.
I would text you. You checked on me when I've been down, things going on, vice versa. But for Dre to say, I know just as, if it's not tongue in cheek, I know just as much as you, okay. But the one thing that stood out, Steiny, like a sore thumb is I'm not expecting that one. Like, what's that mean?
Well, first of all,
help me decipher that.
Yeah, well, I'm not getting my hopes up.
Right. What do you mean?
Well, I think that could just mean I'm not expecting Klay Thompson to be the Klay Thompson that we have come to know and love right away. But I will say this. The part about I know as much as you guys, I kind of believe him, and I'll tell you why, is I do think we have a player here who hasn't played in 30 months, all right? And I bet you, I do take Draymond at his word. Like, I don't think Draymond, when he sees Steph, like, checks, how you doing, buddy? Good.
Yeah.
I'm doing, how's it coming? It's going good. It's going good. But there's no way Draymond Green is asking Clay dude, when do you think you're coming back?
Wow.
Like that, I do believe that he's not asking him that.
And can I ask you, do you think that would add to the anxiety? Or where I'm from, Steiny, if we're boys and they are, more than teammates, I don't think I would be prying to be privy of that info. Like Clay would look at Dre asking, like, that's one of the guys that'll know exactly how I'm doing. But for him to say, I don't know, I thought it's just, and again, I put myself in Draymond's shoes and that relationship. Best believe I'm calling you, Steiny, before the masses or the boss is telling me how you're doing. I'm using what we've built up, that relationship, that juice. Steiny, how you doing?
Yeah,
and
but you wouldn't, you wouldn't pressure me. You wouldn't pressure me in terms of...
So asking the question is... I'm asking you, do you deem that as pressure? Or that's me being real? Hey, how you doing?
No, how you doing's fine.
And you go, hey, Dre, I ain't where I thought I was. That ain't going nowhere, but, he could trust Dre with that if that were the case.
I think that's what's going on. But what I don't think's going on is, when he coming back? How you doing? I'm doing good. Or, man, it's slower than I thought. It's faster than I thought. It's this, that, the other thing.
Wow.
But I don't think you want to put pressure on him. Even if it's kind of made up pressure. I don't know.
Where I pause, and I can't wait for him to come back, Steiny. Go ahead. I'm cutting you off.
No.
I'm not a doctor, but I can look at the calendar. If this was geared up, and I keep going back to the night after the game, he had the towel over the head.
Right.
I read it, and I'm a tourist to bull. I read it differently than he had climbed the mountaintop. I'm not saying there were setbacks, but there was a reflection or, to me, a thought of, boy, this is a big hill to climb. I'm going to climb it,
right,
but it's going to take a lot out of me. Why I bring that up is, what's the difference in the 18th against the Kings, whenever they play the Kings, 20th. And 2 more weeks? Is that cardio? Which I don't believe it is.
I got to believe it is.
You think so?
Yeah, I do.
Or is it mental, which is still all good?
I don't know. Let's go to Dave. Dave's in Alameda. How you doing, Dave? And I also don't know if maybe we're reading way too much into this, but I don't know. What's up, Dave? How you doing, buddy?
Doing great. It's great to hear your voice, Steiny and Guru.
Thank you.
Hey.
I'm thinking, this guy, Clay, we all love him. We all want the best for him. But if we were his parents, we'd say, hey, look, man, you need to sit down and come back next year fresh. Stop revving up the engine so hot and cooling it down and revving it hot. It's just like a pitcher wants to come back too fast. Once you have an arm surgery, people think you're much better. No, it's not true. There's a very good likelihood you're going to have another one. So this guy just needs to calm down, take his time, come back fresh, game 1 next year. There's no point in rushing it back this year and blowing out something else, because he already did that before. So let's not goof around with the body. Calm down, stop, because you know what's going to happen. When you're playing in a real game at 100 miles an hour and you got to go play defense and then spin around and go play offense, that's when he's going to pop something. Because he has tissue problems. He doesn't have just regular hamstring or a Achilles. That's the end result. He has problems in the tissue. So that's why his Achilles is blowing out, because the tissue needs help. So he has tissue problems. So those are the muscles pulling on everything else, just like on a Pinocchio or something. So he's pulling on it real hard, attempting to get this cardio back when you just need to calm down, dude. His cardio is going to come back by.
All right, thanks, Dave. Appreciate it, Dave.
Did he go Pinocchio on us?
I didn't know what he meant by that, but
pull
a marionette, the strings, how it's attached to the ligaments, stuff like that.
Spadoni.
I give him a 1 for the reference.
I got you. All right.
And what did I tell you? I'm excited.
Okay. Why?
Because he will eventually return. But I told you this coming into the studio. They had the executive show with Shasky and Bonte, and Myers was on there. And I think Shasky asked him in particular about Clay. And it wasn't just GM talk. He said he didn't know.
Right.
And basically, it's up to Clay. So maybe we did the Clay math, and are you eager to see him, Steiny? I am. But I want him to be comfortable. But I did think the baby was going to be born here in the like next week. It was coming.
Well, when
and
was
now
the
it's like,
first?
hold on.
When was the first report that he could come back around Christmas?
See, I'm going to say Kerr with Damon and Ratto. I not that he said exactly Christmas, but like that was the seed. The seed was planted that it could happen. That's me, and I could be wrong. Shocker.
But because I did think it was strange, and we're going to have Anthony Slater on in about an hour. You know, Anthony Slater's reported that he's not coming back the 20th or 23rd, according to sources. And I completely believe that report, and I believe that Slater's sources are on the money.
All right.
But I'm wondering if, like, clearly Slater picked those dates, or the person said those dates won't be met because the word was out there that the 20th and 23rd may be the days.
Okay.
So now they're not the days.
Well, gotcha.
Okay. Well, are we going to get another report that's going to say it's also not going to be the 28th? Sometime around Christmas.
I got to tell you, if I was a bet man, I would expect that.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no point to make. You can cut that spit out. I have no point to make here other than I just find the timing of everything just, I don't know. So Slater says it's not happening the 20th and the 23rd. Then Draymond yesterday says, he's not getting his hopes up. When it happens, it happens. And then the Warriors put something out today that says what it says, which is he just had a successful rehab stint down in Santa Cruz.
What does that mean, Steiny? Because we didn't see him playing, and I'm not saying it wasn't successful. We didn't see lateral movement. We didn't see him playing D. Was that done on purpose? Like when you say successful, I'm thinking, okay, he's ready to go. And that's why I broke out highs the other night. Warriors recall. I'm like, here we go. The baby's here.
I actually do think that, you said what's the difference between December 20th and December 30th? I think conditioning. It's got to be conditioning, I would think.
If you're bringing him back as a starter. Because Dre was on the podcast, his podcast with Iggy. He was like, Jordan, he'll get the minutes. But Clay was coming in as a starter. Are we really expecting him? Would you, hey, go jump in the deep end? No, you hadn't swam in a couple years. Just go back. Do you do that, Steiny, or do you bring him back slowly? Or is this part of bringing him back slowly by giving him a couple more weeks to work on conditioning?
Oh, they're definitely being super cautious, which makes all the sense in the world.
Nation needs to be patient, right? Because Duke 524 on Twitch, Steiny.
Who?
Duke 524.
How many we got on Twitch right now?
45.
Come on.
Yeah. Do you guys really, do you really think a straight answer will come out from anyone in the org? It's not about.
Yeah, I do.
So do I. And they've been. But you just pointed out that this source was a source and not an official release about the dates.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know what to make of it. And I'm certainly not sounding any alarms. It's just, the other thing I was thinking was, again, he hasn't played in 30 months.
Almost 1,000 days.
So if he comes back December 20th or January 20th, the reality is it's actually not a big increment of time considering all the time he's missed. If he's a quote unquote month late. But I don't think that would even be considered late. It would just be January.
Gotcha.
So I don't know. I do know this. The Warriors play the Boston Celtics tonight in Boston. Doesn't look like Jordan Poole's going to play. He's in COVID protocol. But I do want to ask Warrior fans this, because we know that the Warriors have been a little out of sync the last few weeks. Are you looking forward to the Warriors right now playing more than you did before? And what I mean by that is, I know I am. I'm looking more forward to tonight's game than any of the games this past week.
Even with Poole out.
Yeah,
that bothers me.
That doesn't bother me one.
He's a big okay.
Yeah, no, I mean,
and he ain't playing tomorrow.
They'll have to win without him.
He won't play tomorrow, right?
Sounds like some people might not play.
Well, yeah,
he might not be the only one who doesn't play. But anyway, what I want to ask Warrior fans is, are you looking forward to the games from this point on more than the games that have happened? Because I need to see this team kind of getting back to the way they were and then getting ready for Clay's return. So 888-957-9570. Hey, the Warriors, like I said, are back after a couple days off. They play the Boston Celtics tonight. Tip-off 4:30. It's right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live starts at 3, and it's presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
Come rain or shine, high winds or mild breezes, blue skies or gray. It's a great time to consider getting vaccinated against COVID-19.
So we played that Draymond Green sound, but apparently didn't sound great. So this was, we'll play it again. This is Draymond Green from yesterday. Team was in Boston practicing, and he was asked if he's getting his hopes up for Clay's return. Take a listen to what Draymond said.
I'm not going to get my hopes up to get let down. And I hope you don't either. Because to be quite honest with you, I know just as much about Clay's return as you do. And that's nothing. Like, we know he returned at some point, right? That's about all I know. And so, the same report you read like Christmas Day before Christmas Day is the same report I read. And that's kind of how it's going. So I just kind of stay here, stay focused, try not to anticipate that, try to let him work on his own term. I don't want him to feel that anxiety and that pressure that I know comes with it when everybody's looking like, oh man, he's about to be back. Like, hey Clay, you back yet? Like, that anxiety, it adds up and it weighs on you. And so, no, I'm not anticipating it at all. But I'm very excited about it. When they set a date, I'll anticipate that date. But until then, I try to keep my hopes very even keeled.
All right, so listening to that again, it kind of makes me feel like Draymond's just like almost he's saying, "I'm not jinx. I don't want to jinx anything.
Tell me when it's the date.
Yeah,
Give me
exactly.
the date, and then I'll get juice."
Exactly.
All right.
Exactly. But I just wanted to, I don't know, clear some stuff up. So Slater and Shams Charania reported about early in December that, you know, barring any setbacks, it'd probably be right around Christmas. So we're still right around Christmas. So everything's fine. I don't think there's anything to see here. Scott's in Hayward. What's going on, Scott? How you doing?
Gentlemen, Guru especially, I think you need to take a couple deep breaths, getting a little excited. I don't want you to hurt yourself. I think Draymond just is probably as sick of hearing the question as everybody else. That's my take on that. I feel like the successful rehab means, quote, no setbacks, unquote. That's what they usually mean when they say successful rehab. So I wouldn't read too much into any of that. I think when he's ready, he's ready. Look at their record. They're 23-5. The Warriors were, 14 wins. Maybe they push them a little hard to get back. But I think right now, a lot of this timeline about Christmas is sort of media-driven wishful thinking and fan-driven. And look, I want to see Clay back as much as anybody, but he had a pretty serious injury. It's been 30 months, as you said. I think the longer he takes, the better he's going to be. Get that endurance up. The Warriors play a very specific brand of basketball where they outrun almost every other team on the planet. So the cardio's got to be coming back too. I think physically, I've heard reports of other teams stopping to watch Clay warming up, and reportedly he looks amazing. So, let's let him breathe a little bit. Let's let him come back. If it's after New Year's, maybe that's the right time. If it's Christmas, then that's the right time. But Clay's going to know when it's the right time for his body, and I'm looking forward to the Warriors with Clay, and I want to see him come back and stay healthy. So everybody take a deep breath. Have a very happy holiday. Love you guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it.
Scott worried about me.
There you go.
Yeah, woosah. Remember that?
Yeah, I go Om. That's what I usually do.
Let me hear.
Om.
Nah, I'm gonna say this. We played ping pong the other day because how you get Clay acclimated to this team, Steiny, that's a big deal. You think it's gonna be old school and old Clay coming? There's gonna be an adjustment period, is what I'm saying.
Did I say there wasn't?
Well, you didn't. You kind of lean like, "Ooh, it'll be, smooth sailing." Huh? I'm like, it's a good.
I'm not.
It's
going
to be greater later, but it could get off to my favorite ice cream, Rocky Road.
I mean, who said that the other day? Was it Scalabrini or was it Ryan McDonough said, just don't expect too much too soon? Listen, all indications when it comes to this injury are he will not be 100%. By the end of the season.
Oh, by the end of the season.
No, it's going to take.
But 80% of Clay that's fine. Is 100 for a lot of other regular folk.
But this is the one where they say, their second year is when you start to feel like yourself again.
Okay.
But, it is starting to. I mean, the one thing that's starting to hit me is, and by the way, we got Cam Inman coming up in 5 minutes. We're going to jump to some 49er talk. They got a big game this week against the Atlanta Falcons.
Seems like there's no fanfare around the Niners.
They're 9.5-point favorites.
You think that's why, or is it just Warrior? We've been Warriors, the record.
I think
the Niners are in the
No,
house.
I think 49er fans think this is going to be a duck walk.
Okay. So there is no drama, you're saying?
Not really. I mean,
I can see you Monday, and they're 8-6, but I think they're going to be 6 or 7. But still, where this season I know we'll get to it. Where this season started, Steiny, the 4 losses in a row. Throw a party, man. Feel good about yourself.
They'll beat Atlanta. I mean, maybe I'll guarantee it like I did 2 years ago.
Bonte told you not to do it, and you did it, and they lost on the last play of the game.
I know.
People were mad.
But you know what? The bottom line is they still controlled their own destiny when they lost that game against the Falcons. Now, they had to beat the Rams and the Seahawks, which they did, but...
And you said that game against Cincinnati was bigger, Tom Hanks big, than a lot of people thought. Had they dropped that one...
They lost. I don't want to say they'd be in trouble, but
no, I'm with you.
If they lost to the Bengals, this is a must-win then against
Room
the
for
Falcons.
error is as thin as a thin mint. Margin of error.
You're getting a 2 from Evan.
Wow.
Let's go to Moose. What's going on, Moose in San Jose?
Moose.
How you doing, buddy?
Hey, fellas. I wanted to say, I almost feel like with the 17-game schedule, or the elongated playoffs and all or the extended playoffs and everything, it's almost like we kick the can each week to, well, this one, this is the must-win now.
You're right.
Lose or win this one. You just keep kicking the can on it. It's kind of funny. But I wanted to say on Clay, hey, I think I almost see it happening the way the Warriors were pressing to get Steph the final threes to win the record. Until Clay gets that first bucket, it's like, do we keep feeding him? Do we continue our offense, let him insert himself? I see them on the court kind of being weird until he gets a couple of those buckets and gets himself feeling good. And then I think after that, it's all, once you feel like he's ready, he's good to go, and the team's good to go, I think they get past it all. Defensively, I do think he's going to be he's going to hurt us a little, but that's something we're going to have to overcome as a team.
Yeah.
And you can go zone with him out there to break him in slowly, Steiny, Go to some zone. We're seeing more zone in the NBA than I ever have. Hey, how'd you get back in the game? Well, we went zone. That's my Mark Rivers. I mean, I'm hearing coaches say that, and I can't stand that mid-game interview, Steiny. Good God. And they bring up the other box, so the games, and you hear the crowd. Right. Sometimes they're slow on the button. So dude, he's got a post-game presser. You're bringing nothing to the game. Well, you used to do it, huh?
Never the in-game. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, you did the sideline.
Did I?
You, Bucher, Roz?
No. We did post-game. We did a post. Oh, actually, no.
You were
I think
the sideline guy during the game.
Yeah, but they didn't do that. Was 10+ years ago. They didn't have that at that juncture. But I think I did. I did do an interview with like an assistant coach right after halftime. I can't.
I remember. I remember those assistants getting run.
Yeah, I can't. I can't exactly remember.
I just hate that. Yeah, let them talk at the end of the game. at the podium.
Yeah, I never liked it. But it ain't going anywhere. I know that. It's not going anywhere. Hey, let me ask you this. Remember how early in the season we were talking about the Niners, and particularly with Lowe, and we said, what's the 49ers' identity? And I don't know. I don't know what it is. Well, what is it? They're playing good football right now. Do they have an identity?
Ball control. They try to milk the clock.
Okay, it's just they threw 40 times.
Gotcha.
Last game.
But that's when things are hitting on all cylinders and you become multi-dimensional. They're not just a one-trick pony. And that's the sign of a good team. So if it turns into a barroom fight or a barroom brawl, Steiny, you got action. And Jimmy Garoppolo, at the end of the day, outplayed Burrow. Now, you could say, well, the numbers don't reflect that. I don't care. The alphabet does, and that's the W that Jimmy got. So with that said, moving forward, Steiny, if you can't, have success on the ground and control the clock, I honestly am excited now that I think you're coming around to, hey, Goo, forget where I had Ayuk and the rest of the receiving core. They are starting to make plays down the field. And there's nothing more maddening than watching a game or a team not do something, Steiny, not try to be aggressive. They're being aggressive, and that's why not run the table. I keep telling you on this infamous day, what city it's going to be in, they may, whoever that team is, Dallas, Rams, they're going to be like, we got a formidable opponent.
Well, it's a playoff team, so, I'm just wondering what, are they the running team they were 2 years ago? Are they the defensive team they were 2 years ago?
That is
not really.
No. Okay, that's a no.
Are they throwing the ball better now than they did 2 years ago?
I'll say this, and I said it to you in the green. People get tired of the green room. Since the Chicago game, hell yes. And Jimmy's been better. And I wonder if the leash is off of Jimmy. Remember that quote he said? I run the plays that are called. Like y'all dogging me on my arm and I can't make these throws? Give me a shot. Seattle on the road. Hit your boy Kittle in the back of the end zone. Ayuk almost flirting with 100 yards. Everybody's chipping in. We saw Debo get hurt. Steiny, this whole thing is combustible, and it may just pop off on a team on the same day with that run game. Oh, they're going to play action pass? Oh, he's throwing it. That's why I get excited. I'm not telling or selling you, oh, this is the best Niner team you ever seen. Look around.
Yeah, the same reasons that you used to say they could get on a roll are kind of the same reasons I feel like why they're not going to get on a roll. Because to me, they are inconsistent. One game, they look pretty good through the air. One game, Kittle does have 2 games in a row. Kittle has great numbers, but then they don't run the ball.
And I hate.
I don't know what they're trying to be. What are they trying to be? Is my question.
You're going to be mad? Winners. And I'm going Malcolm X, Steiny, by any means necessary. And to go to Cincinnati without Mitchell in the backfield, I know my guy, he ain't hit a stride. Jeff Wilson Jr., they're trying to run the ball, but they went away from that like, we got to win this thing, putting it in the air. And they did it. 40 pass attempts for Garoppolo. And if I was if you were Shaq and I was really Kobe, I would have right now at my disposal, that was Jimmy's umpteenth game throwing 40 pass attempts. But you know what, partner? I don't. But like my steak, and I told you this yesterday, that's how I like it. It's
Cam,
rare that he throws 40. Oh, do we love Cam?
Yeah.
Be quiet.
Let's bring Cam Inman in, Bay Area News Group.
Cam.
Also 95.7 The Game's 49er Insider. What's going on, Cam? How you doing, man?
Doing great. Just walked off the practice field, got our 5 minutes of a looky-loo out there, and have come to draw a main conclusion that the 49ers should win Sunday against the Falcons. How's that?
Okay. They're 9.5-point favorites. Not that you care about that. Do we have any injury updates on who's going to, like Mitchell, for example? We know about him.
Does that mean that you're still in your fantasy playoff and you need to know if Elijah Mitchell?
No,
Cam,
I'm out.
Congratulations.
No, I'm out.
Elijah Mitchell is not practicing. This has just been 2 weeks since his concussion. So, well, not quite 2 weeks, about 12 days. He is not practicing. So it looks like Jeff Wilson Jr. will be their starting running back. That's, I think, the main injury concern. Dante Johnson is back with the team after being away the past week on bereavement leave with his mother passing away. And then Azeez Al-Shire, and that's kind of one that we got to pay attention to, is, he had this elbow injury, both elbows actually all season, but the other elbow got hurt last week in Cincinnati, and he was fitted with a brace and was practicing with it yesterday, but as they were getting going today, he was with a trainer, so he wasn't part of the team drill. So I'll be curious to see how that comes out on the participation report, whether he joined them or not. So they could use his help to stop Kyle Pitts, but they'll have Fred Warner. He's been practicing all week, and then I think also stopping Pitts is kind of up to the safeties like Jimmy Ward.
Cam, bear with me. As you know, I'm all over the place, but all week I've been preaching to Steiny like, hey, I know the Niners haven't been perfect, but if they make the playoffs and it looks like they are, Cam, nobody's going to want to see them. They, now Kittle's getting involved, Ayuk, Debo on a good day, but I was telling my partner, I don't know what it is. Do you think it's the Falcons or Steph Curry breaking the record this week and a lot of focus being on that? Or are we just assuming you think maybe Niner Empire that this is going to be an easy game, but there's not that big of a buzz like it normally is? Have you felt that, or is that just me?
I mean, that could be more. I mean, I'm embedded here like every day, so I'm all about the Falcons, man. That's all. I don't have time to do Christmas shopping. That's all. Right. I mean, I get it. The Curry stuff was big news at the start of the week, and we are a few weeks out still from the playoffs. So I think it was such a big win on Sunday night, that everybody's euphoria kind of died down a little bit, and you're just kind of going, okay, this team is kind of kicked into gear now, and I don't have to worry about them as much. They'll win a couple more games, they'll get in the playoffs, and then they'll be the big buzz like you're talking about. So I wouldn't worry too much about how the outside perception is. I will say, watching that celebration Sunday in Cincinnati, and I don't know what the TV showed because I don't see that copy yet after the official ruled it a touchdown, but there was pandemonium all over that field with Niners scattered everywhere. And I had not seen something like that since they won in Washington in the Mud Bowl game, where guys were doing belly slides, and there was so much celebration. It wasn't just, okay, we squeaked out a win. It was, we bonded together, we overcame adversity, we overcame blowing a big lead, and our stars stepped up and made plays that we expect them to. That's what they've been preaching all season. So there was a big buzz in that locker room on Sunday night in Cincinnati, and that's why I think they finally captured that kind of elusive chemistry where if you go back a few months and listen to our old conversations where I said something's missing about this team,
yeah.
I think they've got it now because they needed to go through trials and tribulations, and seeing them pull out a win like that, it really does reassure me that if they get in the playoffs, anything's possible, especially the way the NFL is falling apart with COVID outbreaks.
Yeah, Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group, joining us on 95.7 The Game. I got to ask an obligatory Trey Lance question, and it's this. I need you to remind me, because I'm sure Kyle Shanahan was asked, but what happened to the plan of using Trey Lance 4 to 6 plays a game?
Yeah, Kyle's answer a couple weeks ago was it just disturbs Kyle's rhythm as a play caller because he sets everything up as if Jimmy's going to be making the plays against a certain defense, and by bringing Trey in, it messes with Kyle's groove and probably messes with Jimmy's as well. And I don't know if I 100% buy that, because I think if you get to a certain situation down on the goal line, or not even maybe in the goal line, maybe if you're in midfield on a short yardage play, you could stick him in for one. But it's also a reinforcement that they're all about Jimmy, and this is a big vote of confidence, and maybe that's what paid off in these late game length of the field drives to put him in scoring position to win games. Is Jimmy has that confidence in his coach, and he can do such a thing and go 6 for 6 for 78 yards in Cincinnati in OT.
Cam, you're on fire. I want to ask you about the secondary. The question was posed to me, are they playing better? I'm like, yeah, they held Cincinnati to 23 points since he did drive down the field, but they stopped him in OT. Burrow had 348 in the air, 2 touchdowns. How would you answer that question about the secondary? Are they playing better?
Oh, I would absolutely be the Grinch on this question, because that is just the fear factor right there with this team. Is if you get into face a hot shot quarterback, and you never know how hot even a Matt Ryan can get because he burned him 2 years ago here at Levi Stadium. I mean, that secondary is so vulnerable, and you're not going to have Emmanuel Mosley this week. You're going to probably have Ambry Thomas or Diamador Lenore out there because Dante Johnson didn't practice all week. He came out today with a walkthrough. He's veteran enough where you could put him out there. I don't know if you just make him the starter, but and the Falcons don't have a bunch of speed-burning, great wide receivers, so it's not as big of a deal this week. You kind of look ahead, and it's they can probably get by in these other games, but that does concern me big time going into the playoffs. And that's just it's how it is in the NFL. Not a lot of teams have any good cornerbacks, so you look to your pass rush, and you look to Nick Bosa. And I do a story on Bosa, I think, every week. And the story today was I asked Nick yesterday. I said, Nick, are you going to go for the, you're within sight of the team's single-season sack record. Do you know who has it? And he goes, yeah, it's 19.5 in Alden. And, yeah, I like that. And I'm like, good. He's aware of it. He's got a goal set in mind. It's going to take, 5.5 more sacks for him to reach it. But the Nick Bosa story is the most undertold story in the whole NFL this season. A guy coming off of an ACL, and D'Amico Ryans, I asked him this yesterday, and he threw it out there that Nick Bosa deserves not only Defensive Player of the Year candidacy, but Comeback Player of the Year acknowledgement. So I think Nick, if he keeps it up and stays strong in this closing stretch, record or not, the NFL will take notice because that's what's going to get the Niners in the playoffs is how great Bosa is playing on that defensive front to make up for the Grinch's secondary issues.
Hey, Cam, thank you so much for joining us, man. Appreciate it.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, gentlemen. Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. Cam Edmond, Bay Area News Group.
Kind of sounded like you, Steiny, with the secondary. I mean,
they stink.
I mean, on any given day, what if Matt Ryan were to carve them up? I know they got Pitts, but no Julio Jones. Your guy is taking a sabbatical. What was the hot shot? Ridley. Yeah, Ridley.
Ridley Scott, the director.
Right, no, Calvin. You a big eggnog guy?
No.
Dude, I love it.
What's in eggnog?
Egg and nog, as far as I'm concerned. But you could put some other stuff in there, some brown.
I like Bailey's Irish cream.
I've had that. I ain't mad at it.
Pretty sweet, though.
Eggnog. I did my weigh-in today.
Oh.
Because I'm about to reform, so I won't be going to the cafeteria with you. Between 230 and 240. So I'm trying to drop 20, 25, and Steiny, it's going down.
That's a lot.
Well, we'll start with 15 or 20. My face my cheeks, they got marbles in them. Yeah.
By the way, eggnog made with milk, cream, sugar, whipped egg yolks, and egg whites. So there you go.
Yeah, and Bailey's can go in the eggnog. That's a fact.
Or Kahlua, a little bourbon.
Yeah,
I'm out on the eggnog. I'm out.
It's good. Cold, Steiny?
Yeah. All right, Golden State Warriors have back-to-back games coming up against Boston and the Toronto Raptors. They're going to be without a key player, Jordan Poole. We'll see how they react. We'll talk about it more on the other side. It's all sponsored by Outdoor Supply Hardware.
Savor the season at your local Outdoor Supply Hardware. You'll find the holiday spirit throughout the store, from last-minute project supplies.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tell you what, if I were the Raiders, I would be hot. Or a Raider fan.
Do tell, because...
Come on, man.
Come on, man, what?
Play the game.
It's not like they're slacking. They got COVID.
One team's got COVID.
So you want to win. You're that thirsty, the Raiders are, that you can't see that a team is hemorrhaging with an outbreak, and they moved the game, Nick Nolte, 48 hours, but you want to say you're mad?
Yeah.
Get your priorities straight, people.
I'm putting myself in a Raider fan's position who cleared their schedule for Saturday.
What
time? 4:30?
1:30 our time.
Yeah. I knew something.
Now what? Now what?
Now it gets pushed to Monday at 2 o'clock, and they'll be on a short week the next week in a divisional opponent against the Broncos, which puts them at a competitive disadvantage.
And that's according to Mark Davis.
So
now
you
I won't be
wanted
able
to
to see
play
Nick
a team.
Mullins.
Yeah, well, wow. You wanted to play a team that really wasn't itself because it was sick.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's a win.
You need Sunday service.
Why would the Raiders get punished when no one on their team has COVID? They've handled it great, 100%
It's
vaccinated.
all a fraternity. You have the NFLPA. You had all this. This was already preordained. Come on, guys.
Well, it's preordained before the season. Now they're making ramifications to it that if there was a postponed game, there wouldn't be any postponed game. They'd say they'd forfeit.
Listen, let me tell you what Spadoni and Mark Davis are doing. That's hurt talk from Kansas City game last weekend.
I wouldn't
they
say
want
that.
to win so bad that you can't wait 2 days. Come on, let the team heal.
What's 2 days
going to
do?
COVID.
What's 36 hours going to do?
Well, let's put the rat on the table. I reached out to Dibs. I knew you weren't available. I'm really concerned. Forget sports. What COVID and how this thing is causing havoc on every entity, but I don't know if you heard what Bruce Arians said. He said if a player is asymptomatic and they're feeling good and they're vaccinated, let them play. And Steiny, at first I said, the nerve. Then I thought, Matt, you know I'm serious when I call you Matt. We're staring that in the face. Because if you got a common cold, which I know is not COVID, COVID's more serious, and they say, hey, you know what, coach, I think I can go, they're letting you go. And if you got COVID, what do you think of what Arians said? I'm starting to think we're staring that in the face.
I don't have a strong opinion. I just don't. And you know what? Here's what I want to know. I don't have a strong opinion.
Here's when you say that.
And I'm going to throw this out to our listeners at 888-957-9570. What is the COVID discussion? What's the discussion about?
Should we hit the pause button because it's like the Lakers tonight? I couldn't wait to see LeBron and Anthony Edwards. I'm not going to see Edwards. I'm not going to see Westbrook. It's getting so out of hand. Do you need to just hit the pause button for a week or two? Maybe the Super Bowl in the NFL, you lose that 2 weeks off for the Super Bowl. It's just 1 week. But did you really, and Spadoni, I'm asking you, Steiny E., did you really want the Cleveland Browns to field the team Saturday with 20-plus guys out? That's not the Cleveland Browns. So what are we doing? Is it about money? And are we doing the right thing? Do we have our priorities in check? So hopefully by Monday, I'm thinking, Steiny, okay, some guys will be off of that list and they'll be available.
Well, apparently, that's got to be the case. Otherwise, it does no good. I think, to be clear, the league said forfeits were going to happen if it involved unvaccinated
there
players.
We go.
So
Cleveland must be vaxxed.
That's
high rate.
What I would assume, that the Cleveland Browns are heavily vaccinated. I don't know. I mean,
okay.
I don't. Again, can someone tell me what the discussion is? Should they pause for 2 weeks? Honestly,
and there's no guarantee.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, how would you feel? Let's put it in our own backyard. If Steph, Dre, and Looney had COVID, and they still were going on with the Boston game tonight, and let's say Kerr had it. I'm not wishing that.
They're missing guys.
Your pleasure and you watching the game, knowing the result, would not be gratifying because you know this ain't the real Warrior team.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at Boston tonight. They're going to miss Horford. Yeah. Grant Williams is out because of COVID.
Know that.
So let's put the rat on the table. Maybe it has to do with which players are positive.
Now I would hate that that's the case, wouldn't you? And you might be right. So if Mahomes had COVID, that game last night's not played because they stuck it to the Niners last year Thursday when they had the COVID bug against Aaron Rodgers on that Thursday night. You remember that? Mullins quarterbacked and they made them play. They were missing umpteen dudes. NFL threw the middle finger at the Niners. But it's all dependent on who you are. And
if they paused for a week, what would I'm not sure that would do anything.
I'm not a doctor. I know we got that drop. I guess, Steiny, to me, at least you would try, or that would enable guys to get back.
I'm not an expert, but I do have a strong opinion.
That guy. What about the asymptomatic thing, Arians?
I don't know.
Would you have a problem with it? Because if you're vaccinated, the whole quote-unquote thing is you're not going to get...
I got to tell you, I just don't have strong opinions on this. I don't know.
It don't bother you, though, when you hear that, such and such is out.
Okay. Today, Jordan Poole's in COVID protocol.
That bothers me.
Why?
Because it's going to affect the outcome, and then we won't be able to see, was it the Steph Curry record thing with him specifically? And I know he's going to miss tomorrow, but... it's bothering me even when it's not our hometown team.
Hey, you got to deal with it.
And
you got
really dealing with Steiny. This thing is out of control. What if we get to the playoffs and before the Jimmy Garoppolo out, Kittle's out, Bosa? You going to play the game, or are you going to have some backup plan? NFL Goodell?
I noticed you didn't say Ambry Thomas. Well, what if he's not playing?
That might help him.
Hufanga, what if he's not playing? Let's go to Darryl in Oakland. I just kind of don't know where to go here. Oh, Darrell. Like Darrell Arthur, the former Memphis Grizzly. Gotcha. What's up, Darrell?
Hey, what's happening, guys? I did want to put a shout out for all of the pros that are out there. There's G League players, minor league, practice squad guys that need tape of them in a pro game so they can go off and get a job in the future. You don't have to cancel or move around games, because if we're living by the next man up mentality, then we should be able to pull people bring somebody from the G League to replace somebody. I mean, he's not a star, but he could be a breakout. So, you never know.
Yeah, I know the NBA, thanks for the call, Darrell. I know the NBA has allowed a few teams a hardship exception, which allows them to sign a player.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't
I'm not. I don't know how to.
I don't know what. Honest to God, I don't know what to say. I don't. So what do you like? Okay, what do you think should happen?
We should pause 2 weeks. And again, I don't have any scientific data to prove that would solve it, but this thing is out of control. What I'm trying to prevent, Steiny, is us watching Atlanta and the Niners, and Garoppolo, Kittle, and Debo are out. Matt Ryan's out. I don't want to watch what's left after that. If there's a way possibly we could take 2 weeks for all sport leagues, hit the pause button, and hope the numbers go down. Now, on the flip side, the numbers may keep going up.
Yeah, because it's around the holidays.
At least you tried. Because I'm telling you, for NBA's good. They're not even at the halfway point of their schedule. NFL, the playoffs are about to kick off. We're 4 or 5 weeks. And if we get that, Patrick Mahomes or Brady's out, oh, boy. Wouldn't you just have a bitter taste in your mouth? And you're right, there's nothing you could have did to avoid it, but did you take all precautionary measures? And right now, the NFL is picking and choosing.
What's the question you're asking me?
Should we hit the pause? Would you be okay with the pause button hit on the NFL for 2 weeks right now? If it came down right now for the greater good of the league.
Would I be okay with it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be okay with it.
Would you be okay watching Tom Brady's backup saying, don't cry, try your eye. You got to go out there.
What the hell was that?
You know, the old
is that a song?
You're right. It's the old,
is it a hip-hop song?
No, it's the old, don't cry, dry your eye. When we used to shoot dice and you'd be down to your last dollar and I hit 7.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah. But, like, where's your? I want
Kittle
you to have
like a niner. You want me to have an opinion?
If JD was over there, he'd be like, I could. That's my guy. He'd be like, Guru, I wouldn't want to see that game tainted with the backups, so I'll take the 2 weeks off. But don't give me Don't give me the backups without trying something. Goodell, and again, he's not Fauci. Speaking of which, that guy might need a muzzle. He's saying all the wrong things. I love you. That's my guy. I'm just like, oh, now you're saying this and that. Anyway, I'm fired up about it.
You got a forum. I don't know what to do. I mean,
I'm nervous about the leagues, and I know
first
you'll
of all, the
focus
NBA,
on the humans.
The NBA is, guys are dropping like flies in the NBA, and there were a couple games postponed.
They haven't been played. They haven't played.
I don't know. I mean,
3 teams got over 20 cases. The Rams, and they're supposed to play Sunday?
Why wasn't that game? Why hasn't that game been pushed?
I guess that's what I'm asking you.
Well, see, I'd rather something be done entirely or not be done at all. I mean, if you're telling me the Rams have 20 guys with COVID, why hasn't that game been moved?
Yeah. And do you
really maybe it will be moved it'll be moved tomorrow.
Do you really believe, like Spadoni and Mark Davis, that the Raiders got the raw end?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. I think
wasn't
so.
like the team was at the club or didn't do something or show up for a training. They got the bug.
I don't know what to make of it, to tell you the truth.
And you
really
may be
don't.
like Goodell. He doesn't know what to make. They don't know what to do. This thing is out of control. But it's affecting my viewing pleasure, and I don't want to sound like a simpleton because I know it's about the person's well-being. But Bruce Arians said something that I'm like, dude, is that where we're going? You got COVID? Okay, go play. You vaccinated? Okay, I'm gonna be fine.
Rams in Washington got moved to Tuesday?
What?
That's a fact.
Here we go.
Okay, that makes sense.
At least they're trying.
I guess. I guess. I don't know what to do there. I don't know. You know what I do think? It feels like people. Is this a tune out for people? This COVID talk? Let's go to Rob in Oakland.
Ask him.
What's up, Rob in Oakland? How you doing, man?
Guru, I'm doing good. Guru, hood pass revoked, man. Come on, don't cry, dry your eye.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's how we used to do it in the dice game. Nursery rhyme.
Slick Rick. It's a Slick Rick.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, Slick Rick, Steiny. Thank you, man. Oh, my gosh.
So Slick Rick is different than Rick James.
Yeah.
They're two different artists.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Slick Rick is a rapper. One of the first.
Is he alive?
Yeah, he's still with us.
I don't think Rick James is.
Yeah. Rick is alive. I was listening to him coming in. You and I. Yeah.
Guru's on one today.
No, I'm in a good mood. But
I know.
But the COVID.
It's not even payday.
Listen, hey, I'm going to say something to you.
We'll talk about something else.
All right, we will. We'll transition. But, Steiny, you can't ignore
Is your phone
it.
ringing?
Yeah, but you can't hear it. It's not everywhere. I mean, it's everywhere. So how can you ignore it? Like, you're in denial. And I get it, but it ain't a tune-out because now games are getting changed left and right.
What am I in denial about?
That you can avoid the topic. I guess that's what.
Oh.
Even if we didn't do radio. Your daughter calling, hey, how's everybody from London? How's everybody doing?
Well, she's got it.
Your daughter?
Yeah, I told you that. Do you not listen?
I do.
It's like Don Nelson. Do you even watch the game?
I do remember. Okay, now I got you.
Yeah, she was supposed to be home on Wednesday.
Okay. You're right.
Now she's not coming home till next Wednesday.
You're right. How's she doing? Any symptoms?
No, not yet.
All right.
Not yet.
That's good. That hurt me. You did tell me.
I know, and it involves my family. And you tell me about young Daryl all the time and how he can't make a three.
Let's back up. All the time? I don't want to be that dad. All the time.
What all the time?
Did I talk about Lil D?
Oh, did I say
Donovan.
all the time?
That's my oldest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nah, not all the time.
Oh, time.
I feel bad.
No.
I mean, yeah.
I want to talk about the Warriors.
Let's do it. Jordan Poole not playing tonight.
I mean, I guess. And?
So when we come back,
Boston's got a couple guys out.
That is
so,
true. Well,
I don't know.
The rat on the table is: are the Warriors going to be back to themselves after this record has been removed? Since Curry accomplished that, I think Jordan Poole's a big part of that. So when I see you on Monday and he not playing in the next 2 games, it's not Clay, but I still feel like he's a big part of guys shooting from deep. Like, I want him to be there so I can answer that.
Let me
we
ask
can
you
answer
this.
that properly.
Okay, I'll tell you what should bother you more.
Tell me.
That they're going to sit Draymond Green and Steph Curry against Toronto, they're probably healthy.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Is that okay?
It's okay because they kind of.
Come on.
Now, I'm coming around. Load management. When have the Warriors done that this year? And the fact that they didn't do it in Indiana, that was the one night. That was the one night.
Well, this is going to be number 2, apparently.
But
where did you see that, by the way? That they're leaning toward resting those guys.
Remember the outfit I tried to name? It was from Toronto. It was a Toronto site saying Warriors were leaning towards. That was the word, leaning.
Gotcha. By the way, maybe you're right about reacting to new information.
It's life.
You know who I am just, believe it or not, liking more and more and more?
Barkley.
Draymond Green.
Do tell.
I don't know. He's been doing it for me lately. What do you want me to say?
But what was he doing when he wasn't doing it for you? Like, maybe that might have been a you thing.
Well, like, for example, I don't like that he wants ticky-tack fouls called when he's got the ball.
He's not the only one.
But on the defensive end, he never fouls anybody in his own mind. All right, so. Yeah. By the way, if we ever get him on,
I sent Brownie a anyway, yeah.
And what are those going to do?
Well, Brownie was out with him in New York. He was at Madison Square.
These guys just travel around with him?
He's his barber. He's a famous barber. He goes everywhere with Dre. Anytime you see Dre,
he's not on the team plane, is he?
Yeah.
No way.
Dude, Brownie is.
Brownie's on the team playing?
Yes. Probably cutting Clay or Steph or whoever. Dude, when you get big time, your barber follows you. Your barber's made. And now your boy,
I can't even get a barber to stay in the shop to see me. And they got guys traveling with them?
Oh, dude, man.
Let's go to David. David's in San Leandro. Let's talk about COVID. All right, what's up, David? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, fellas.
Hey.
Hey, I just had a comment about what we should do or what can possibly be done regarding the COVID issue. And I think what Guru was saying is actually the wrong direction. We can't just do a 2-week pause, because what if at the end of the 2 weeks there's another team that actually gets the infection? Or we're going to extend that 2 weeks to 4 weeks, 4 weeks to 8 weeks. So I think that's the wrong approach. I think we just have to treat it like any other injury or medical condition, whereas, if you get sick, you got to sit out. Unfortunately, it's just what it is.
Let me ask you this. What did you think of Bruce Arians and his suggestion that if a player's asymptomatic and wants to continue to play whatever sport, would you be okay with that?
I would be. I'm actually on the side of like everyone. Let's all get sick and let's all recover. I think we should be focusing on treatment and recovery more than we should be there's so much emphasis on prevention and not enough on treatment. I think we have the technologies, we have the tools, we have the things to treat people who do get sick. So I'm kind of on that train. We need to hurry up and get everyone sick and everyone recovered and blow over this.
I'm gonna kill you, Guru.
No, it's not on purpose, Donnie.
I know.
It's bothering me.
Why did you do this?
I'm in the car driving, trying to listen to Rick James.
We got David calling in saying let everybody get sick.
It's not a. Hey, Steiny, your boy's concerned, man, and I'm concerned about you. What if I came down with it? How long will we be apart?
Well, I'm a picture of health, first of all.
It's not. See that's what I don't like. It's not about that. It's not. That's why you're dogging Cleveland like they did something wrong. Just living and breathing, you can get it. And the Warriors were out, Steph partying. Not that they shouldn't be doing that, but what if the Warriors? What if it infiltrated the Warriors locker room? I bet you'd be singing a different tune.
I don't even know.
I don't want to watch this game tonight.
I just don't. I don't know what to do. It's not that I
understand.
I'm saying you're wrong. I just don't.
But you're not concerned? Well,
about
I'm
the
concerned-
sports part of
no,
it? No, not really.
The problem I'm going to throw something at me.
I mean, okay.
I'm concerned about the human part of it
Okay,
all.
I'm not really.
Wow.
I mean, I've done. You know what? It was like Draymond said yesterday. I've done everything I can.
No, I can say that to you. on that.
I wear a mask for the
Got
most
your
part.
booster.
I got my booster.
I'm done.
Oh, I hear you.
By the
Scotty.
way, he's the MVP right now.
No, there's
KD.
right now. Yeah.
But you know what, Steph?
I'm Kevin Durant. You know who I am.
I think that's going to. I think Curry overtakes him in the next month, though.
Do you think there was a conversation between Clay, because I know Clay has one more injury, which was severe, than KD? Do you think there's been a phone call about rehab? Because Kevin Durant looks like he never tore his Achilles tendon. It's incredible how fast he's come back, Steiny. So I'm just hoping Clay is like that as well, but Clay has another injury and the body is fickle. But that has to give Clay confidence.
I would think
Durant looks like he never had an injury.
But he
your boy
went
from
18
Charlotte took 2 years. The former Boston Celtic,
Gordon Hayward.
Yeah, and now he's back.
Well, KD I think took a year and a half, didn't he? Because he didn't go. He got hurt in the finals, and he wasn't in the bubble.
No, you're right.
So, I mean,
I can't wait.
All I can do is.
I hear you.
The best. One of my good friends from back. Well, he wasn't really a good friend. Former colleague of mine, Craig Lazzaretti from the Contra Costa Times. All you can do is your best. That's all you can do.
He got that from somebody.
No, I think it was his original. By the way, I'm still I forget. A dream I had yesterday.
Oh, I heard Ray found out about it.
He
I
did?
think David told him. Dude, if we could pull that audio.
Oh, they have it?
Yeah, I was at my son's game.
I thought it's something else that some details
rest
are
of the
trickling
dream?
in. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Let's hear what Ratto said. This ought to be great.
Steinmetz was dreaming about you last night, by the way.
What are you talking about?
Yes, before you got here. Steinmetz came out and he admitted that he was in Italy. He was having a dream. The dream was in Italy. There was a bicycle involved. You and Lucas were in his dream. Like on a tandem bicycle or something.
Maybe
Ask him
a
about
little
it.
less psilocybin with dinner.
Ask him about it tomorrow.
The hell I will. I don't want to be within 500 feet of a guy who has dreams like that. That's a guy who's going to end up on a rooftop with
like
4 loaded shotguns.
Toad venom? You think that was licking toads?
At the very least.
I know. It's nice to know that he's thinking about you at bedtime, though.
No, it's creepy. In fact, I'm thinking of just setting myself on fire to make the pain go away.
Oh, wow.
For those, the only thing
Damon did it great.
The only thing
too.
Damon it wasn't a tandem bike. It was two different bikes.
He got
Ray
both.
was
He got
on
99%
one,
of
and
it.
Lucas was on the other.
Ray was, he didn't want to say it, Steiny. He was flattered. He
You know
had a
what?
smile on his face.
I texted
I
this to you
disagree
guys
with Spadoni.
last night.
Hell, he did.
I remembered one more little detail about the dream.
Yeah, that bothered me. Like we had enough. But go ahead, share with us.
It was just. So after Ratto got to his destination, and he called me to say he was there and that Lucas had taken my bike.
Right.
I was like, all right, well, I guess I'll see you in about 6 hours because that was how long it was going to take me to get there on this bike. He said, all right, I'm going to smoke.
Wow.
I swear to God. I don't know where you got. This was one of the most. This was just.
I'm gonna call it bizarre.
This was a wacky dream.
Yeah,
man.
I don't.
Why
want
are we
dream
celebrating this?
Yeah. I don't want to dream if I got a dream like that. Lucas
I don't
and
get it.
Ratto. Ratto was really bothered.
Go away.
No, he wasn't.
You dream about the
God, I
great.
hate that guy.
It was just even though the dream itself was frustrating because I couldn't get the bike and I had to climb these hills and I just couldn't get to where I wanted, was a great dream. It was just a great dream.
Italy's beautiful.
But I was in Italy, but it was just a regular hill I was on or mount. Like in the dream, I wasn't, boy, this is beautiful, this Italian countryside. It just.
Isn't it amazing how a human can dream?
I don't like, why did
How'd you know you were in Italy then?
I don't know. But it was the
You
first
just knew.
thing. Yeah, it was like the first thing. Because I kept asking people, do you speak English? And they all did, but they all had an Italian accent.
Wow.
And then I told you about the young woman, about 24.
Yeah, beautiful.
26, yeah.
What was her name?
Light complexion, and I don't know what her name was, but she was very nice.
Let's give her a name.
Janet.
April.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she was very friendly and steered me in the right direction
awesome.
to where I might have the best chance to get a bite.
I tried to have a dream last night because you had one, but I didn't have one.
Just curious if either of you have ever seen Ray Ratto smile.
I'm an unpleasant human
Every
being
time I go
on
in there
every
and
level.
talk to him.
I've heard him cackle. That's about as close as we can get. Right. All right, Anthony Slater on the other side. What the hell's going on with the Warriors? What's going on with Klay Thompson, Jordan Poole? The back-to-backs coming up. We're going to get all into it with Anthony Slater. And, hey, listen, we are now streaming live. How many we got, Goo?
Let me throw my mic on. It is, you don't want to know.
22?
36.
All right, we got 36 people watching on Twitch. Let's see what happens over the break. We're now streaming live on Twitch and YouTube Live. Go to twitch.tv/957 The Game and youtube.com/957 The Game to subscribe for all the latest comment. I'll tell you why you want to go to twitch.tv/957 The Game. You got to check out Guru's watch. This watch is, it's like the
this is Invictus.
Big Ben. All right, Slater next. That's it. Hi.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, welcome back. Steiny and Guru. Let's head out to Boston. Welcome in Anthony Slater, 95.7 The Game's Warriors and NBA Insider. What's up, Anthony? How you doing, man?
I'm very good. This is the last day of the road trip for me. I don't got to go to Toronto.
Why not? Why not?
I'm not going for an 18-hour trip. Got to take like 2 different COVID tests, pay for them, go through customs. It's quite a situation.
Because you're talking to a big Canada fan here. I hope it's nothing personal against the country.
Hey, I like Toronto, but let me tell you, I like Toronto when I covered in the finals, and it was like June, a lot more than All-Star Weekend one year in February. I think it was -14.
Yeah, Too bad you never got a chance to go to Vancouver.
I actually did. They played a preseason game there. Kevin Durant's first season. The first ever Kevin Durant Warriors game was a preseason game in Vancouver.
Oh, really?
The Raptors.
I forgot about that. Oh, cool. Yeah, great city. Hey, let's start with the Klay Thompson stuff, because so you reported yesterday that according to sources, he's not going to play the 20th and 23rd, and I take it that's because those were 2 dates that had been kind of widely thrown out, and then today the team put out a kind of a non-update update. Then we heard Draymond Green at practice yesterday kind of saying, I'm not getting my hopes up. Is there anything? Are you sniffing anything here? It's no.
No, I'm not. I think the team update today was to make it clear that they publicly have never said the 20th or 23rd. Those obviously was behind the scenes reporting, and when me and Sean first put that date out, that was like a month. It was basically right when he was starting scrimmaging, it was kind of lining up in that direction. And it's still, generally it's going to be at some point in the next few weeks. I believe Courage uses the term few weeks. That's the only public statement I think anyone of authority with the Warriors has made. But it's just not going to be the 20th or 23rd, and it won't be on Christmas because it's on the road. So, like we reported, 28th now would be on the earliest side, and it could dip into January. I think there's a January 3rd and a January 9th home game. But all that Warriors fans should care about, he's still scrimmaging. There has not physically been a setback, and you will see Klay Thompson soon. The exact date is still to be determined.
Anthony, I always call you my teammate. People in the know why, because it's my boy. Where were you at when the Warriors looked like they collectively were pressing, and it was about the record? And I'm fired up to see him tonight and tomorrow, and I hate young Jordan Poole's not there, but were you 100% on that side, hey, that's all it is?
Just why they've been kind of struggling with the record? Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think that had something to do with it. I mean, it was definitely kind of weighing over them. I think it was affecting Steph. Steph's in kind of a little slump right now. He's I think he's at 39.9% from 3 now.
Yeah,
for the season, which is very un-Steph-like to be under 40. But I think that they have some offensive flaws. They start Draymond and Kevon Looney, who neither of them shoot threes, and in 2021 that naturally it's tough to build some super explosive lineup with 2 non-shooters. Now you have Steph Curry and all that creates, and they still are a top 10 offense, but I think of late they've been more middle of the pack offense in the league, and I think it's just sometimes, particularly when Steph gets guarded really well by the Matisse Thybulles of the world, Mikal Bridges, you see it against these really good long teams. You start to see some of their trouble generating good looks. And then if they get cold from 3, Andre Iguodala talked about this, do they have counters if they're just not hot from 3? They couldn't hit threes in Philadelphia, and they weren't really getting to the rim, and they couldn't really get to the foul line. They've talked about maybe trying to get Wiggins some touches inside. Is that really an efficient way? So I think, these are every team across the league. We could pick out, their softest areas and what might be their downfall in the playoffs. I think with the Warriors, they're so steady defensively. They've really not even had one bad defensive game this season. So to me, it is the offense and the crunch time offense.
Yeah, no, that's a good point about their defense. Anthony Slater joining us, 95.7 The Game's Warriors and NBA Insider. I'm willing. Okay, so Steph's shooting 39.9 from 3. I'm willing to chalk that up to a few things, including kind of the recent slump. The number, though, that I want to ask you about is the 43.1, which is what he's shooting overall from the field. That's down 5 percentage points from last year. I know we're only a third of the way through the season, and he can change the trajectory of that number. But why do you think he's down to 43 overall?
Well, I think number one, he's shooting fewer twos, right? He's shooting more threes, and you would think, well, yeah, of course, Steph Curry's shooting more threes. That's great, and it might be from like points per possession, but you're going to just make less threes than you make twos. That's just natural. So that'll, the more threes you take on that seesaw will naturally bump your overall percentage down. And then of the twos he's taken, he's at a lower percentage than he was last year, and I think. He's looked a little tired lately. I can remember the Spurs game where I think in retrospect they kind of wished it was on the second night of a back-to-back and it tipped off 2 hours, before. I think it was like 18 hours from the end of one game to the start of that Spurs game. And he just looked tired in it. He missed the transition layup that was wide open. He was kind of struggling to finish oversized a bit. And I think you've just kind of seen that a little lately. He hasn't gotten to the mid-range as much, I feel like, this season. I'd have to really dig into those numbers. But I think a lot of it has to do with it, but honestly, I think I remember around a time last season that he, it was like, oh, he's kind of down overall. He's down from 3, and then him, like he had, I remember last season, like a 7-8 game stretch where he hit 10 threes in like 4 out of 6 games or something like that, and it was crazy hot. It's when he got himself back into the MVP buzz last season, even though they were like the 8th seed, and suddenly all his percentages were like right where they always were for his career, and that's kind of him, right? Though there will be an 8-game incredible hot streak at some point that'll probably stabilize all his percentages.
Anthony, I'm waiting. Man, like, there's no tomorrow for James Wiseman when that day does come. And the one thing I know about him after seeing him last year, is he needs to get stronger. But that takes me to the rookie Jonathan Kuminga. This kid is stronger than Wiseman, just naturally. And I feel like he's answering the bell every time he's called upon. Not perfect, but what do you see him getting a bigger role, meaning more minutes moving forward?
Yeah, I think so. I think these last few games have been important for him. They were really lifeless in Indy to start that game, and I think they were down 9 early in the second quarter, and they subbed out Bielitsa and put in Kuminga and put him on Sabonis, and he was stiffening up against Sabonis, like had at least 2 stops in isolation on him. And then asked Kerr about it post game because he didn't go back to him in the second half. I thought he would have. And he's like, yeah, he kind of deserves to play a bit more. And then the next night you did see him in the rotation in New York, and he was guarding Julius Randle. And, you could look at 3 or 4 clips. Like, he really guarded Randle well. And those are 2 of the bigger, better scoring forwards in the league. And to me, because as a rookie he can do that defensively, I think he's starting to kind of earn a little bit more trust from the coaching staff. Now, on the other side of the ball, I think they kind of want him to cut out some of those just, like, early clock threes or, in Indy, I think part of the reason he didn't come back in, he took like a 21-footer with his foot on the line when he had a driving lane. I think long-term they want him to develop the jumper, but right now I think offensively they want him as like a dive man, a driver when he gets it, just catch and go. So I think they're hoping to cut some of that out of his game. But if he can survive and not only survive but help defensively and guard some of the better, bigger matchups, yeah, he probably should play more because it is glaring. I know it is, I'm sure, to you guys. When he's on the court, it's like, oh, yeah, like they lack that type of athleticism. He adds something that they don't have.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Anthony Slater joining us from Boston. He's there to cover the Warriors-Celtics game. Do you think Curry's going to play tomorrow?
No, I don't. We'll know probably for sure tonight, but, just the logistical nature of getting into Toronto and playing the Raptors, I think they're probably going to get to their hotel around 2, 3 a.m. They got to go through customs. They got to do all this testing to get in, testing to get out. I wouldn't expect to see Curry, Draymond Green, and maybe even a couple other veterans play against the Raptors.
Hey, I know snitches get stitches, but were you at the venue when, I saw the pictures of Curry coming in? I don't know what time it was. Hey, they say early morning, but were you at the venue?
I was not. I'm not going to detail. That was also like 4 a.m.
Okay.
In a very high-end New York establishment. I was somewhere else in New York at that time, and I'm not going to reveal those details either.
They said KD pulled up, which was cool if that actually happened.
Yeah, I saw the same reports you did. I don't know,
TMZ.
part of that New York, rich lifestyle is you can be kind of private with it.
Yeah. Hey, Anthony, really appreciate you jumping on with us, man. Have a good rest of the trip and get home safe.
All right, fellas.
All right, Anthony Slater.
I do love Kuminga, Steiny. I think we all do.
No. See, that kind of gets me. That bothers me.
Do you remember
he's
when
my guy?
Oh,
he's kind of my guy.
Well, he's my teammate.
No, but let me have him.
You can have him.
Thank you.
I said I love Kuminga. I didn't say I love Slater.
No, I'm talking about Kuminga.
Oh, my
He's
God.
my guy.
Becky, remember I told Fitz that this guy is the guy, and you guys were like, he's going to be in the G League, and you were with Fitz, Goose, look at that don't expect nothing from him. That was my guy.
No, it's mine. Because I said,
I'm listening.
I got nothing. Moody does nothing for me. And Wiseman, everybody has everybody loves Wiseman. And so I'm taking Kuminga. You don't get Kuminga.
But I took the brunt from Fitz of being in love with this kid and projected what he could be right away. And you what's the word? You trolled me.
No.
He's going to the G League after Fitz said what he did. And now you're claiming him?
Yeah,
I can't give you Kuminga.
What are you talking about?
That's my guy. The bigs are mine. Wiseman and Kuminga.
You can have Wiseman. You can have Wiseman, but
that's a shocker because you ain't that type of guy.
I like Kuminga.
Now you do.
Part of it's his name. It's a cool name,
dude. He gives them something they don't.
Oh man, I wanted Kuminga.
Yeah, but you remember now when Fitz was like, Guru, he's gonna be. I'm doing my Fitz. He's gonna be in the G League.
What am I gonna get stuck with? Doughton?
No, you can have
Chioza. I don't want to get stuck with Chioza.
I'm trying to think who you got.
Oh,
we're gonna see.
Man.
You can have Garoppolo.
I don't want Garoppolo.
Right. Dude,
the guy I want now is Draymond Green. Jimmy. I want Draymond Green.
I appreciate you. Well, Dre's balling. Not that he hasn't been.
Nah, Draymond's just doing it for me. You know, he's like a.
You were his biggest. Yeah. Well,
no, people think you are
off the court. Draymond, I told him when we had him on the show. We'll get him back on. I said, "Hey, Dre." When I told him I don't like you tweeting about the other teams after y'all took a L, you got to put the Twitter fingers down.
You didn't tell him that.
I said it to his face on the radio. Yeah,
I don't remember that.
That was a Subway hit. Remember, Steiny?
Yeah, I tweeted my watch out too.
I saw that.
You follow me?
Of course.
I think you and Dibs had me on muted times.
I'm trying. Okay, well.
Yeah,
I don't want Jordan Poole.
I'll give you anybody. That's my guy. And Fitz made it my guy. The people are talking right now on Twitch. Steiny, back up to.
I don't want Trey Lance. I know that.
We know.
I'm out on Trey Lance right now.
Yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, well. Why? From me running circles around you?
No, there wasn't circles.
I knew that was going to get you.
Yeah. And I fell into it. Yeah, Kuminga's my guy, Steiny. I've been taking a lot of wins here lately, man.
All right, first of all, he's playing 3 minutes a game, so relax.
Ayuk was a win.
That's a win for me.
Kittle being active.
Is your phone ringing again? Dude.
Bill collectors. It's no person. Yeah.
People
want that chicken.
Go.
You can't front run. If you say I'm a front runner, I'll give you Kuminga.
I don't want Kuminga.
I put my neck on the line.
I mean, I did want Kuminga, but you clearly want
We got audio. When Fitz said he'll be in the G League.
But why is that you?
Followed up when he left. You hear Fitz? He's not going to start. They can't expect anything from They're too young. He's 19.
Well, he did. He has played some G League games.
Dude, Steiny, he can play.
That pisses me off. I like to discover a guy.
If I can ask, give me your top 3 viewing pleasures from the Warriors. I'll give you mine before you go. Curry, Poole, Kuminga.
Oh, Poole.
What do you mean, Poole?
Poole doesn't do it for me. What do you want me to say?
The footwork.
He doesn't do it for me. I'm out on Poole.
He can get he ain't Steph. He can get hot, Steiny.
He's shooting 32% from 3-point range. He's been awful. You can have Poole. I'm going to take, obviously, I'm taking Draymond.
Yeah, your new love.
I'm taking Draymond for sure.
We got to get him on ASAP.
I'm taking Curry, obviously.
Yep. Who's that third?
And then I'm going to take
GP2.
Can't take Wiggins. I killed him when he got here.
And I won that one too.
There's something about Iguodala that I don't want.
He sits.
That's one of the reasons. Who else do they have on this team?
I want
Otto Porter.
Your boy JTA, 9,500.
Yeah,
Bielitsa is available currently.
I'm out on Bielitsa.
Kaminga's taking his minutes, or will.
Bielitsa.
JTA, obviously.
Yeah, that's what I was. 9,500.
He's not good enough.
JTA's
well, Moses Moody or Moody
no,
Moses
he's out.
Is available.
No, I don't want him.
Yeah.
I don't want him.
Two of the best to ever do it.
Give me
Moses, Moody, what he did in college.
That was unreal.
Made a tease that.
That was
and
unreal.
that wasn't scripted.
I'm going to take.
That was my bird is a bird moment.
I'm taking Draymond. I'm taking Curry.
Okay.
And I'm taking.
You're having trouble with the third.
I guess I'll take Iguodala.
Come on, Steiny. He shouldn't even be an option. We love
Why?
He don't even hardly play.
Don't forget, Steiny, Kapler's also your guy. Gabe Kapler.
Oh, yeah.
That's your boy.
Yeah, look at Spadoni, though.
I'm forgetting a guy on the Warriors.
I said Poole.
GP2. Gary Payton, too?
And that was going to...
I'll take Payton the second. What the hell? I liked his dad.
Yeah.
Kevon Looney?
No. No.
We take him for granted.
What'd you have? A Truly?
That is
my fault.
I'm trying to think who else.
That is so good. Truly.
I guess I got to take LaMelo Ball, right?
I'll take Edwards.
No, you can't. No.
I took him when he came out.
No, you have to take a player before they blow up.
Right.
And that's why I get Curry, because I saw his greatness coming before anybody.
Yeah, if the people could see you laugh.
They can.
Dude,
on Twitch.tv.
No, you're right. They're
How
talking.
many we got?
55. Dude, we got a great compliment. I was going to read it. Mendoza 415. I listen to this show every day. You guys are my favorite as I clean my pool.
Nice. Yeah. Cleans his pool every day.
In the winter?
It's Jordan Poole.
Yeah. There you go.
I'll give you two. You know what? I know who my guy is. Kyle Juszczyk. And Kittle.
Yeah.
George Kittle.
Juszczyk said something about Jimmy being the best quarterback.
Well, usually when something like that happens, you tell our producer, Evan, and then he goes and looks for the sound, and then we can actually play what somebody more important than us has said.
Well, it was on Twitter.
We forgot Clay.
Oh, well, we'll change it when he comes back.
All right.
Yeah.
I take pride in
I wonder how the listeners would answer that question. It's Curry, one.
Well, no,
without Clay.
The real question is, who did you see as a player and say, this guy's going to be really good, and then they were really good? Then that becomes your guy.
Yeah, we don't even got
Terrence Ross, also Steiny's guy.
Oh, absolutely. I love Terrence Ross.
Ish Smith.
No Ish Smith.
AJ Anunoby.
Yeah. I was like, who the hell is Ayuk? I can't claim him then. Remember? I was like, Ayuk,
AJ
go get you a Bentley. And Ayuk is special. I got to give him that, Steiny.
Get 100-yard game and get back to me. Does he have one of those yet this year?
It's not about numbers.
Oh, that's all you care
His
about.
catch radius.
That's all you care about.
His hops. He got hops. He's just athletic.
By the way, somebody was getting on me because, that great catch Kittle made over the middle, not over the middle, where he leapt up.
Yeah.
Someone's like, and Steiny, you said he couldn't high point the ball. That's not really high pointing the ball the way
What do you call what he did?
I call high pointing the ball like when a dude throws a Hail Mary and there's 7 guys under it. That's hot. Well,
you see that like we do on lunar
high
eclipse.
Point.
So you got to be Calvin Johnson to high point a ball.
I mean, how often do you see those? Hopkins in Arizona?
Somebody got on me on Twitter last night about you said he stunk. I said I never said he stunk. I never said
down Twitter at night.
And you know what? Okay, Kittle stinks.
Yeah. Ever since you kind of didn't say it, but you said it, your boy been balling.
You got mad because I said George Kittle, his best attribute is blocking. Right. You got mad at me for saying that.
Yeah. And then you said our boy, is it Andrew Spadoni at Baltimore was better than Kittle?
Wait, what?
Who's the tight end?
Andrews.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Kittle.
No,
I'm telling you.
Hold on a sec. When I was going through the list again, these guys are just feeding me names of tight ends in my ear. I didn't even know half
I
of
was
them.
like, Steiny up on that. I said, fantasy
Gesicki.
football.
When we got to Pat Fryermuth, that's when we jumped the shark.
And what's the guy? What's my guy for Seattle? Hockenstein? Hockenberg?
Hawkinson.
Hawkinson.
He's out for the year, by the
Steiny
way.
is full-fledged
Oh, no, he's
fantasy.
Detroit. He's Detroit. Never mind. Mind. Yes, actually, Bogut was my guy. Bogut was definitely Bogey's one of my guys.
Yeah.
We're going to get him on pretty soon. Bogut. Did you see him? Oh, boy.
Who did he?
He took a shot at a guy that I don't like either. Bogut and I are on the same page about a lot of stuff.
Oh, Mr. Jackson.
No, Rick Carlisle.
What's going on with him?
Well, first of all, he's in Indiana, but Bogut was there in Dallas.
He's in COVID protocol.
Is he?
Yep.
Who the hell isn't?
He didn't coach against the Warriors.
6 of one, half dozen of the other. Apparently, Rick Carlisle's a jerk. That's what I'm hearing.
What would Dirk say? And Jay Kidd and that team. They like Jason Terry, the Jet.
All I know is that the one thing Bogut does not like is the coaches who get all political.
Okay.
He can't stand that.
So he wouldn't like her.
Well, I don't know if he doesn't like it, like the person, but he just doesn't like when people do that.
Let me take a
So, yeah, now I totally lost my train of thought.
Political. Bogut doesn't like it.
Damn it.
Now, I apologize. But yeah, Bogut doesn't like Carlisle being political or coaches.
Yeah, and there was a story in ESPN about the reason Carlisle was fired is because Doncic and he didn't have a great relationship. And Bogut basically said, I always tell people it's not what you say in public, it's what you do in private to tell a guy's character, something like that. And I never said Kittle was that. Come on.
That was heavy. It's not what you say in public.
Well, I just made that up. He didn't actually say that. So get that cut because it was brilliant. And you know what? How long have I been doing this show with you?
I think we're going on 5.
And we got like our ratings are through the roof. So that means we got so many listeners. I thought they knew my humor,
dude. Yeah.
Like when I say Kittle stinks, I don't mean he stinks. Come on. I thought we knew each other better than that.
Look at
Miles Turner, he's a jackass. He also stinks.
Yeah, he had a bad game.
He stinks. Now that one I mean. Actually, no, I don't. No, I don't. I think he's a little overrated, Miles Turner. How about that? Yeah. Kittle, on the other hand,
bad dude.
Like a 9.
Yeah. Look at that. I'm going to give you a 3.
Thank you very much. Hey, download the Odyssey app today and make sure to check out the Odyssey exclusive stations from classic Christmas to Festival of Lights and everything in between. They have all the best stations curated to fit every occasion and all of your musical tastes. Brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. Goo, figure out something to talk about on the other side.
Already got it.
I know, because this is going to be a good... here's what I'm going to tease. It's going to be a great conversation on the other side. I know what it's going to be. Goo knows what it's going to be. We're going to keep you guys in the dark for a minute. By the way, this show today, we're having fun. I think we'll be back. Kittle stinks.
FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. You really are a heel. You're as cuddly as a cactus. You're as charming as an eel, Mr.
What a
Grinch.
by far the best Christmas movie going.
Banana with a
Stick Burl Ives right up your Guglioni.
Die Hard is the best Christmas movie.
No. The Grinch Who Stole Christmas with the dachshund? Oh, come
He
on.
always scared me to Grinch. I didn't like him.
Grinch was...
Of course you would like him.
Well, the only part of the movie that stunk was the ending, obviously, when he came around. The Grinch came around. No real Grinch comes around. Grinches stay Grinches.
Yeah.
You like Scrooged?
I never saw it. Is that the Bill Murray movie?
Yeah.
Never saw it.
It's a real life Grinch.
Oh.
Actually, it was a play on the Christmas Carol, but in a modern day setting.
You mean the one with Jimmy, what's the dude's name on the original Christmas Carol? Jimmy Stewart. Right? Oh, no, I'm thinking of...
young people.
Wait.
I'm out. I have no clue.
Potterville.
Think of Christmas Story or a Christmas Carol? With Ebenezer Scrooge's Christmas Carol.
The one that's in black and white.
Yeah.
I think that's Jimmy Stewart. By the way, I wasn't crazy. That's a long movie. It's not only long, it's in black and white. I'm out. Come on. You don't have a favorite?
That's It's a Wonderful Life.
Oh,
Jimmy Stewart.
That's
There you
the one
go.
I'm not crazy about.
It's a wonder. Yeah, I haven't. I've probably seen it, don't remember.
You've seen it.
Die Hard's my favorite Christmas movie.
That's not a Christmas movie. It's a movie that takes place on Christmas. It's a big
Bruce
difference.
Willis.
Die Hard 2 is also a Christmas movie.
What is?
Die Hard 2.
Takes place on Christmas,
Willis
doesn't make
is
it a Christmas
legend.
movie.
This conversation has become hackneyed. The one about Die Hard, because I see it on Twitter every Christmas. Is it? Isn't it? And here's what my answer is.
Is this a thing? I'm being honest. Are they arguing on Twitter about this?
Yes, about Die Hard. And here's my answer.
Get off of Twitter.
I don't know. I've never seen it.
Dude, what you do for pleasure? Like, if you
at
ain't,
the
you
bar
ain't
last
trying.
night.
Dude, well, that's the same thing. You know what you're going to get. You haven't seen Bruce get down?
No.
Acting?
I like Moonlighting, but that was mostly because of Sybil Shepherd.
Real quick, I had the biggest crush on Sybil Shepherd. And I wanted them to get together from day. That really was Roadrunner and Wild E. Coyote, because he was chasing her and then they ended up hooking up.
I don't think they did they?
Yeah. There was one episode they smooched.
Well, that's not hooking up.
And then
anything happen after?
Ted Danson and Cheers got with Diana. Yeah.
I never understood that one.
Diana Chambers. He got her. And he had
What's going on here?
Ted Danson. That bothered me.
What are you talking about?
I gave him all that credit for having a good head of hair, and it was a toupee. Ted Danson.
What?
Google
it's not.
Ted Danson.
He's still on Curb Your Enthusiasm.
And he's
weekly.
still got a head full of gray hair
Yeah,
now.
but check it out.
You know
I'm
who he's
giving you
married
facts.
to, don't you?
Who?
Mary Steenburgen.
From?
She was in Parenthood. She's a very acclaimed actress.
And guess who got sent
I guess
home?
everybody's an actor now.
Who's Larry's best buddy on Curb Your Enthusiasm? I guess he was
Jeff Garland, yeah.
Yeah, he got sent home from set. He wasn't.
For the Goldberg show, not for Curb, though.
Oh,
yeah.
He's got a spinoff coming?
By the way, is there anybody that watches more TV than Spinone?
Me?
You're unbelievable. Like how much of the? Let me ask you this: how much of the Chargers game did you watch last night?
Most of it. I had to put Benny to sleep around 8, so I followed the last 2 minutes on Twitter.
Gotcha.
You wanted him to say every minute. Like you
Basically did. I'm sure he went back and watched the last 6 minutes then. The guy's a machine.
I watch TV with him. I'm the one that brought up Goldberg. He's in trouble.
What'd he do?
Yeah, keep his hands to himself on set. They said.
No, there was.
No, you're thinking of Peter Knopf.
No, it was verbal and emotional abuse. They said for Jeff Garland, allegedly. So if we want to keep it legal here, that's what the allegations were.
Yeah, and let's try not to make fun of that.
Dibs hit me listening. Our boy, he said we should tell the Steph story.
This show is just absolutely positively off.
I miss my guy.
The rails in so many ways.
What you mean today or just in general?
No, today. I don't know what the
We got
hell's going
3 hours. Now, I don't like that you said, I thought we were having a good show.
on. 888-957-9570 is our show off the rails or not today.
It's better than yesterday. Trey, Jimmy. How do you know? I don't know.
I think I won. That was a winner.
I had a headache.
I think I felt good about it. You know what's funny? I actually didn't feel good about yesterday's show. I got out of here saying, what the hell?
And it was you doing it. I was making
that was your fault.
Dude, you just have a way of...
Somebody wants to jump in here.
Okay,
What's going on, Spino?
The callers loved that show, though. The lines were lit the entire time.
You want to do it again?
No, I don't. Let's wait till Sunday.
We have confirmed that Ted Danson does have a hairpiece.
Dude, I couldn't believe you didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
But why do I get offended?
I don't know.
Like,
it, quote,
you were my
blew
guy.
fans' minds.
Yeah, Sam Malone.
I kind of respect it.
Hey, if I needed
Why'd you turn your mic off there?
Because I was coughing. If I needed
There's
one...
a cough button, you know.
What?
Yeah, on your left-hand side. Here, I'll use it. Watch.
All right. Dude!
See, then it goes off.
I've just been doing this since 12.
Because then you can hear it turn off and on.
You taught me something today, partner.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Let's get to our boy Ryan. Bob Ryan out of Boston.
I didn't even know who you meant.
Yeah, we talked about it during the break.
Bob Ryan's great.
He's a legend.
People are like, well, you know what, though? Why do you want to play this? I know why you want to play it, because you want to badger Steph Curry fans. That's why you want to play this. Be honest.
I don't know how we would get to that. How would we default? That's not what he's saying. What he's saying is what's plaguing the NBA outside of COVID right now. And my viewing pleasure. Can we hear the sound?
I think I'm the guy who calls for sound.
And that was my way of saying, can you blow the horn?
I'll tell you what, go ahead and call for sound, Goo.
Can we hear the sound?
Let's get to the issue with Curry, okay? The issue is this. He is extraordinarily influential. He's one of the most influential people in the history of the game in affecting the way the game is played. Young people adore him. And this is, they're not ever going to be Steph Curry, you know, and too many people are trying to imitate him. They'll never be him, and it has distorted the game at every level. Problem is, he's so likable. There's everything to like about him. He's a wonderful person. I admire him. I do root for him in the abstract, but I like the way he goes to the basket, as well as I like the way he shoots the threes.
Wow.
So you said Curry's ruining the game. He's not the first guy who said that.
Barkley said it the other night.
I think Mark Jackson said it.
He did on air.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, them together are the greatest. But anyway, Steiny, it's true. Why? Remember the game was about the dunk. It was like, ooh, and I know you hated it. That's why you hated Dr. You're the only one that hated Dr. J. We'll get to that.
It's because it's personal with him.
But now it's about the three ball. But why are the Hornets shooting threes? Why is Oklahoma City shooting 43s? They're trying to be like Steph. And I told you the other day, change the commercial to be like, forget Mike, be like Steph. It's not his fault.
Kind of doesn't rhyme, though.
Be like Steph?
Yeah.
Chef like Steph.
Yeah.
You know what's tired needs it? Steffordless. I think I
can't
up with
stand
that
Steph better.
Where do you hear that one at?
Warrior fans.
Yeah. But anyway, what do you make of what he said?
I love Warrior fans. It's the Steph fans that kind of annoy me.
Then you don't love Warrior fans.
He is extraordinarily influential.
What was that?
Yeah, that was the bad line, but is he lying?
Yes, Steph Curry did not ruin the game of basketball.
Then explain the Detroit Pistons shooting 30 to 30. All these teams that can't shoot worth a nickel, why are they shooting?
They ruined the game. Steph Curry didn't ruin the game. It's not Steph
it's
Curry's.
A compliment to
it's
Steph.
not Steph Curry's fault that nobody can shoot the three as well as him.
But why are the coaches? Is it analytics?
Because all you have to do is shoot 33%.
I'm going to tell you this.
33% is 50. That's why it's done.
I've been around a couple decades, and I can go back to before puberty, what to expect from coaches. I have never seen teams led by coaches be so greedy in every sport. You can't even kick a field goal now.
What's wrong with your mic? Where's your cover on your mic?
I told you.
What's known as popping right now.
Now, I never... Am I popping?
Yeah, it goes like that.
I'll go get one next break.
All right.
But listen, am I popping?
Not really.
Okay, but listen, Steiny.
Yeah.
The greed and its analytics, they're going for 3 instead of 2. But go for 3 when you got a guy like Steph or a Mark Price or a Dale Ellis. Thanks. Wow. Come on, man.
Also, a great point here from the 510. The Rockets had something to do with it because they eschewed the mid-range. Mm-hmm.
I'll give you that. And what about Steve Nash and the Suns? They shot 12 seconds or less, but it's Steph, that's a compliment what Ryan is saying. You're saying, you said it like, oh, you're going to badger Curry fans. It's a compliment to Curry. He's on an island all by himself. I'm just tired of, I got the league pass, watching these teams that can't shoot worth a lick launch. That doesn't get old to you?
Yes, it does get old.
Steiny, last college game you watch, hoop.
I don't watch college.
Oh.
I think the last college game I watched was when Draymond was at Michigan State.
I hope that's
And I said,
D3.
You guys should draft this guy.
Yeah, you said
this guy can play.
You claim that.
That's a fact. It's a fact.
Prove it.
You watched Gonzaga Baylor last year.
You had to watch that last night.
With Suggs.
Come on.
Yeah, that's right. I did.
You did.
And I watched the game. Didn't Baylor... Oh, Baylor shut down Gonzaga last year, right?
Yeah,
Davion Mitchell.
Boy, did you see that defensive sequence he had the other night? Wow.
They played and beat Christie 1-0.
Yeah, he doesn't get credit for that.
You're right.
Of course I'm right.
You think he'll get the job, though? That's the rat on the table. If I'm Gentry, I'm like,
Gentry's got the job.
Intern.
Gentry's got the job. I don't know.
Give Christie a shot. Bobby Jackson, that's my boy. We had him on. Got him on the show. When it was me, you, and Dibs.
Is he your boy?
Yeah.
You knew him?
Yeah, played hoop with him.
The 3-point shot, dude, it's
ruining the game.
Well, I do not blame guys for coaching.
Well, there's not a blame. It's like, Steiny, if you don't have hops, you ain't up there trying to 360 windmill because you can't. So there never was an epidemic of trying to duplicate that. But little Johnny and little Tony at CYO now are shooting from Hayward, trying to be like Steph, and so are the pros. And now you don't get the depth of the mid-range. That's why I love watching. Who's my guy? Chris Paul.
I don't know.
Oh my God! What Draymond did to you, Chris Paul has done for me. I am like, there's flowers waiting on that guy when he comes to town. Watching him is a pleasure. The mid-range, the ability to know to get the ball to who, to read the floor. I miss that. It's out of control. And
Sacramento guard Davion Mitchell has entered COVID protocols.
Oh, my God. You joking?
No, I'm not. I don't know if that was put up here before I mentioned him or after.
It's just out of control.
Man. I don't. From what I hear, Steinmetz has the worst mic etiquette, but he's correcting goo.
Yeah,
I get it.
That sheet from Warriors World, that's something he would tweet.
Mm-hmm. I got you.
Ain't making much noise. You need to put some WD-40 on it.
I don't have a strong opinion. Okay, we got some more news coming in. This would be great. Just keep filling up the box. I'll
Give
just
us
read
good
this news. I don't know. I'm going to read it as we go. ESPN sources, with the unfolding circumstances. Let me start over. ESPN sources. With the unfolding circumstances of Brooklyn's season, including injuries, COVID losses, and an inordinate minute load on their superstar players, the Nets are bringing back all-star guard Kyrie Irving as a part-time player for games outside of New York. That's per Adrian Wojnarowski. How can I be kidding you?
I wanted it to be he got the shot or shots, but I guess I'll take this. But how's this going to work?
Well,
they go to the finals.
He's going to play in a part-time role. I just read it to you.
Right. My point is, this has never happened in the league.
You know what this show feels like? The one I did with Ratto that one time.
I would hope not, because you don't talk fondly about that. You Ratto and Dibs. I listened. I liked it. You got in trouble.
I'm still a little upset about that because I got called out on it. Meanwhile, Dibley and Ratto just skated.
Well,
you were driving.
I'm reading from Twitch 10 times that they love our show, it's not good if you say you don't like it, and I'm having fun. We're getting
No.
topics.
It's like when Steph Curry says you didn't play well and he still gets 39.
Wow.
That's what I'm like. Let's go to Telmo in San
know
Jose.
how you feel dirty when you're doing something dirty?
Oh, my God. That's great.
What's up, Telmo?
Hello?
Hey.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Oh, man, dynamite.
It's Friday.
You know
Hey,
it.
anyways, this whole conversation about Steph Curry ruined the game is ridiculous. If anything, he's made the game better. The game's popularity has grown, and part of that is the same reason that soccer is becoming so popular, because any kid looks up on the screen and realizes he doesn't need to be 6'8" and just a freak athlete or just built a certain way to be the greatest and to have an impact on a game. A 5'2" freshman in high school can say, I can practice my dribbles and my three-point shot and be great and have an impact on the team. More kids look up to Steph Curry because he just looks like a normal person, and he's one of the best, if not the top 3 best in the game right now. So I think, if anything, he's increased the popularity of basketball. You look across college, high school, and everything. Yeah, not everybody shoots the way he can, but for the popularity of the game, he's done leaps and bounds for it.
Thanks for the call.
That's 100, Telmo. And I was looking at it from the vantage point of what's the biggest form of flattery?
Imitation.
Look at you. And that's what all teams, they're trying. Curry is the man right now. It's not LeBron, Steiny, and there's no shade at Bron. He is the show. The three-pointer is the new dunk. And you don't have to have athleticism because you can't go do it. You can't jump like I could when I was young. So I'm just telling you, Steiny, right now.
I just don't think,
the 3-ball is it. It's in, but unfortunately, too many teams in the league can't shoot, and they're trying.
They'll do something about it. See, that's why, you know what?
Don't go there.
I've been thinking about this because it's been a topic. When, if ever, will Steph Curry's record be broken? And I think it's going to happen in my lifetime. I'm starting to wonder because the NBA they got to do something about teams taking 50% of their shots from 3. I just don't think it can continue, right?
Wow. So you're saying they'll move the line back. I wouldn't be mad if they moved the line back. I really wouldn't.
Steph Curry's shooting over 60% of his shots from beyond the arc.
As well as he should.
Why?
And Bob gave him credit.
He's not even shooting 40% from the field. Why?
Oh, Mr. Sometimey, you're going to use that against
39-9.
Yeah, okay, talk to me
Worst
after the All-Star
three-point
break.
shooting year so far of his career.
But Bob Ryan also said what I said to you, and I don't think you give me enough credit for it, and I'm not looking for it. Steiny, that dude has improved his ability to get to the cup.
Who?
Steph.
He's shooting fewer twos than he's ever shot in his entire life.
But he's not a one-trick pony.
You know what, Goo? How about this? No, you're wrong. He ain't finishing at the rim this year. That's why he's shooting 43%.
How about that? Yeah, but was that Coase? That's temporary.
No, that's not Coase.
That was how about that?
Kellerman.
Who was Eisen.
Eisen.
Oh, wow, we both
Kellerman.
I'm still mad at you, Steiny.
Why?
About the comparison of this show, which I'm fired. I could go another hour.
Don't you realize
to being Ratto and the Dibs one that you got in trouble for?
I got in trouble.
Yeah.
You didn't. You won't get in trouble. I'll get in trouble for this too.
What is this? We got multiple variety, love. You can't say it to the people though.
I can say whatever I want.
Oh, we stink right now.
I didn't say we stink. I said, what did I say? This show's off the rails. That can be good. It's like, okay, here we got Polo on the line from Redwood City. Do I want to take Polo's call about Curry changed the NBA?
Why would you
and
not want to take his call?
video games? Oh God.
I'd rather eat my own foot.
We got to tell Ray.
Go ahead, Polo. Let's talk video games.
Polo.
Hey, man, look, Curry changed the game. He is an NBA right now. The way he changed the game, the NBA 2K, man, everybody's shooting threes from far. Nobody's making and creating big man and small forwards and all that. It's just nothing but point guards shooting.
Wow.
Man.
Thanks, Polo.
Yeah.
I shouldn't. Polo's our man. He's
Polo.
What do you think his real name is?
Marco.
That's
-3.
That's a 4.
That's
Marco.
awful.
And I got the app, Marco Polo. Steiny, wow.
You know what? I
had nothing for that.
Let me tell you something. Actually, I'm going to let Evan tell you something because you need to hear it, and it also gets us a little bit back on track of talking sports. Take a listen.
Okay, so inside of 3 feet, so inside the restricted area, this year, Stephen Curry is shooting 56.8%. That is the worst of his career. Would be the worst of his career by nearly 20%.
20%? He stinks. Okay. Do you hear that, Goo? So what, numbers are lying?
No, that's an anomaly.
Give me.
I got too,
It's an anomaly.
Too much data. I'm going with
It's an anomaly.
Fizdale. We got too much data to just go 25 games and say, oh, something's off here. Now, that is strange,
27.
peculiar, but come on. We got a whole season left.
He's getting
I'm talking
old.
about what Bob said.
I'm kidding, Curry.
He can go to the basket, and that speaks to who
he can go to the basket. He can't finish at the basket.
I'm going to give you this.
Not this year.
And you're going to call
He's struggling. Just acknowledge he's struggling.
Yeah, right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it's odd.
It's not. You're not going to. God's not going to strike you dead.
I'm trying to make a greater point about how great this guy is.
Oh, God.
How many fat rats would have said, I'm the man from 3 and stayed the one-trick pony? He said, you know what, Brandon Payne?
You know what? I'm so sick of
Where
this.
You want to meet
I
me
can't
at?
tell
the
you.
Gym.
Take that for
I want to work on my ability to finish at the bucket. He's not Kyrie Irving, and Kyrie won't tell you this.
Oh, my God.
That gap has
You know
closed.
what? I don't want to talk. Like,
that
seriously,
gap has closed.
Seriously, Goo. You're gonna sit here and just talk about Steph Curry's greatness. That ain't a show.
Listen, if you're going to be a man that won't give another man credit where it's due, I don't want to do a show with him. The dude has improved his body that you talked about, his muscles, when you were sitting in Bob's seats. And
you can't use that. I brought that up.
Specifically to take the brunt of going to the rack.
Guru.
That's all.
You can't bring up his muscles because that was my point. Oh. Like, you're taking my points now and you're using them.
Okay. What has he done with the muscles that you observed that I knew he had 2 years ago? His ability to finish, Steiny? That was Kyrie's thing.
Right, but he's not doing it this year, Goo.
How many games they played, Steiner? 20. I understand what you and E are saying. It's down. It's not over.
It's down by 20%.
Fat chance.
What's the reason?
What the hell are we going to do for the last half hour?
Dude, we got stuff.
Well, I know we got stuff.
I'm going to go talk to Ray.
He's not here today. They're not here.
Again?
Well, it's the Warriors Live coming up.
Google it, you morons.
Dude, that's a thing. His voice.
All right, looks like we got a couple calls coming in. So we will. 925 wants to know, WTF is wrong with you two? We are just.
It's not a we. I've been on track.
How much more are you planning to suck in
flat out mess. All right, when we come back, I guess we'll talk about how great Steph Curry is on the other side. Haven't done that for 13 years on 95 Side of the Game.
Hi, this is Damon Bruce. I hope you, your family, your loved ones have a safe and healthy, happy holidays from my family to yours here on 95.7 The Game.
In the time before.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Segment sponsored by AC Transit. Find a career with great benefits and work-life balance and do what you love. AC Transit is hiring journey-level mechanics and service employees. Join their East Bay team to maintain AC Transit's fleet of buses. Apply today at actransit.org/careers. There you go.
You going to make it?
I am going to make it because we got a couple calls here we can do. And also remind people that the Raiders game got postponed to Monday at 2 p.m., Goo. It was supposed to be tomorrow at like 1:30.
I just think of what the NFL did to the Niners 2 years ago. Last year.
Here's why I'm such a nice guy. Remember I shouted out Cynthia, the Raiders fan that I met at the tailgate?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, she wasn't listening at the beginning of the show, so I'll shout her out now. Big-time Raider fan.
Hey, Cynthia.
Yeah. Right.
Tell her to call in.
She's busy.
She on Twitch?
She's busy.
We got 100 on Twitch.
We're over 100?
Yep.
What the hell's going on? I thought
minus 54. 56 now.
All right, Javier's in Pittsburgh. What's going on, Javi? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. Love you guys.
Thank you.
Hey, let's take a poll and let's see who does their job better.
Okay.
Steph Curry or Steinmetz?
Oh, come on. You already know the answer to that.
Good?
I'll tell you what, I got staying power. I don't know about him. I've been in this business 25 years, Javi, and I'm still kicking. People wanted to write me off back in the day, but no. It's called perseverance. You got to be able to get up after you get fired.
You're not a Hall of Famer.
What are you talking about?
Good, but you're not a Hall of Famer. The chef is it. Come on, Steiny.
It's been the best thing.
There you go. There's the answer right there.
I am to radio. Now, I'll say it this way. I am to sports media what Steph Curry is to basketball. Let's put the rat on the table.
Kyle's right.
I've never taken a play off. I did after that. I just, you're feeling yourself.
You know what?
It's Friday.
I feel a little kooky today. What do you want me to say? Okay. Let's go take the call from the therapist in San Jose. What's going on, therapist? How you doing?
We need one.
How y'all doing, fellas?
Hey, what's going
on? I just wanted to go back to that statistic. Can that statistic be repeated? The one about Curry within the circle?
Yes.
56.8% inside 3 feet.
Okay, so my question is, and I know I'm named the therapist. In this case, I should probably be the researcher, but I'd be curious what the average percentages this year with the referees calling games differently.
That's a good point.
If that plays a role in that.
I'm sure it does.
And I'll let you guys. Yeah. So, I mean, just looking at that in terms of is everyone's dropped down a bit. And other than that, just want to give a shout-out to underrated Kevin Dana.
Oh, yeah.
Rain dance.
Cash money.
Warriors.
So, are you really a therapist?
I actually am, yes.
Do you interpret dreams?
I do not. No, I don't have any sort of training in that.
Okay, because, boy, I've had a couple
Check in on us,
lately.
Cynthia, because we may need you here shortly.
That's
check back with
not
us.
Cynthia. That's the therapist.
Oh, the therapist. I'm sorry.
They're two different
I just want her
people.
to be a part of the show moving forward. We may need her services.
By the way, I do want to read this from somebody said that the dream I had, which involved me being in Italy and being a little bit lost, he said that might mean that I'm due for a big life change.
How do Ray and Lucas symbolize that? Like, I wonder what.
No, he said being lost in another country may signify that I could be on the verge of a great life change.
Yeah.
You know something I don't know, Goop?
I don't. I just know my dreams are different.
What do you got, E?
Well, I was just going to add to the therapist's question, did a little research. Last year, the league average was 67.5%. This year, it's 67.3%. So there hasn't been that much of a drop-off due to the foul calls.
But, okay, that's
But there has
overall.
been with Curry.
Yeah. And James Harden. You can't, and I told you that a couple weeks ago. You were like, "Dude, you might be right about that percentage dropping down." I'm the one that told you that.
But it hasn't dropped down.
But it's not about has it dropped down overall.
I mean, there's an
He's not
easy
getting
explanation.
calls. He never got calls. Oh yeah, I'll raise your blood pressure. He's never gotten calls, but his ability to finish. He got fouled the other night in Indiana with almost a game winner, splat, and no call. And you said, "What? Oh, they hit him after."
It's not a foul, Goo. Not anymore. He's also down at the free throw line. I mean, not percentage-wise, but number of attempts. I think he's at 4.3, whereas last year he was over 6.
35 tonight for the chef in Boston.
You're just guessing. It means nothing. That's just a guess. It's something that you just shouted out. It's not based in
he's
any...
the GOAT, wouldn't you say it's like saying Barry Bonds going to hit a home run. Got a pretty good chance of being right. Just a home run king.
Right, and that's why it means nothing.
Dude, did you see that graphic? Who put it? Was it Bonte? With the Bay Area, we got the most touchdowns, the most home runs, the most three-pointers, There's a couple other I'm forgetting.
The most stolen bases, the most soccer goals in the MLS, and the most games played by an NHL player.
Incredible. And I saw it on Steiny, they had a picture of everybody that had it. Be proud you're from you're a transplant, but be proud you live in the Bay. We call it Yay.
He's adopted.
Yeah. This is your home now. You want to
absolutely? It's my home.
Fist pump at the Warrior game.
I'm more West Coast now than East Coast.
You know what? I'll give you that.
I don't like what I'm seeing here from the 408. Your dream seems to be telling of a real struggle that you're having in some aspect of your life at the moment. It feels as if you're getting nowhere, but you're working really hard to get there.
Oh.
Was that the therapist?
No, that was the 408. The way the 925, good one. The way the show is going, Steiny, you might be right about a life change.
So you gave them that info because
What?
Because you gave them that to say that. They really wouldn't have typed that. We were flowing. We were in a zone. Still am. But then you said we're off the rails. So now here comes that.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The show's off the hook. They wouldn't have said that until you said it. It wasn't off the rails. I want a show meeting. You like that?
Warriors, they're going to win one. You think they can win in Toronto without Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and maybe
Poole? Poole. There's no way Poole plays tomorrow, right? That's just no way.
I
hate that we don't know. But
I wouldn't think so.
I would bet that he's not. If you're telling me no Poole and Draymond and Steph, I would take the Raptors.
Hey, I'll tell you what we can talk about. I made a little bet with JD.
Tell us.
He said the Warriors are going to win 60 or more games, and I said I'm taking the under. And I didn't. You know what though? How about this?
You just did that to.
No, I kind of forgot they were 23 and 5.
They're right there.
They're not right there. What did somebody do the math there?
They got 23 wins.
37 and 15. I think I think some adversity's coming. I don't know where or how, but it usually does in the NBA. And
let's hope not. And bringing Clay back.
No championship is worth it without the struggle and without overcoming adversity. That's what makes things more satisfying.
Well, what did they have when they won 73 games and got to the chip and got up 3-1?
Well, their adversity was Game 7.
Yeah, that's bull crap. I'm talking about during the regular season. It was cruise control.
Let's go to James in Palo Alto. What's going on, James? How you doing? Be down in Palo Alto, neck of the woods Sunday. Be down there Sunday. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's great.
Yeah.
Come on by and say hi.
Well, where are you going to be?
I was wondering, I'll be at the hospital, at Stanford Hospital.
Oh. All right, Doc. Give it to me.
Hey, I'm wondering what you think is going to be the number or range that Steph is eventually going to get to for three-pointers for his career. Do you think he's going to play another 800 games? Will he double the three-pointers? Will it be more than that? And it seems like a record that's going to be hard to reach for anyone else. And I was thinking, what are some of the other impossible sports records? And for me, the biggest untouchable record, never happened as long as we live, is career losses by Walter Johnson. That will never, I think a futility, of course he has the most wins of anyone,
sure.
But I think his most losses will be impossible to touch.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Thanks, James. Appreciate it.
I did some math on that, too, on Curry, and where that 29-74 will
Well, it's okay. Let me try to think about this for a second.
Because I got mine.
Well, Fitz did some math for us on Wednesday. You can hear him every Wednesday at 12:30 with us on Steiny Guru 95.7 The Game. He said that Curry would be around 42-50.
See.
Well,
can I give you my number?
I know he's going to play at this same level for the next 9 years because he's Steph Curry, right?
I put it at 5. And I put 353s for the next 5 years, which equals 1750. Add that to what he's got now, 4,724 threes he ends with.
What was his first number that was outlandish, Evan?
For Fitz? What?
No, Guru right here.
No, I think somebody threw out 5,000 at some point.
That's a lot. That's an awful lot. That basically means he's
7 years,
not even 60% there.
Right.
That seems high. Let me think for a minute. 3-4 years.
I had 500 more than Fitz.
About 4,000. I got about 4,000. He's got to stay healthy. He's got to stay healthy.
I got 4,700.
I know. You just said that. By the way, you guys think I'm grumpy now. You never did see me on the East Coast. Oh, my God.
That weather, I could just see you going to the car, having to get the snow off. I couldn't live back east. My brother-in-law lived in Chicago, Gurney, Illinois. He'd have to pay people sometimes to come do his I'm not with that.
Oh, boy.
John Stockton, 15. See, he's number 2 on the all-time assist list.
And Ricky Henderson.
What about
nobody's getting that record because they don't even care about stealing. Stolen bases died in baseball. Put that up. Put that in the cap. Nobody cares about a stolen base, Steiny.
Let me think. I think Wilt's number will be...
Nobody's got 100, though.
Yeah, your boy tried.
John Stockton has 3,800 more assists than the second person, who's Jason Kidd.
Wow.
That is...
You know what?
That's
408
safe.
with a good one, John Stockton. 15,000. That means somebody's going to have to play 15 years.
Because health is it.
Obviously, have 1,000 assists a year, which would be over 10 a game. 11, maybe.
How about Barry Bonds' homer? Well, no, you got guys... not lurking around.
Don't just shout stuff if you didn't. You don't think about it first. You know
Chris Paul needs about
already thought about it.
5,000 more assists to get to Stockton. He's in third.
Gotcha. Steiny, have you narrowed it down on your car, truck, SUV, AJ? No, not really.
Go big. I told you.
I'm not going big.
That gas will get you.
I'll go hybrid. I know that.
Cadillac has one. I can see you pulling up.
I'm not gonna.
Nope.
No, not getting a Cadillac.
Courtside Steiny, Cadillac Steiny.
Look there, wow.
By the way, I saw on Facebook a buddy of mine is selling 2 courtside seats for the Kings game. He said, all I want's face value.
Give it to me.
$2,400. Dude, $1,200 a pop.
Man.
And you know what?
Nice.
And that's the Kings. That's the Kings. That means if they say Clay's coming back December 28th against Denver, that seat's probably $3,000.
Well, Sack's
Who's
in
got
the
that kind of money?
Somebody does. Snotty people
Who,
are wearing
though?
$3,000 belts.
But who? Who has that kind of money?
You might have it.
I have not.
I heard rumors.
Get out of here. Don't do that.
I'm playing.
Don't do
what
that.
You got? Hey, no, you ain't broke Benny.
No, but I can't spend $3,000 on courtside seats.
Yeah, some people can. People got watches that cost 15 G's. Shoes, belts.
I'm glad I'm not materialistic.
Dude, I am.
I wonder if that's just because I don't make any money.
Hey, Steiny, man.
Steiny favorite golf course in Oakland? That would be Carica Park, technically in Alameda. But yes, Carica Park is where it's at right now.
That's where you going Sunday?
No, I'm going down to
you got to go early before the Niners, or you going to catch the game there?
Well,
with a cocktail.
Yeah, I like to rewatch the game. I'll have it taped.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Going down to a course called Baylands in
San Jose,
near Palo Alto, East Palo Alto.
Yeah. EPA.
I don't know
what we call it.
Yeah, I don't
Rodney O and Joe Cooley.
I have no idea what you're
from
talking
EPA,
about.
Rappers back in the day.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Like the Warriors get a split. I have a feeling they roll tonight, and I don't know why. Maybe it's
Boston is, and I know they're without Horford, but and Jaylen Brown. No Jaylen Brown. Steiny, I think
really?
Yeah, he's been out for forever.
No. He played the other night. I thought.
I did not know he was back.
I thought he played the other night.
Right now.
I may be wrong. It wouldn't be the first time. Steiny, have you ever played Claremont? Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
What about my
That's
boy?
A country club. Goo.
I knew where I've been there.
Yeah.
At Friday nights,
It's a
used to
country
go down
club.
at the what's the little Zygon? What's the little bar they have? The Claremont. They had a little.
No, you're thinking of the Claremont. You're thinking of the hotel. Yeah. It's a different place than the Claremont
really
Country
not in.
Club.
I got you.
Which
Where is that at?
It's in Oakland. It's right in the. It's
sound ritzy.
It's pretty. It's old and it's stuffy. It's one of those stuffy clubs. In fact, here's a story for you. I think I've told it before, and I could. Well, you know what? I'll confirm this next week with Iguodala and/or Steph Curry when we go do a show. By the way, we're doing a show from the.
Brown did play against Milwaukee 30 minutes.
I thought so. So, the Claremont Country Club, apparently Curry and Iguodala were checking it out.
Okay.
To see if they were, because it's a beautiful course. And I heard the thing that kind of turned them off a little is you can't wear shorts there.
Oh, then you'd be in trouble.
You have to wear golf pants, golf slacks. And that's pretty
even
rare.
If you're those guys.
Even if you're those
guys. We don't
guys.
even need your guy. Wow,
You're thinking of the Paragon.
Stop. Your boy put in work. You'd have to be dressed, Steiny. Yeah, but
I've been to the Paragon.
It was cool.
I used to go see. They used to have the Cal football post-game shows, I believe, at the
Never
Paragon.
knew that.
So there you go.
This game has gotten harder. I didn't know your boy JB.
Yeah,
Brown was back.
Yeah, he played last week.
Or
last game.
Man, they got a little firepower.
Steinmetz quit dropping Curry's name to get access to play Olympic. I played Olympic. I know people at Olympic. Come on.
That's Shasky.
The one, I tell you what, I'll pull my Shasky and I'll just beg. The one place I haven't played is the San Francisco Golf Club.
Shasky's played there?
I think so, probably.
And then where was this
anybody
last
wants
tournament
to,
at?
anybody wants to get me into the San Francisco, because there's
all
four
the people you know.
So there's the Olympic Club, there's Merced, Lake Merced, there's Harding, which is
That's
public,
where the big thing was at.
and then there's the San Francisco Club, I believe. San
Harding
Francisco
was
Golf
where the
Club.
last big thing was at in town, right?
Yeah.
You didn't go.
I played it the week after, and it was really hard. But it's a public course. Just costs a lot of money. But somebody paid for it.
Damn, they didn't want. You got to have. The chef couldn't wear shorts. Huh? You could look the other way.
Nope.
Man.
I know.
I'm out.
I know. And me too. Let's see.
I'm done.
KD. Is KD the MVP right now, if you had a vote?
Yeah, I think he is.
I'm Kevin Durant.
Like we're at 20, we ain't even 30 games in. But Steph's little quote-unquote regression from 3, whatnot, in the record, I think that got in the way.
Right.
All it takes is a week, 3 games. He'll be back. But I'll tell you what, I ain't heard nothing about Giannis.
Well, that's because they're not.
You know what I mean?
They don't have a big-time record. You know what I mean? Plus, they've been banged up a little bit, so I'll tell you who's playing well. The Utah Jazz.
And I counted them out.
I know you did. And I don't know why.
Is it 9?
And you know who else kind of counted them out is JD. JD thinks the Warriors are better than Utah. I'm not so sure.
Well, see, the domino. I got to be honest with you, Steiny. I don't know when Wiseman. No, I don't know when Wiseman's coming back.
Doesn't matter.
But Clay's coming back, and I just wonder if there'll be some turbulence, and it'll be good turbulence to get him, back up and running. What are the rotations? He's got to start. Is he going to if I had a gun to your head right? Ooh, I would. Steiny, if I had a gun to your head right now, Steph starts or he comes off the bench.
You mean Clay?
Clay. Why would you? Why would you give him the deep end so quick? Well, he controls that. Coach, start me. That's all he has to tell Kirk. You know what? Just break me in like Iggy. I'll come off the bench.
Are you trying to be Clay now?
Right, talking to Kerr.
Oh. Here's how it's going to go. I'm Steve Kerr. Clay, how do you want to do this?
You know what, Coach? I'm ready to start.
Okay. I'll catch you tomorrow.
Pull me out 4 minutes in.
All right.
We'll communicate.
That's all done by Rick Celebrini.
You think so?
Probably. Yeah, I do. I really do.
Dude, I'm sad.
Why? He's coming back.
The show's about to be. I'll
tell you what. I'm going to be honest with you, Goo. I'm a little bummed because you did it again.
What?
And I ain't talking Britney Spears. Oops. You're not coming out with us today.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, you said all week, let's do this Friday.
Yeah, but you got to be at the Suns game.
Where is it and what time?
You're
Yuba City?
Yeah, Yuba City. A 2.5 hour ride. I did it yesterday.
Let me ask you a question. Do you ever miss any games?
No.
Well, that's a problem. Don't
my
be
daughter's
that guy.
volley.
Don't be that guy.
A good parent. My dad never missed one. Daisy and Norm never missed one. Sometimes I didn't want them to show up. There they come.
My dad never came to see me play.
Well, he was reffing.
I know, but it doesn't mean he was there.
You got issues with him?
My dad?
About not coming to you ever, have a drink and Pops, why didn't you come?
Well, I know why he didn't come, because he was reffing.
But he could have gave assignment one time to somebody else.
Well, he was actually mad at me because when I played in high school, he had to take himself out of reffing my games or my league games. Same in college.
What?
He blames me for getting a smaller schedule. He reffed a lot of Division III games back east, and when I was playing Division III, he couldn't ref in the Middle Atlantic Conference. It cost the old man some money.
But give me not a good.
How much time we got here, by the way?
Me going to all the games.
Hold on.
That's
hold on.
Yeah. No, I'm not.
About 1 minute.
Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot. All right, go ahead, Gil.
You're giving me love, though. Good parent, Ward, for being at all the games. And I don't want to pat in the back. That's the least you do, right?
Not every game.
You miss a couple?
Yes.
How do you feel?
How does it feel?
You happy to be up out
I mean, I told you, and I've been honest about this. My sophomore in high school has asked me not to come to games. She said I make her nervous.
That you show up to everyone.
She said I make her nervous.
Now that's deep.
Last week I went to a game. I lay low at a game. I'm not like you.
LeVar Ball?
No.
Call the foul.
I sit in the back.
Tell Steiny. Post him.
I sit in the back.
All.
I'm sure you do. How much do we got now?
Probably 20.
We got Warriors Live coming up at 3, and we got tip-off at 4:30. Boston Celtics.
About 15 seconds.
15 seconds, Goo. We got through it.
Somebody asked, what club does my daughter play for? Volleyball Legends. Yeah.
And sure, that means a lot to people out in the Bay Area.
Nick Friedel, 3:30.
All right, Nicky F. And it's
From the
only
Garden.
fitting that the last text that comes in is Steinmetz, go back to New York. I'll see you on Monday.
Ratto here for 95.7 The Game. Look, I'm not going to tell you what kind of holiday to have. It's up to you. Just be nice to your friends and ignore your enemies and listen to us in the Odyssey app. It's not that hard. All you have to do is get through to January 1st, and then you can go back to being the miserable weasel you are.
So how does the TradeMyHome.com program work? TradeMyHome.com buys your current home so you avoid the hassle and risk of selling and buying at the same time. You receive a guaranteed cash offer. You then find your dream home and make a cash offer and move on your schedule. If your current home sells for more than the guarantee, you get the extra cash. Call for a no-obligation appointment. 408